Volume 1, Chapter 9, Part 1 of A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 9, Part 1. Kings and Barons, Henry III, 1216 to 1272. King John was buried when his young son was crowned at Gloucester on the 28th of October, 1216, by the Pope's legate. He was 10 years of age at the time, and his feeble hands confirmed without resistance the gift which his father had made to Rome of the kingdom of England. It was the vassal of the Church who, in the month of November 1216, was confided to the care of the Earl of Pembroke, the most formidable of the barons who had remained faithful to King John, by reason of his orderly and prudent character, for he was as devoted to the liberties of his country as the barons who had mustered round the banner of Prince Louis. He was nominated protector of the kingdom and of the king, and his first care was to make a revision of Magna Carta. He eliminated the temporary articles, confirmed a great number of clauses. Others remained pending until the raising of a more numerous army, and the Earl directed all his efforts against the French prince and his foreign adherents. The favours and good graces of the Protector drew to him all the barons who were deserting the French prince, and they were becoming every day more numerous. Their enmity had died out at the death of King John. The child who had just been crowned was their legitimate sovereign, descended from the kings whom they had loved and served. Louis saw his army rapidly decreasing. In consequence of the vigorous resistance of Hubert de Burgh, he had been unable to obtain possession of Dover Castle, which he had been besieging for some time. In vain they had endeavoured to seduce him from his duty, by urging that the king to whom he had sworn allegiance was dead. "The king has left children," he answered, and Louis raised the siege to return to London, which still remained true to him. An armistice soon allowed him to go to France to collect reinforcements, but in his absence the insolence of Ingerand of Sucy, whom he had left at the head of affairs, was spreading discontent, and the forces of the national party sprang up so rapidly that the prince, attacked on the sea by the sailors of the Cinque Ports, found some difficulty in returning to England. An army corps under the command of the Count of Perche was defeated by the Protector in the very streets of Lincoln, and the anathemas of Rome began to pour down upon Prince Louis and his adherents, who were excommunicated in a mass. Louis was shut up in London, surrounded by his enemies. He asked for help from France, but his father, Philippe Augustus, would not become concerned in a quarrel with the Pope, and did not dare to act openly in his son's favour. It was Louis's wife, Blanche of Castile, who succeeded in raising considerable forces, which she sent to him under the care of a chief of adventurers named Eustace the monk, because he had escaped from his monastery. The French fleet met Hubert de Burgh on the high seas. The struggle began. Eustace the monk was defeated, and afterwards beheaded on the poop of his vessel. Hubert de Burgh returned triumphantly to Dover with his prizes. The last check was the death blow of Louis's cause in England. On the 11th of September, 1217, a treaty of peace was signed at Lambeth, granting easy conditions to the French prince, and a full pardon to his English adherents. The Protector had no other desire than to put an end to the struggle, and to see England delivered from the foreigners. In spite of its prolonged resistance, the city of London even obtained a confirmation of its privileges. Louis set sail in the middle of September, and his more distinguished partisans were kindly received at King Henry's court. Magna Carta was again confirmed, not, however, without some modifications favourable to the royal prerogative. The clauses relating to the protection of the forests were included in a special charter called the Forest Charter, which rendered less severe the Norman legislation as to hunting and the edicts which relate to it. The wisdom and moderation of Pembroke prevailed in the councils. The Queen Mother, Isabel, had fled from England in the midst of the confusion, and her first husband, the Count of Marche, had just been solemnly remarried to her. The legate remained with the young prince, and was instructed by the Pope to look after the interests of the vassal of the Church as well as those of the suzerain mistress of England. Order seemed to have been re-established when the Protector died, May 1219, and the power which was afterwards divided between Hubert de Burgh and Pierre de Roches, Bishop of Winchester, became a bone of contention to the rivals and the barons attached to either party. Habits of insubordination, which had been developed during the long struggle against arbitrary power, had borne their fruit. England was rent asunder by internal quarrels which it was not even hoped would end on the king's attaining his majority, for Henry III grew up without becoming a man. Absorbed in the love of luxury and pageantry, and the songs of minstrels and the masterpieces of the sculptors or of the artists with whom he loved to surround himself, he appeared to take no interest in his affairs, and displayed no warlike inclinations, but left the barons to quarrel among themselves, and the Italian priests to devour the substance of his kingdom, without manifesting any desire to find a remedy. France was suffering from the evils of a minority. Louis VII, who had succeeded Philippe Augustus in 1223, had reigned but a short time, and Louis IX was not 16 years of age when, in 1230, the King of England, who was of age 2 years before, made a raid on Brittany at the instigation of some noblemen of Normandy, Brittany, and Poitou. But Blanche of Castile possessed a more vigorous spirit and a stronger arm than King Henry III. She herself led her son to the war, and in spite of the turbulency of the French barons, who were always eager to shake off their yoke, she saw her efforts crowned with success. Several towns belonging to the King of England opened their gates to her, while King Henry was losing time and wasting his resources on fêtes and tournaments at Nantes. He started back for England in the month of October, deeply humiliated, leaving his ally, the Duke of Brittany, at the foot of the throne of Louis IX, who granted him the pardon which he had humbly solicited, with a rope round his neck. The Parliament, this Norman name was beginning to be used, which was convoked at Henry's return, refused to grant any subsidies, alleging that, thanks to the folly and imprudence of the king, his barons were no richer than himself. Hubert de Burgh had for some years past triumphed over his rival, Pierre des Roches, who was obliged to retire into private life, but the ill success of the expedition to France had ended by causing a feeling against the minister among many of the nobility, who were jealous of his power. Pierre des Roches reappeared at the court, and soon afterwards formal accusations were made against Hubert, most of them frivolous, and attesting nothing but his fidelity to his king, whom he had served and defended during so many years. But Henry III was not in a position to protect his friend, and would scarcely recognize him. He was prejudiced against Hubert, who took refuge at Merton Abbey. The king had ordered that he should be arrested there, but the Archbishop of Dublin reminded him of the privilege of sanctuary, and obtained a passport which authorized the fallen minister to retire to his residence and prepare his defense. On the faith of this promise, Hubert de Burgh set out to meet his wife, the King of Scotland's sister, at Bury St. Edmunds, but he was attacked on the way by a band of armed men sent by the king. Hubert was in bed at the time, but fled half-naked into a parish church, and seizing in one hand the crucifix and in the other the host, he awaited his enemies upon the steps of the altar. He was dragged into the churchyard, and on the refusal of a blacksmith, who declared that he would rather die than chain down the defender of Dover Castle, was tied to a horse and conducted to the Tower of London. The violation of the consecrated spot, however, excited the public indignation to such a degree that the king found himself obliged to send his prisoner to Brentwood Church, which he caused to be surrounded by palings and trenches, thus compelling Hubert to give himself up voluntarily. Having been again imprisoned in the Tower, the Earl was deprived of all his property, and afterwards languished for 1 year in the Castle of Devizes. He contrived to escape, and having been rescued by his friends at the very moment when his enemies were upon him, he regained a certain amount of power, but he no longer aspired to the dangerous position of Prime Minister, which his rival, Pierre des Roches, had lost in consequence of his manoeuvres and excesses. Being satisfied with the recovery of his liberty and a portion of his property, Hubert left the new Archbishop of Canterbury, Edmund Rich, in undisturbed possession of the supreme authority. This prelate, like his predecessor Stephen Langton, was a patriotic statesman, who contrived for the moment to conquer, by his good sense and wisdom, the aversion which the king manifested towards charters, and the restlessness of the barons, who were always inclined to maintain by force of arms the privileges which they had gained with so much difficulty. A fresh element of discord had sprung up between the king and his people. Henry had married in 1236 Eleanor of Provence, sister of Margaret, wife of Louis IX, King of France. A large number of Gascons and Provençals had followed her to the court. The queen was accompanied by 4 uncles, young brothers of her mother, the Princess of Savoy. The king immediately conceived a firm friendship for them. The Bishop of Valence became prime minister. His brother Boniface was promoted to the Archbishopric of Canterbury, which Edmund Rich had abandoned, weary and disgusted, to retire into a monastery, and the 2 other brothers were also provided for. Even this was not sufficient. The Queen Mother, now Countess of Marche, sent to the court of England the 4 sons whom she had borne to Hugh de Luçon, and the wealth and honours which the king lavished on the brothers attracted towards them a large number of adventurers. The king found himself without money. All the ecclesiastical benefices were reserved for Italians, by virtue of the Pope's authority over the country. Parliament always insisted on the departure of the strangers as a condition of granting subsidies, but the king, immediately on obtaining the money, forgot his promises and even his oaths, and his frivolous followers laughed at Magna Carta and the importance which the barons attached to it. "What are the English laws to us?" they would ask. By these laws the king was compelled to ask his people for the means which he wasted so foolishly on feasts and extravagance. Each day the Parliament became more reluctant to grant them. The Queen Mother, offended, she said, by the Countess of Portois, sister-in-law of Louis IX, urged her son to declare war with France, assuring him that the old vassals of his house were eager to gather round his standard. The English barons refused the necessary subsidies, saying that the truce agreed to between the 2 kingdoms still remained in force. Henry was not of a warlike disposition, but his mother was importunate. He raised some money and set sail for France with 300 knights. A certain number of malcontents soon joined him, commanded by the Count of March, whom his wife sent to the war, as she had already sent her son. King Louis IX had taken the field with forces superior to those of the English. The 2 young monarchs met near the castle of Talbourg in Santon, on the banks of the Charente. Louis, at the head of his forces, attacked the bridge defended by the English troops, and for a moment withstood almost unaided their united efforts. His signal courage gained the day. The bridge was taken, the English were routed, and the King of England escaped in company with his brother, to whom he owed his safety. The 2 brothers took refuge in Sens. A second battle was fought on the morrow, under the walls of the town, and the English were again defeated. The Count of Marche surrendered, and King Henry, flying across Santon, embarked at Blaye, leaving the decorations of his chapel and the money remaining in his coffers in the hands of his enemy. It was to the moderation of King Louis IX and to the scruples of his sensitive conscience that the English were indebted for a truce of 5 years. The barons, humiliated and disgraced, although they had not been engaged in the quarrel with France, claimed the right of nominating the chief justiciar, the chancellor, and several other officers of the crown. The king refused, and the Parliament only allowed him what was strictly necessary on the occasion of the marriage of his eldest daughter to the King of Scotland. Henry had conceived a hatred of parliaments. In order to manage without them, he had recourse to every expedient by which he could raise money. He exacted enormous fines, tortured the Jews, and begged presents of all his vassals. "God gave us this child, but the king sold him to us," said a wag at the birth of one of the princes. Henry even, on one occasion, sold a portion of the royal table plate. He was advised to sell everything, but the difficulty was to find buyers. "The citizens of London will buy anything," cried the king bitterly. "By my faith, the treasures of Augustus were for sale, the citizens would make the purchase. These villains live like barons, while we are in want of the principal necessaries of life." The king detested the city of London, but he levied as many taxes as possible upon its inhabitants, instructing the persons of his household to obtain all the things necessary for his entertainments without paying for them, and continually claiming gifts under the most frivolous pretexts from the citizens. In 1253, King Henry had come to an end of all his resources and expedients. He was compelled to convoke a parliament, declaring that he was anxious to assume the cross and go and deliver the tomb of Jesus Christ from the hands of the infidels. The barons had often seen this pious pretext made use of, and were not to be deceived by it. They were, besides, accustomed in private life to hear the same determination announced, in order to set aside the most solemn obligations. Before making any grant, they exacted a new and solemn ratification of their liberties. On the 3rd of May, the king proceeded to Westminster Hall. The barons were assembled there, and all the bishops were standing with tapers in their hands. They offered one to the king. "I am not a priest," he said, and refused it. The Archbishop of Canterbury stepped forward and uttered the sentence of excommunication against all those who should either directly or indirectly violate the charters of the kingdom. As he finished speaking, all the prelates threw aside their tapers, which were extinguished at their feet, and the priest cried, "May the soul of him who may incur this sentence be extinguished in a like manner in hell." The king, uplifting his hand, uttered this oath: "May God help me to preserve intact all these charters, as I am a Christian, as I am a knight, and as I am a king, anointed and crowned." Scarcely had he received the subsidies when he started on an expedition to Guienne, which was threatened by the intrigues of Alphonse, King of Castile. The quarrel was soon settled, and a marriage decided upon between Prince Edward, Henry's elder brother, and Princess Eleanor, daughter of Alphonse. But the king kept this happy consummation secret, in order to obtain fresh subsidies from his English subjects, under the pretence of continuing the war. He only came back to England when he found himself, as usual, reduced to beggary. The king's want of political foresight was as conspicuous as his prodigality and weakness. The King of Sicily, Frederick II., had been dead some time, 1250. He had been excommunicated, and Pope Innocent IV. had claimed his kingdom as a fief of the Holy See. Frederick's son, Prince Conrad, supported generally by the people, was resisting this pretension by force of arms, and the Pope was casting about for a foreign prince who might be disposed to take up the quarrel. He offered the crown of Sicily to Richard, brother of the King of England, whose immense fortune, derived from the Cornish mines, rendered him more powerful even than King Henry himself, but he refused the tempting bait, although he was quite ready to be seduced some months later by the hope of gaining possession of the empire. The Pope then offered the kingdom of Sicily to the King of England for his second son, Edmund, and the monarch joyfully accepted the offer, without troubling himself about the demands of his subjects or the state of his finances. The Pope was borrowing of the Lombards and the Venetians, and raising troops in his name, but the Holy See was a hard and urgent creditor. Innocent IV. soon demanded back the money which he had spent, and ordered the English clergy to lend the necessary funds to the king. The clergy refused. The king levied enormous taxes on the abbeys and churches. The legate sent to England to recover the money encountered on all sides the most violent opposition. "I would rather die than pay so much money," said the Bishop of Worcester. "The king and the pope are stronger than we," said the Bishop of London, "but if I am deprived of my mitre, I shall be able to wear a helmet." The legate returned, convinced that a storm was about to burst over England. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Volume 1, Chapter 9, Part 2 of A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 9, Part 2. It was on the 2nd of May, 1258. Famine reigned throughout the kingdom. Henry III had been reduced to the necessity of convoking Parliament. When he entered Westminster Hall, the barons were awaiting him there, clad in their armour. On hearing the clinking of arms at his arrival, the king suddenly turned pale. "Am I a prisoner?" he said nervously. "No," said Roger Bigod, Earl of Norfolk, "but your foreign favourites and your own extravagance have reduced the country to such an abject state of misery that we demand that the power may for the future be vested in a committee of bishops and barons, in order that they may root out all the abuses and make good laws for us." One of the Lusignans began to protest. The king agreed without any reservation to the demand of the barons, who promised in return to help him pay his debts, and to support the pretensions of his son in Italy, provided that he would give proofs of his sincerity at the reassembling of Parliament, which was to be convoked at Oxford. At the head of the barons in their resistance and indignation against foreigners was Simon, Earl of Leicester, himself a foreigner, the youngest son of Simon of Montfort, the persecutor of the Albigenses. He had inherited the earldom of Leicester through his mother, and had recovered his property, which had been confiscated in 1232, through the favour of King Henry, who had taken a fancy to the young Provençal, whom he had aided in marrying his sister Eleanor, widow of the Earl of Pembroke, to the great indignation of the royal family and the nobility of England. The favour of the king was short-lived. Montfort had initiated himself into the good graces of the barons, who had been so violently opposed to him at first, and the king, jealous and uneasy, drove him from England in 1239, scarcely allowing the earl time enough to embark with his wife, who went with her husband to France. He left her to assume the cross and proceed to Palestine, where he distinguished himself by glorious feats of arms. On his return, the king had forgotten his jealousy and anger. The earl lived peaceably in England, and even raised to the dignity of governor of Gascony. He was recalled in 1252, under the pretence of misbehaviour, and young Prince Edward was provided with the office thus snatched from the Earl of Leicester, who grew more and more attached to the cause of the refractory barons, of whom he became the real chief. The king's disorderly habits and want of foresight having at length reduced him to the last extremities, he decided on confronting the Parliament assembled at Oxford on the 11th of June, 1258. The whole town was filled with men-at-arms. All the barons had brought a numerous following with them. They presented to the king the list of the council who were to be entrusted with the administration of the kingdom. 12 members were to be elected by the king, and 12 by the barons. This assembly, presided over by the Earl of Leicester, was to be invested during 12 years with the care of the royal castles. No expense could be incurred against their will. They held possession of the Great Seal, and were to revise the accounts of the Chancellor and of the Treasurer. The king was to be compelled to convoke Parliament 3 times a year. Henry agreed without hesitation to these humiliating conditions, just as his father, King John, had signed Magna Carta. Prince Edward, whose conscience would not allow him to take oaths as lightly as his father had done, at first made a show of resistance, but ended by acceding to the wishes of the barons. His cousin Henry, son of Richard of Cornwall, who was then known as the King of the Romans, declared that his oath would not be valid if made in the absence of his father. "Let your father have a care," said Leicester. if he refuse to do the bidding of the barons of England, for in that case he shall not remain in possession of 1 foot of land in the kingdom." The young noblemen accordingly took the oath. The king's brothers had refused to give up the castles which they occupied. "I will have them, or you shall lose your head," Montfort declared to William of Valence, and he made such formidable accusations against them at the council that the 4 brothers took refuge in Wolsham Castle. The barons pursued them, made them prisoners, and sent them out of the kingdom. The acts of the Parliament of Oxford, the Mad Parliament, as the Royalists called it, were strictly observed throughout the kingdom. The barons had taken every precaution against a feeble or improvident government, but they had not been able to guard against the temptations of triumphant ambition. The offices left vacant after the departure of the king's favourites were filled up by the favourites of the Earl of Leicester. His allies began to grow alarmed at his great power. The King of the Romans, who had recently returned to England, after having taken the oath of allegiance to the acts of the barons, endeavoured to create rivals to the Earl. The barons, violent and haughty, insulted the king and oppressed the people. "Why are you so bold with me, my lord Earl?" said Henry to Roger Bigod. "Do you not know that I could order all your corn to be destroyed?" "Indeed, Sir King," said the Earl, "and could I not send you the heads of the destroyers?" The dissensions among the barons reawakened the hopes of the king. He had provided himself with a dispensation from the Pope, which relieved him of his oaths, and in February 1261 he ventured to announce to the barons that they had greatly abused their powers, and that he, the King of England, intended for the future to govern without them. He had at the same time taken possession of London. Prince Edward, who had recently returned from France, had, on the contrary, tendered his support to the barons, out of respect for his oath, as he said. The king saw a certain number of his adversaries drawing nearer to him, and in spite of the rebellion of the nobility, the temporary success of the king compelled Leicester to escape to France, swearing that he would never again trust to the oath of a perjured sovereign. In 1263 the struggle had just begun afresh. The great Earl, as Leicester was called, had raised his standard. The king had taken refuge in London, and Prince Edward was at Windsor Castle. Queen Eleanor, who was even more detested in the city than the king, her husband, had endeavoured to escape by way of the Thames. The people had recognized her, and her bark had been pelted with mud and stones. Cries were heard of "Let us drown the witch." The Lord Mayor of London had some difficulty in protecting her. The king had given up everything and agreed to everything, but only to attack his adversaries again in the month of June, arming himself against them with the Earl of Leicester's claim that the authority of the barons in the government was to be continued after Henry's death, under the reign of his successor. Prince Edward's scruples disappeared before this arrogant audacity, and he openly embraced his father's cause. The bishops made an effort to put an end to the civil war. They proposed to submit the dispute to the arbitration of Louis IX, a noble testimony to the fairness and integrity of a prince who was related to the King of England by family ties. The barons consented at first, but King Louis, although requiring that Henry should respect the Great Charter, decided that the power should be placed in the king's hands, that the sovereign was free to choose his attendants from among his subjects or from among foreigners, and that the royal castle should be given up. The barons smiled disdainfully at this decision. They had some experience of the king's good faith, and expected to lose all the liberties acquired after so long a struggle, if they did not hold the tokens of them with a firm hand. The civil war recommenced. After alternate successes and reverses, the two armies met on the plains of Lewes in Sussex. Prince Edward violently attacked a body of citizens of London who had followed Leicester to the field of battle. He was anxious to avenge the insult which his mother had suffered. He pursued the unfortunate soldiery, whose lines were soon broken by the king's cavalry, but in his absence fortune declared itself in favour of the Earl of Leicester. When Edward reappeared upon the field of battle, the king was a prisoner, as well as his brother, the King of the Romans. The prince soon suffered the same fate. The Lusignans fled and again made their escape from England. Leicester was now master of the situation. The sovereign and the heir apparent served him as hostages. His power soon became greater than that of the king had been at any time. Having been excommunicated by the Pope, he took no notice of the sentence, notwithstanding his sincere piety. Rome had abused its power, and a great number of the English clergy were favourable to Leicester, and supported his cause as that of the people, who adored the Earl. Strong in his popularity, Leicester thought himself able to triumph over all his rivals. He compelled the barons who had sided with the king to give up their castles to him, causing them to be tried by their peers, and then banishing them to Ireland. On a demonstration being made by a fleet which had been raised in France by Queen Eleanor, he gathered together soldiers from all the boroughs and cities to resist the invaders, while he himself, taking up his position at the head of the English squadron, was cruising in the Channel, awaiting the enemy. The Queen's vessels did not dare to leave port, and Leicester returned in triumph to England. At the beginning of the year 1265 the Earl had convened a Parliament, and for the first time the representatives of the counties and the towns had taken their seats beside the barons and prelates. Leicester knew where his real strength lay, and looked for support from the body of the people. All that was decreed by the Parliament, as thus constituted, was favourable to the Earl. A certain amount of liberty was, however, granted to Prince Edward, who was nevertheless watched closely. He soon learnt to profit by the amelioration in his condition. Issuing forth one day from Hereford Castle, he organized races among his guards, reserving to himself the right of awarding the prize. Then, when all the horses were exhausted with the exception of his own, he galloped off until he met Roger Mortimer, one of his friends who was coming from the frontiers of Wales to join him. The party of resistance to the barons therefore had a chief, and after a year of supreme power, Leicester was destined to discover the uncertainty of human affairs. The Earl had 5 sons. The 3 eldest were more violent, more tyrannical, and more greedy than all the foreigners who had formerly surrounded the king. Henry of Montfort had seized upon all the wool intended for exportation, and sold it for his own benefit. Guy and Simon of Montfort had armed a fleet, and were taking possession of any merchantmen that they chanced to come across, without distinction of parties. They added thus daily to the number of their enemies, and were quietly undermining the power of their father. The Earl of Derby and the young Earl of Gloucester, formerly sincerely devoted to Leicester, embraced the cause of Prince Edward, who, seeing his forces swell rapidly, advanced towards Kenilworth Castle, the hereditary property of the Earls of Leicester. Simon of Montfort, the Earl's second son, had just arrived there. He was marching to meet his father, who was endeavouring, with little success, to raise an army. In vain did he summon the king's vassals to come and serve under his standards. His supporters were not many. Prince Edward attacked Simon's camp just outside Kenilworth, made a large number of prisoners, and captured all the enemy's baggage. Simon had only time to take refuge in the castle, but was unable to join his father when the latter arrived at Evesham on the 14th of August, 1265. A number of banners were perceptible in the distance, and the Earl's barber declared that he recognized the arms of Simon. "Go up into the church steeple, and you will see better," said Leicester. The barber was trembling with fear when he came down. He had seen the lions of England, the red chevron of the Earl of Gloucester, the azure bars of the Mortimers, and innumerable lances glistened underneath the banners. "We are dead men, my lord," said he. The Earl was observing the order of battle of the enemy. "They have learnt from me how to conduct themselves," he said calmly. "May the Lord have mercy on our souls, for by the arms of St. James our bodies belong to the Prince." And re-entering his residence, he prepared, as usual, for the fight by prayer and the sacrament. His son Henry was encouraging him. "I do not despair, my son," said the Earl. "Your presumption and the pride of your brothers have brought us to this, but I will die for the cause of the Lord and justice." He had caused the feeble king to be armed, and had taken them about with him everywhere. The standard of England was displayed by both armies. The Earl was endeavouring to open up a road towards Kenilworth. His most devoted adherents had formed a circle round him. The Prince still pushed forward. In front of him a horseman had just fallen from his steed. "Save me!" cried a plaintive voice. "I am Henry of Winchester." Edward sprang forward, and raising up his wounded father, dragged him into a place of safety. In his absence the voice of the Earl resounded upon the field of battle. "Is any quarter given?" he asked. "No quarter for traitors!" cried a Royalist triumphantly. And at the same moment Henry of Montfort fell at his father's feet. "By the arm of St. James, it is time to die!" cried Leicester, who plunged headlong into the surging crowd, holding his sword with both hands, and striking down all who came in his way. He fell at length, as well as the knights who still surrounded him. Scarcely a dozen remained standing when Prince Edward sent for the body of the Earl, his godfather, and that of his cousin Henry, to transport them to the Abbey of Evesham. The body of Leicester was decapitated, and his hands were severed from his arms. The head was carried to Lady Mortimer by her husband's savage warriors. Thus died Simon the Just, as he was called by the people of England, a sincere man, animated by more noble sentiments than most of his contemporaries, haughty and ambitious without being cruel, a man who had rendered great services to his country before allowing himself to abuse his power by the very thirst for authority and popularity. The remembrance of him remained sacred among the people, who would assemble round his tomb and invoke his protection devoutly, complaining of his not having been canonized. His sons took refuge on the Continent, after having retained possession for some time of Kenilworth Castle. The younger ones remained with their mother, who was generously treated by her nephew Edward. The two eldest, Guy and Simon, accomplished their revenge by murdering, 5 years later, at Viterbo, their cousin Henry of Almaine, in a church while Mass was being celebrated. They disappeared after this crime. The house of Montfort had fallen forever. The king had regained his sceptre, delivered the prisoners, and called back the exiles who had been banished by the great Earl. But the victory gained by Leicester survived his defeat. In the Parliament convened at Winchester in the month of September 1265, the king did not dare to repudiate the liberties acquired by England. The city of London alone lost its charter, but the severe sentences pronounced against Leicester's partisans excited a series of insurrections which Prince Edward had great difficulty in quelling. The want was felt of loosing the reins of government, and of restoring some trust to the vanquished. A committee composed of bishops and barons was entrusted to draw up the conditions of peace, and their decision, known under the title of the Dictum of Kenilworth, was confirmed by the king in the Parliament. The efforts of the Pope, the uprightness and good sense of Prince Edward, and the weariness of all parties, at length brought about a general cessation of hostilities. On the 18th of November, 1267, more than 2 years after the battle of Evesham, the Parliament, which had assembled at Marlborough, adopted several of the liberal guarantees formerly proposed by the Earl of Leicester. The last of the patriots, as they called themselves, who still held the Isle of Ely, laid down their arms. The citizens of London received a fresh charter, and the country was at peace. Scarcely had peace been secured when Prince Edward took advantage of it to assume the cross, as did also his wife Eleanor of Castile and his cousin Henry of Almaine. They made sail in the month of July 1270. Louis IX had just set out on his second crusade, and Prince Edward, a great admirer of his uncle of France, was hastening to join him, when Henry of Almaine, who had been sent upon a secret mission to Italy, was assassinated by his cousins, the Montforts. This blow was fatal to the old king of the Romans, who died in the month of December 1271. 11 months afterwards, on the 16th of November 1272, his brother, King Henry III, also died. He was interred in Westminster Abbey. But before being lowered into the grave, the Earl of Gloucester placed his naked hand upon the corpse, took an oath of fidelity to King Edward I. The other barons followed his example. King Henry was 65 years of age, and had reigned 56. King only in name, Feeble and frivolous, he had seen the liberties of his people grow greater under his eyes and against his wish. His son, who was still vainly contending against them, was destined to derive from the free support and energetic ardor of the English nation the strength which served him throughout his wars and conquests. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Volume 1, Chapter 10, Part 1 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by VoiceofLandis in Zanesville, Ohio. You can find me at VoiceofLandis.com. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 10, Part 1. Meas Scotorum. Edward I, 1272 to 1307. Edward II, 1307 to 1327. The English fleet was speeding towards the coast of Tunis, to which place the policy of Charles of Anjou had taken Louis IX. Prince Edward was already rejoicing at the idea of going back to his uncle to gain instruction in Christian chivalry. But with the land appearing in the horizon when approaching the port, the French vessels were seen in mourning, the flag being at half-mast. A feeling of uneasiness spread through the fleet. A little bark put out from shore. She came alongside the prince's vessel. "The Holy King is dead," said the sailors, and they burst into tears. Prince Edward was in despair. He landed, but in imagination seemed to be walking among ghosts. The French soldiers, discouraged, sick, and disheartened, resolved to give up an enterprise the commencement of which had been so disastrous. The young King of France, Philip the Bold, urged Prince Edward to return like himself to his country, but Edward was inflexible. "I would go," said he, "even had I only with me Torvac my equerry." As far as Trapani in Sicily, he accompanied the funeral procession of King Philip, bearing the coffins of his father and brother. When he reached France, the unfortunate young monarch had added to these the biers of his wife, his sister, and his brother-in-law, the King of Navarre. Prince Edward left Sicily in the spring of 1271, making sail towards Acre, the only place which still remained in the hands of the Christians. He commanded a small band of troops, and the European knights who were in Palestine did not respond very readily to his appeal. An attack on Nazareth, followed by the massacre of the Mussulman garrison, and the repair of the walls round Acre was the result of the Seventh Crusade. When Edward himself nearly fell a victim, he was in his camp, on the Friday after Whit Sunday, towards the time of Vespers, overcome by the heat. He was resting upon a couch, when a messenger from the Emir of Jaffa presented himself at the door of the tent. He was in frequent communication with the prince, and was therefore allowed to enter. The Arab presented his papers, then suddenly, drawing a dagger from his long sleeve, he stabbed the prince in the region of his heart. Edward sprang up from his couch, and knocking down the assassin, fractured his skull with a stool. Then, repressing with a sign the violence of his attendants, who had appeared on hearing the commotion, and who were mutilating the assassin's body, "Of what use is it," he asked, "to strike a dead man?" The prince's wound was slight, but the idea of poison presented itself to everybody's mind. The Spanish legend relates that Eleanor of Castile kneeled down before her husband, and applying her lips to the wound, sucked the poison from the wound. This noble instance of conjugal love is disbelieved, however, by some historians. An English surgeon was called, who commenced a cruel operation. Eleanor was very pale, and her brother-in-law dragged her out of the tent. She struggled with him, weeping all the while. "It is better that you should cry," he said abruptly, "than that all England should be in mourning." Edward's wound was soon healed. As soon as his wife had recovered, after the birth of a little girl called Joan of Acre, in token of her birthplace, the English troops set sail again, promising themselves, as King Richard had done, to come back to the Holy Land with larger forces. But the ardor for the Crusades had died out. St. Louis and Prince Edward of England were the last Crusaders, and 18 years later, in 1291, the last remains of Christian power in the East disappeared in its turn. Acre was retaken by the Templars by the Sultan Keladin. The Holy Sepulchre thenceforth remained in the hands of the infidels. Prince Edward passed through Italy and paid a visit at Rome to Pope Gregory X. Formerly Archdeacon of Liege, a friend of the prince, and while with him, received tidings of the death of the king his father. The grief which this loss caused him was so violent that Charles of Anjou was astonished. A throne would readily have consoled him for the death of the weak Henry of Winchester. "You lost 2 children," he remarked, without displaying as much grief. "The Lord who gave me my children can give me others," rejoined Edward. "But who can give me back a father?" The new king was in no hurry to return to his kingdom. He stayed in Italy to obtain justice for the murder of Henry of Almagne. But Simon of Montfort was already dead, and Guy was subjected only to a term of imprisonment, but contrived to elude his jailers. Edward then proceeded to France to do homage for Guyenne to King Philip the Bold. He at the same time visited his possessions, being apprehensive, no doubt, that some plot might be on foot to deprive him of them. On his return he was challenged to single combat in a tournament by the Count of Chalon. Edward was warned by the Pope that the nobleman sought his life. He was by nature distrustful, and when he saw at Chalon a larger number of knights than he possessed himself, his suspicions were aroused, and the tournament became a battle. The English gained the victory. The Count of Chalon himself was for a moment in danger, Edward compelling him to save his life by surrendering to a mere man-at-arms. On the 2nd of August, 1274, the King of England at length landed at Dover, and on the 19th of the same month was crowned at Westminster. To the great delight of the people, the nation was proud of its young king, of his reputation for courage and virtue, of his exploits and perils in the Holy Land. His reign commenced under happy auspices. The Jews alone disliked the accession of a prince so renowned for his austere piety and for zeal against the infidels. Their instinct had not deceived them. Edward was always violently hostile to them, and one of the first acts of his government on his return from the crusade was to hang all the Jews who were in possession of sweated coin. More than 200 of them perished in London alone for this offense, common among both the Jews and the Christians. It was but the beginning of their grievances. Persecuted, plundered, imprisoned, the unlucky Israelites were finally banished from the country in 1290, and all the property which they were obliged to leave behind them was confiscated. While the king was hanging the Jews, he was also instituting a commission instructed to inquire the state of landed property in the kingdom, in order to put to a test the title deeds of the Christians. When proofs were wanting, the king exacted a fine before granting fresh letters patent. But this useful device was not always practicable. When Earl Warren was called upon to produce his documents, he drew his sword. "That is the title by which I hold my lands," he said, "and that will suffice me to defend them. Our fathers, who came over with William the Bastard, acquired the land with their good lances. He did not conquer the country unassisted, and he was supported by others, and his supporters shared the spoil with him." The Earl's title deeds were deemed sufficient. The prosperity of England was great at the time. Several years of rest had allowed its commerce to develop itself. The king respected the charters in all important particulars. His zealous judicial administration had diminished the number of robbers who infested the highways, and had secured the integrity of the magistrates, and in consequence he was popular amongst his subjects. But this peaceful glory did not suffice for Edward I. As ambitious as his ancestors, he had a desire to make conquests in other quarters. Instead of looking with an envious eye on the continent, he had conceived the project of subjecting the whole of Great Britain to his dominion. Scotland was far off, and he could find no pretext for declaring war in that direction. Wales had never recognized anything but a partial authority of the kings of England, and the reigning Prince Llewellyn had neglected to do homage to Edward I on his accession to the throne. It was in this direction, then, that the king turned his attention. He advanced toward the frontiers of Wales towards the end of the year 1276. All attempts at negotiation failed, and Llewellyn was declared a rebel in that part of the year when the snow was beginning to cover the mountains. The war could not possibly begin for several months. Edward, however, did not lose time. David, the younger brother of Llewellyn, had been deprived by the latter of all his property. The King of England conferred many favors upon him, and the prince, out of gratitude, summoned all his partisans under the standard of England. Hostilities began in the summer. Edward entered the enemy's territory, while his fleet took possession of the Isle of Anglesey, and, driving Llewellyn from castle to castle, from retreat to retreat, he reduced him in a short time to famine in the depths of the forests. The Welsh prince was obliged to surrender, hard as were the conditions which were imposed upon him. But Edward was generous, although severe. He remitted his demands one by one, and ended by consenting to the marriage of Llewellyn with Eleanor of Montfort, daughter of the Earl of Leicester. She had for some time been affianced to him, and had been captured at sea in the preceding year, when she was proceeding to Wales. David had received a large gift of property. Edward withdrew his armies, leaving in Wales only some soldiers in the castles, and the Chief Justice, Roger Clifford, who was entrusted with the government of the new conquest. The King of England had not taken into account the patriotic spirit which endeared their national independence to the Welsh people. In vain had he raised David to the rank of earl. In vain had he given him an English wife, as soon as the Welsh prince found himself in his mountains again. He remembered only that his country was formerly free, and that he had contributed towards reducing it to subjection. The civil and military measures ordained by Edward were obnoxious to the people. The highways which were opened up across forests, the executions of criminals, which had been formerly punished by fines, according to the Welsh laws, the encroachments of the king's officers upon the rights of the Welsh nobility, so many grievances easily furnished pretext for David's new resolve. He persuaded his brother to break all his engagements with Edward. An old prophecy of Merlin began to circulate again throughout the mountains. It was to the effect that the Prince of Wales would be crowned in London when the money in that town should be round. And it was rumored in Wales that it was forbidden to cut in halves the new coin which had recently been struck in England, as had hitherto been the practice. The day of victory seemed at length to have arrived. It was on Palm Sunday, 1282. Dark night had come on, and a violent storm was raging in the forests. David suddenly attacked Hawarden Castle, where the chief justiciar resided. The latter was seized in his bed, wounded, and dragged into the mountains. All the country rose. Llewellyn joined his brother and laid siege to the castles of Flint and Rhydalham. The English settlers were everywhere murdered. All Wales was up in arms when tidings of the insurrection reached the king. Edward pretended not to believe in the magnitude of the rebellion, but he adopted active measures to repress it. He soon arrived in the mountains. The autumn had come, the bad weather was beginning, and the English suffered greatly from the inclemency of the climate. A portion of the army who tried to make use of the temporary bridge, uniting the Isle of Anglesey to the mainland, were attacked by the insurgents and completely destroyed. Edward himself was several times obliged to retreat. Llewellyn, emboldened by his success, entrusted David to defend the defiles of the mountains and marched to meet the king, who had gathered large forces near Carmarthen. A detachment encountered the Welsh prince in a farm where he had slept, and, without knowing him, an English knight engaged in a combat with him. Llewellyn was killed. The struggle was then carried on between the English and the Welsh who had come to join their prince. When the dead were despoiled after the battle, Llewellyn was recognized, and his head was sent to Edward in token of victory. David still held his position in the mountains. At length he was betrayed, delivered up to the English, and imprisoned in Durham Castle with his wife and children. In the month of September 1283, the English Parliament condemned him to death as guilty of high treason, while Edward promised a new prince to the country which he had just subdued. Queen Eleanor was at Carnarvon Castle, waiting to be delivered of a child. She gave birth to a son on the 25th of April, 1284. The child was immediately called Edward, Prince of Wales, and when he found himself heir presumptive to the throne, by the death of his elder brother Alphonsus, his title became the appanage of the eldest son of the King of England, thus perpetuating the remembrance of the definitive subjection of the Welsh people and the feeble consolation which the conqueror had offered to them. A few years of peace followed the conquest of Wales. The king had been recalled on the continent to serve as an arbitrator on the claims of the houses of France, of Aragon, and of Anjou to the crown of Sicily. His English subjects were clamoring for his return. and they ended by refusing him the necessary subsidies. The king then returned to England, but a great misfortune awaited him. Queen Eleanor died on the 29th of November, 1292. With her disappeared the softening influence which had modified the haughty character and ambitious views of the king, and just at this moment a great temptation offered itself to him. The King of Scotland, Alexander III, had died in 1286, leaving no other heir than his granddaughter Margaret, Princess of Norway. She was still a child, and her father had kept her for some time past with him. She at length sailed for Scotland in 1290, but she died during the passage, and Scotland became a prey to all the evils of a contested succession. 13 noblemen, descendants of members of the royal family, set up claims to the throne simultaneously, but 2 of them had prospects very much better than those of any of the others. These were John Balliol and Robert Bruce, grandson and son of 2 elder daughters of David, Earl of Huntingdon, the younger brother of King William the Lion, but no one possessed claims sufficiently strong to impress the people in their favor. The Scotch, troubled by the prospect of anarchy without result, sent an embassy to King Edward to ask him to act as arbitrator in this serious aspect of affairs and to decide who should be King of Scotland. Edward received the deputation at Norham on the 10th of May, 1291, and from the first declared that, as liege lord of Scotland, he would settle the question of the succession, insisting first of all upon the recognition of his rights of superiority by the pretenders. The Scotch people hesitated. They asked for a delay. "By St. Edward, from whom I hold my crown," cried the King of England, "I will establish my just rights or perish in the attempt." And the assembly was adjourned until the 2nd of June following. Edward had convoked all of the barons. On the appointed day, 8 claimants had met near Norham, in the plain of Hollywell Haugh, on the Scotch territory, when the Chancellor of England asked the pretenders, among whom was Robert Bruce, whether they were willing to abide by the decision of Edward, King of England. As liege lord of Scotland, Bruce recognized without hesitation the rights of the powerful monarch who could award the crown to him. His rivals did likewise, and John Balliol, who arrived on the morrow, was the more willing to compromise the safety of his country as he believed he had secured the favor of Edward. The Chancellor had taken care to announce, in the name of his master, that the right of the king as liege lord, which had just been recognized, in no way affected the titles to property which he might think proper to proclaim valid thereafter. On the 3rd of June, a commission was appointed to examine the rights of the 2 great pretenders, and the regents of Scotland consigned all the royal castles to Edward, on condition that he should give them up 2 months after the decision between Bruce and Balliol. On the 15th of the same month, the pretenders took the oath of allegiance to Edward, as did also a great number of Scotch barons, and peace was proclaimed in his name, as liege lord of Scotland. The first step in the path of dependence had been made. The second act of the drama was enacted at Berwick Castle on the 17th of November, 1292. There King Edward, having made a scrutiny of the rights of all the pretenders, and having consulted the Parliament of Scotland at length, declared that the grandson of the elder daughter had a prior claim to that of the son of the younger daughter, thus deciding in favor of Balliol to the exclusion of Bruce. On the 19th, the governors of the castles received instructions to give up their keys to the new king, and on the morrow Balliol swore fidelity to Edward at Norham. Having been crowned on the 30th at Scone, he proceeded to England, whither King Edward had been called in consequence of the illness and death of Eleanor of Castile. The new king did homage for the kingdom of Scotland on the 26th of November at Newcastle. The King of England again reserved his rights of property. While Edward was laboring to subject the Scotch people, King Philip the Fair was secretly plotting with the intention of driving the English from the French soil and depriving them of Aquitaine. An encounter had taken place between the English and Norman sailors on the coast of Guienne. The merchantmen of the 2 countries, taking sides warmly, had been engaged in several fights with each other. The King of France seized the opportunity, some outrages having been committed on his subjects, to summon King Edward to appear at his court as Duke of Aquitaine, in order to answer before his peers for the offenses committed against his liege lord. Edward sent his brother Edmund, who weakly consented to satisfy the feudal honor of King Philip by placing in the hands of the French officers the Duchy of Gascony for a period of 40 days. The conditions were agreed to. The question was not one of territorial aggrandizement, but of reparation. The English prince waited for 40 days. This period of time having elapsed, he came to claim the restoration of his domains. The King of France laughed and declared that the Duke of Aquitaine had forfeited his rights as a vassal by not presenting himself personally before his liege lord. The Grand Constable was at once sent to all the towns and castles belonging to King Edward. A large number of them opened their gates to him. The Duchy of Aquitaine was returning. It was said to the crown. Edward I, however, had commended his preparations for reclaiming his provinces by force of arms. The English ships were about to weigh anchor, when a violent insurrection broke out in Wales. The king dispatched a little body of troops into Gascony, sent his fleet to hover around the coasts and seize all the French ships which might come in their way, and dispatched the greater portion of his forces to Wales. In spite of the winter, the snow, the mountains, the impenetrable forest, and the obstinacy of the insurgents, Edward pursued his enemies in all directions, and contrived to subdue them. Madoc, the ringleader, laid down his arms. The most intractable chiefs were sentenced to be imprisoned for life, and the king, triumphant, left Wales to embark for France. The Scotch did not allow him time, however, to accomplish his intention. Since Edward had placed the feeble Baliol upon the throne of Scotland, he had spared him no humiliation. Every time that a petitioner, dissatisfied with the justice of the King of Scotland, thought proper to appeal to the liege lord, Edward would summon Baliol to appear at his court to render an account of his judgment, and this summons was repeated 4 times during the first year of his reign. At length, in 1293, in the matter of a complaint of the Earl of Fife, Baliol, who was tired of these proceedings, declared that the question concerned his subjects, and that he could not reply to the appeal without consulting his people. "What?" cried Edward. "You are my vassal. You have done homage to me, and it is to answer to me for your acts that you are here," Baliol persisted. The English Parliament condemned his conduct, and King Edward only consented to retard by some months the pronouncing of the sentence. In the interval, the difficulty about Guienne occurred, and King Edward, occupied with his struggles against his own liege lord, soon learnt that his vassal, the King of Scotland, led on by the national movement in his country, had contracted with King Philip an alliance cemented by a promise of marriage between his young son Edward and Jane of Valois, niece of the King of France. A short time before the Parliament of Scotland had decided on sending back all the Englishmen employed at the court and formed a council consisting of 4 earls, 4 bishops, and 4 barons who were entrusted with the management of the affairs of the kingdom. Baliol was held by his subjects in a kind of captivity. The suspicions which King Edward had conceived and which had kept him in England while he sent his brother into Guyenne were soon justified. The Scotch invaded the country of Cumberland with a large army, but were easily repulsed. Edward soon advanced towards the frontier, marching first of all against Berwick. He attacked the town by land and sea, and all resistance was useless. The king, mounted upon his horse Bayard, was the first to spring across the dike which protected the town. A fearful massacre took place. Neither age nor sex excited any pity. It was on the 30th of March, 1296. On the 5th of April, the abbot of Arbroath presented himself at the English camp. He brought Baliol's renunciation of all homage towards the King of England. Edward had a short time before addressed a similar communication to Philip, King of France, but this coincidence did not appease his anger. "Ah, then the scoundrel has dared to defy me," he cried. "If he will not come to us, we will go to them." And he marched forward, taking possession on his way of the castles which resisted him. Dunbar, Roxburgh, Dumbarton, Jedburgh, Edinburgh, Stirling had already fallen into Edward's hands. When a fresh message from Baliol was brought to him, he humbly begged for peace. The king did not do his revolted vassal the honor of treating him as a sovereign and of negotiating personally with him. He ordered Baliol to proceed to the castle of Brechin, to which place he dispatched the Bishop of Durham. A few days later, on the 7th of June, 1296, Baliol, deprived of all his regal insignia, with a white rod in his hand, presented himself at the cemetery of Strathcathro, in the county of Angus, acknowledging that he had violated all his obligations towards his liege lord, who had very justly invaded his fief. After this act of self-abasement and renunciation, tired, he said, of the malice and ingratitude of men, he was sent to the Tower in honorable captivity, and subsequently ended his life in his domains of Normandy, forgotten or despised by all. Robert Bruce at once claimed the crown. "Do you think that I have nothing else to do but to conquer kingdoms for you?" King Edward harshly replied. And he marched towards the north, receiving everywhere the homage of the Scotch nobility. He had convened a parliament at Berwick. He proceeded there on the 28th of August in order to arrange the government of his new acquisition. He displayed on this occasion great prudence and moderation. He returned to the church all property which had been confiscated from it, and left the interior offices in the hands of the functionaries who occupied them. But the guardianship of the castles was confided to the English. Warren, Earl of Surrey, was nominated governor, Hugh de Cressingham, treasurer, and William Ormsby, chief justiciar. Scotland was treated as a conquered country. King Edward now thought himself at leisure to devote his attention to his affairs in France and to prepare to cross the Channel. The allies of England upon the continent were in urgent need of his help. The Earl of Barr, the son-in-law of Edward, had been defeated and made a prisoner in an attempt against Champagne, and his wife, being unable to regain her liberty, had died of grief. Guy, Count of Flanders, had been attracted to Paris under false pretenses. Together with his wife and his daughter Philippa, who had been affianced to Prince Edward of England, all three had been thrown into prison, and although the Count proceeded in buying his freedom, he had been compelled to leave his daughter in the hands of Philip the Fair, who denied the right of vassals to give their daughters in marriage without the authority of their lord. King Edward would have great difficulty in helping his foreign allies, for he was engaged in a struggle against his English subjects. The conquest of the countries of Wales and Scotland had required great efforts, and the nation had borne its heavy burdens without murmuring. In 1295, however, on a demand of the king, who required one half of their revenues, the clergy appealed to Pope Boniface VIII, who issued a bull in their favor, but the ecclesiastical thunders had begun to lose their terrors. Edward had seized upon the property of the clergy, and the bishops ended by giving in. The merchants and citizens were more obstinate than the priests, and when the king, in 1297, conceived the idea of imposing an enormous tax upon every bale of wool, making at the same time large requisitions for grain, the complaints became loud. From remonstrance, the people had arrived at overt resistance, when the king seized at all the ports the wool and skins intended for exportation and sold them for his own benefit. The merchants met together, protested against this evil toll, as they called it, and declared that the Magna Charta ordered that the English people were not to be taxed without their own consent. A certain number of powerful noblemen supported the citizens in this movement. King Edward had raised two armies. One was to march to Guyenne, and the other to Flanders to help the Count Guy, who was anxious to avenge his injuries on King Philippe. Edmund, King Edward's brother, had died in Guyenne. The king himself reckoned upon commanding the expedition in Flanders. He summoned to Salisbury Humphrey Bohun, Earl of Hereford and Constable of England, and Roger Bigod, Earl of Norfolk, Field Marshal, to entrust to them the command of the army of Guyenne. Both replied that their offices compelled them to remain near the king's person during the war, and that they would not proceed to Guyenne without him. "By the Lord God Almighty, my Lord Earl," cried Edward, addressing himself to Bigod, "you shall go, or you shall be hanged." "By the Lord God Almighty, Sire King," replied the proud baron, calmly, "I shall not go, neither shall I be hanged," and both retired to their estates, immediately followed by 30 bannerets and by 1,500 knights, who everywhere created an opposition to the levying of the taxes. The king was in an awkward position. He convoked in London a popular assembly, having taken care, first of all, to become reconciled with the Archbishop of Canterbury, Winchelsea, who had been the prime mover in the resistance of the clergy, and had found himself deprived of all his revenues in consequence. Then, accompanied by the prelate, the Earl of Warwick, and Prince Edward, the king appealed directly to the people, assuring them that nothing was more disagreeable to him than to impose heavy burdens upon his well-beloved subjects, but that had been compelled to do so in order to defend them against the Scotch, the Welsh, and the French. "I am now going to expose myself for you to the risks of war," said he. "If I return alive, I will repay you for everything. If I should die, there is my son. Place him upon the throne, and his gratitude will reward you fidelity." The king was weeping, and all those who were present were profoundly touched. Prince Edward was declared regent amid public acclamation. The Archbishop of Canterbury was nominated as his adviser, and the king marched towards the coast. He had only arrived at Winchester when he was stopped on the 12th of August by a remonstrance from the prelates, the earls, the barons, and the commoners of England, declaring that they were not obliged to accompany him into Flanders, their ancestors not having served the kings of England in that country, and they added that, even were they so disposed, the poverty to which they had been reduced did not allow them to do so. The king, they said, had already violated on several occasions the charters which he had solemnly ratified. His evil toll was intolerable, and his absence was about to leave the country a prey to the invasions of the Scotch and the Welsh. The king made an evasive reply to this declaration, reckoning upon the affection of the common people. He made sail with the troops who remained with him, and disembarked at Sluys towards the end of August. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Recording done by VoiceofLandis, Zanesville, Ohio. You can find me at VoiceofLandis.com. Volume 1, Chapter 10, Part 2 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by VoiceofLandis, Zanesville. You can find me at VoiceofLandis.com. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 10, Part 2. Scarcely had Edward left the coasts of England when Bigod and Bohun entered London on the 24th of August at the head of considerable forces. The strictest discipline prevailed in the ranks of their followers. They went straight to the treasury and deposited their complaints against the arbitrary exactions and the violations of Magna Charta committed by the king. Then, proceeding to Guildhall, they exhorted the citizens of London to maintain their rights. The young regent, being alarmed, convoked a parliament, which abolished the impost upon wool, and decreed that no tax whatever should in future be raised without the consent of the bishops, peers, citizens, and freemen of the kingdom, and that the king should not seize upon any goods without authority of the owners. Orders were sent out to read the Magna Charta in all the churches once a year, under pain of excommunication against those who should endeavor to prevent it. This law was to be proclaimed every Sunday in all the churches. This act, signed in London, was sent to Ghent, where King Edward was at the time. They demanded that it should be ratified. The barons undertook to join the king in Flanders, or to march against Scotland, where the people had again risen, according to his pleasure. During 3 days the pride of King Edward resisted. At length he signed the document, promising himself to make all his concessions void afterwards. As soon as they were secure in their victory, the barons set out for Scotland. Edward needed the support and goodwill of his English subjects, for he had gained but little success in Flanders, after having with difficulty quelled the violent rivalries which had occurred in his fleet between the sailors of the different ports. He had found a great number of Flemish towns occupied by the French, supported by a party powerful in the country itself. The Count Guy had again fallen into the hands of the King of France. The Flemish and English would often engage in struggles against each other. After having fought together against the French, Edward's foreign allies, the Emperor, the Duke of Austria, and the Duke of Brabant, sent no help, believing they had done their share in receiving the subsidies of England. King Edward listened to the overtures of Pope Boniface VIII, who was endeavoring to re-establish peace. He left Guy of Flanders in prison, where the latter, as well as his daughter, afterwards died. He affianced his son Edward to Isabel of France, thus laying the foundation of the misfortune of his lifetime, and himself married Princess Margaret, who was then 17 years of age, contenting himself with recovering Aquitaine, while Guyenne still remained in the hands of Philip the Fair. Peace being thus concluded, Edward started on his return to his kingdom, where the position of affairs imperatively required his presence. The great Scotch noblemen had taken the oath of allegiance to the King of England, but the less powerful ones had not had the honor of accomplishing that act of submission. Sir Malcolm Wallace of Ellerslie had not taken the oath, nor had his second son, William Wallace, who was already outlawed for the murder of an English soldier in consequence of a dispute. He had lived since then in the mountains, but having one day appeared at the market in Lanark, he was insulted by an Englishman, whom he killed. He found a friendly shelter and contrived to escape, but the house which had protected him was burnt, and the mistress of it lost her life. Wallace swore to wreak a terrible revenge upon the English. Soon all the adventurers, outlaws, and bold spirits weary of subjection rallied around Wallace. At the moment when King Edward started for Flanders, the Scottish leader had already become a dangerous partisan, attacking the English when he met them in small numbers and plundering the country under their authority. His forces were increasing in number. Many noblemen had joined him and were raising their standards in favor of John, King of Scotland. A certain number of powerful noblemen followed them. Robert Bruce himself, grandson of him who had contested the crown against Balliol, had come over to the national party. "The Pope will absolve me from all the oaths which I have involuntarily sworn in favor of King Edward," said the future deliverer of Scotland. The Earl of Surrey was raising forces in the southern part of the kingdom. When the two armies came in sight of each other near the town of Irvine, in the county of Ayr, they were about equal in numbers, but the English troops were well drilled and obedient to a single general. Wallace's army was disorderly, divided, led by rival chiefs and little disposed to admit the superiority of an outlaw of low origin. No encounter took place. On the 9th of July, the great Scotch noblemen laid down their arms and tendered their submission to King Edward. One baron alone, Sir Andrew Moray of Bothwell, remained faithful to the national party, but Wallace took with him a large number of vassals of the noblemen who had surrendered, and his raids upon the territory occupied by the English became bolder and bolder every day. Stirling was seriously threatened by the insurgents. When the Earls of Surrey and Cressingham advanced with large forces, the two parties occupied the opposite banks of the Forth. Wallace's position was excellent, and he was offered terms. "Tell your masters," he replied to the envoy, "that we are not here to parley, but to assert our rights and to deliver Scotland. Let them advance. We are ready." The English hesitated. Surrey deemed the attack dangerous, but Cressingham, like a true financier, was complaining loudly of the ravages made upon the king's treasury by an army which did not fight, and the general yielded. At daybreak on the 11th of September, 1297, the English army began marching across the bridge. It was narrow, and the soldiers passed over it slowly. When one portion of the army had crossed, Wallace caused the bridge to be occupied by a detachment, and he attacked the English, which had not yet had time to form in order of battle. The slaughter was fearful. Among the dead bodies was found Cressingham, who was odious to the Scotch by reason of the severity of his administration. His savage enemies flayed him in order to preserve his skin in remembrance of their revenge. Surrey retreated with the remainder of his forces, but Wallace's success had delivered Scotland for the time being. The castles were surrendering in every direction. The popular champion entered Northumberland and pillaged the English territory, while famine kept him away from Scotland. When he reappeared in his country, laden with plunder, an assembly of noblemen awarded to him the title of governor of the kingdom and commander-in-chief of King John's forces. Baliol, still imprisoned in England, smiled bitterly at this use of his name. Meanwhile, King Edward had recrossed the sea, and his orders for the levying of a large army had preceded him. In the eyes of the conqueror of Scotland, the insurrection led by Wallace was a rebellion, not a patriotic movement. Scarcely had he set foot in England than he marched towards the north, having halted for a while at York, where he was to have convened a parliament. The barons who had formerly placed themselves at the head of the popular resistance came and met him to demand the ratification of the concessions granted at Ghent. "By and by," cried Edward, "I have no leisure time just now. I must first of all reduce the Scotch rebels to obedience." And he swore before 3 bishops that he would occupy himself with the liberties of his English subjects when he should have riveted the chains of his Scottish subjects. Bigod and Bowen were satisfied with this promise and followed him into Scotland. The king's vessels were delayed. He was detained between Edinburgh and Linlithgow. When an insurrection broke out in his camp, the Welsh troops threatened to leave him and go over to the Scotch. "I care little," said Edward. "If my enemies join my enemies, I will punish them all in one day." The provisions began to run short, and a retreat was spoken of, when the Bishop of Durham was warned on the 10th of July, 1298, that the Scotch army was encamped in the forest of Falkirk, and was preparing to attack the English troops. "Glory be to God," cried Edward. "He has delivered me up to the present from all dangers. They need not follow me, for I will go to them." In raising his camp, he marched against the Scotch troops. It is related that during the night before the battle, being asleep by the side of his horse, the king had 2 ribs broken by a kick from the animal. This circumstance created a profound sensation throughout the army. It was said that the king was dying through some treachery. Edward donned his armor, mounted his horse, and continued the march. The Scotch army was at length in sight. In front of them was a marsh, and the archers and pikemen were protected by a palisade. When Wallace saw the lances of the enemy glistening in the sun, he called out to his men, "I have led you to the dance, now hop if you can." The Scottish infantry valiantly withstood the shock of the 2 army corps, led by Bigod, Bowen, and the bellicose Bishop of Durham, but the cavalry were terrified on seeing the superior forces of the English and fled in confusion. The pikemen and archers began to give way. The palisades were trampled down, and the victory was complete. The field of the Battle of Falkirk was strewn with the corpses of the Scottish soldiers. When Wallace contrived to fall back upon Stirling with the remainder of his army, the English followed him there, but they found the town burnt. Wallace had disappeared. King Edward was desolating the country by fire and sword. The inhabitants of the towns were flying at his approach. St. Andrews was deserted when the king set fire to it. The citizens of Perth burnt their own town. Provisions were now scarce. Edward was obliged to retreat towards the end of September 1298, leaving all the north of Scotland in the hands of the patriots, who had just constituted a council of the regency, at the head of which was John Comyn. Scarcely had the king crossed the frontier when his enemies threatened Stirling Castle. Other troubles awaited Edward in England. He had convoked the Parliament at Westminster for the month of March 1299. The barons claimed the fulfillment of his promises and the ratification of the new liberties added by them to the Magna Charta. The king still delayed, denying the validity of a confirmation made in a foreign country. He experienced, he said, displeasure at finding himself thus pressed to grant a favor against his inclination. The barons, however, insisting, the king left London almost secretly and went into the country under pretense of being indisposed. The barons followed him there, renewing their demands. At length the king, wearied of this, sent to the Parliament the required ratification, but with a puerile want of good faith he added to the concessions, so hardly won, this little sentence: saving the rights of the crown. The barons, indignant, left London in their turn, but to prepare for resistance. The king still reckoned upon the devotion of the people of the city. He ordered the sheriffs to cause the charter to be read at the cross of St. Paul's. An immense crowd was assembled, hailing with applause each of the clauses which guaranteed the rights of the people. But when the reader came to the phrase, saving the rights of the crown, his voice was drowned by whistling, shouting, and loud menaces. Edward was too shrewd and sagacious to resist the will of the people when expressed in such an unmistakable manner. He convened a fresh parliament, solemnly ratified all the concessions without mentioning the rights of the crown, and nominated a commission of 3 bishops, 3 earls, and 3 barons to prepare a charter limiting the royal forests, which had hitherto been extended at times into private property. The charter was ratified in the year 1300. Bohun had just died, but Bigod was still alive, and the victory was definitely assured to the barons, in spite of the efforts which the king was still making to deliver himself from a yoke which was insupportable to his haughty character and his ambitious projects. The marriage of King Edward with Margaret of France had taken place, as had also his son's betrothal to Isabel, September 1299, and 2 little incursions into Scotland had produced no other result than an intervention on the part of Pope Boniface VIII. In favor of the Scotch by virtue of the rights which he claimed over that kingdom, although haughtily refusing to recognize this strange pretension, the King of England had 3 times granted a truce to the insurgents. The third had just expired when the Treaty of Montreal, made between England and France on the 30th of May, 1303, gave up Guyenne to Edward, who abandoned his Flemish allies as Philip the Fair did his Scottish allies. Freed from care on the score of continental affairs, Edward, on the day following the ratification of the treaty, marched into Scotland. He was already at Edinburgh on the 4th of June, and his progress across the northern counties resembled a triumphal march. All the fortresses opened their gates. Buchan Castle alone remained closed. While the English were attacking, Sir Thomas Maule, the governor, was marching up and down the ramparts, with a handkerchief in his hand, wiping off the dust raised by the battering rams. On the 20th day of the siege he was struck with an arrow, and, when dying, stigmatized the soldiers as cowards who were asking permission of him to surrender. Scarcely had the valiant champion breathed his last when his castle was given up to the English forces. The king established himself in winter quarters in the Abbey of Dunfermline, and it was there that the Scotch barons came to negotiate for peace. Each one had drawn up his own conditions. Wallace had disappeared since the Battle of Falkirk. The noblemen had supplanted him in the government of the country, which he had delivered without their aid. The king caused a proclamation to be made that the outlaw should surrender at discretion. Wallace, however, took no notice, but remained in the mountains. The castle of Stirling now alone offered any resistance. In spite of the injunctions of the Scottish Parliament assembled by Edward, Sir William Oliphant, who commanded it, was compelled to surrender on the 26th of July, 1304. A last blow was about to strike the patriotic party in Scotland. Wallace, betrayed by his friend Monteith, was delivered into the hands of the English in the month of August, 1305. King Edward had not the generosity to pardon the proud patriot who had so long resisted him. Wallace had broken no oath. He had never sworn allegiance to King Edward, and he had fought for the independence of his country, but he was nevertheless condemned to suffer a traitor's death. He was executed at Smithfield on the 23rd of August, and the portions of his dismembered body were sent to different towns in Scotland, where, however, the people were more inclined to treat them as sacred relics than to consider them as emblems of disgrace. Wallace had kindled a fire which was not destined to die out, and it was in vain that Edward had thought to stifle it by severe punishment. Scarcely had the government of Scotland been constituted by a commission of prelates and Scottish barons pursuing their labors in London in conjunction with the English members of Parliament, When a fresh insurrection broke out in Scotland, a new chief presented himself for the cause of independence, one who was destined to achieve the task begun by Wallace. It was Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick. For a long time, Bruce had vacillated between the two parties. Having been engaged during his youth in the service of Edward by his father, he had sworn allegiance, then violated his oath, but finally determined to observe his old professions. After the fall of Balliol, he had proposed to Comyn, surnamed the Red, a powerful Scottish lord and one of his neighbors, that whichever of the two should establish his claim to the crown should bequeath the kingdom to the other as an indemnity. Comyn had pretended to accept the bargain, but had secretly warned Edward of the conspiracy. Bruce, who was in England, was about to be arrested, in spite of his kinship to the royal family. He had married Joan of Valence, Edward's cousin. When Gilbert de Clare sent a pair of spurs to him by a messenger, Bruce took the hint and immediately mounted his horse. He did not know what danger threatened him, or who had betrayed him, yet he was careful to conceal his traces. Meeting with a servant of Comyn, who was carrying fresh communications to Edward, he received the missives and assured himself of Comyn's treachery, then hastened back to Scotland. A few days later, on the 10th of February, 1306, these two enemies met at Dumfries, and Bruce called Comyn into a chapel of the minorities, in order to demand an explanation of his conduct. They were alone. The dispute became furious. Bruce drew his dagger and struck Comyn, who fell upon the steps of the high altar. Pale and agitated, Bruce left the chapel hurriedly. His haggard appearance struck his friends who were in attendance upon him. "What have you done?" Fitzpatrick of Colesburn asked him. "I think I have killed Comyn." "You think?" cried Fitzpatrick. "Then I will make sure of it." In re-entering the holy place, he struck the wounded man another blow, killed the latter's uncle, Sir Robert Comyn, who tried to defend his nephew and returned to Bruce. The little band hurried away at a gallop. Bruce had only one course before him now. He was henceforth an outlaw, and the boldest action became necessary. But the fire was smoldering in all the noble hearts of Scotland. As soon as Bruce raised the standard of independence, some priests and lords gathered around him, and boldly crowned him at Scone. On the day of Annunciation, 1306, Scotland had a king. Edward first heard of it at Winchester a few days later. In the eyes of the King of England, Bruce was a rebel, and was, moreover, a man who must be punished for having committed sacrilege. He sent a small army into Scotland under the command of the Earl of Pembroke, and, tired and sick as he was, began to make extensive preparations for marching personally against the insurgents. Prince Edward, his son, was 22 years of age, and had not yet been knighted. On the 23rd of May, during Whitsuntide, the young man, having received his spurs from the hands of his father, conferred the same distinction upon 270 young lords, companions of his pleasures, who were about to become his comrades in arms. All the company then met at a magnificent banquet. A golden fillet was brought upon a table, containing 2 swans, emblems of constancy and fidelity. Then the king, placing his hand upon their heads, swore to avenge the death of Comyn, and to punish the rebels of Scotland, without sleeping for 2 nights in the same place, and to start immediately afterwards for Palestine, in order to rescue the Holy Sepulchre. The young men swore the same oath as the king, and the latter made them promise, if he should die during the war in Scotland, not to bury his body until the conquest should have been achieved. The prince immediately afterwards started for the frontiers with his companions. The king followed less rapidly, as he could only travel upon a litter. Meanwhile, Bruce's forces had increased rapidly. The malcontents, and they were very numerous, were beginning to declare themselves and to rally around the new king. When the Earl of Pembroke arrived in Scotland, the insurgents were in high spirits, but a battle was fought on the 19th of June near the woods of Methven, which destroyed their illusions. Many Scots were killed. The prisoners were put to death, and Bruce retired into the mountains of Atholl with 500 men. Too ill to proceed further, King Edward had been obliged to stop at Carlisle, but he was directing all the operations of his troops, and ordering the executions of the prisoners. thus bearing witness to his deep-rooted resentment against Scotland. Bruce was leading the life of a roaming knight in the forests, hunting and fishing, accompanied only by a few faithful friends. His wife, his two sisters, and the Countess of Buchan shared with him his adventurous existence, which the fine weather rendered tolerable, even in Scotland. Meanwhile, winter was coming on, and it became necessary to seek more civilized quarters. Bruce's little band was attacked by Lord de Lorne, a relation of Comyn's and a mortal enemy of Bruce. The King of Scotland's companions were falling under the battle-axes of Lochaber when he sounded the retreat, and, clad in armor and mounted upon a good war-horse, took up his position in a defile, and defended the approach single-handed. Lorne's mountaineers hesitated, being terrified at the immovable countenance, the long sword always on guard, and the bright eyes glistening under the helmet. At length 3 men, a father and 2 sons named Mac-Andraser, famous in their clan for their strength and courage, sprang forward together upon the royal champion. One seized the bridle of the horse, and the arm fell at his side, his hand being severed. Another fastened himself to the leg of the horseman. The horse pranced about, and the unhappy warrior had his head split open by a sword stroke. The father, who was more skillful, as well as maddened at the fate of his sons, clutched the king's cloak. He was still holding it after his death, and Bruce was compelled to leave in the hands of the corpse this token of the desperate struggle. The king had retreated without being wounded, but it was necessary to place his wife and sisters in safety, and the castle of Keldrummy afforded them a shelter, while Bruce took refuge in the Hebrides. The separation was doomed to be a sad and long one, for the castle was taken, and Nigel Bruce, Robert's younger brother, was cruelly put to death. The Queen of Scotland was sent to England, and Bruce's sisters-in-law, shut up in wooden cages, were exposed to the public sight of Berwick and Broxborough. Every time that any of the adherents of Bruce fell into the hands of the English troops, they were put to death. The king himself, who was now excommunicated and proscribed, had taken refuge in the little island of Rathlin. His retreat was unknown to his enemies, and a reward was offered in Scotland to whoever would give news of Robert Bruce, who was lost, stolen, or strayed. It was in the spring of 1307 that Bruce suddenly reappeared, supported by some ships which had been lent to him by Christiana, Lady of the Isles, deceived by a false indication. He attacked Henry Percy, to whom King Edward had recently given the castle of Carrick. Bruce's own property, and taking his enemies by surprise, he defeated them, causing great slaughter, and returned in triumph to the castle, which, however, he could not hold for any length of time, surrounded as he was on all sides not only by the English forces, but by his personal enemies and all the family of Comyn. The capture of Carrick Castle was nevertheless Robert's first step upon the ladder of fortune, but yesterday a fugitive, he was now rejoined by his scattered supporters. After his success, warriors who had previously been undecided embraced the cause of Bruce, whose forces became so formidable that Edward, who was furious, resolved to leave Carlisle to march in person against the rebels. He caused his litter to be hung up in York Cathedral in memory of his sickness, and was about to mount his horse when he heard that the Earl of Pembroke had been defeated on the 10th of May by Bruce at Loudon Hill. The rage of the king lent him strength for a while. He started out for Carlisle at the head of a large corps, but the journey was cut short, and he was obliged to stop. When not more than 3 leagues from Carlisle, death came and chilled the proud heart and the indomitable spirit once animated by the noblest and most chivalrous desires, but for several years absorbed in ambitious projects and cruel schemes of revenge. His last words were a recommendation to his son to finish the task which had been begun, to be good to his young brothers, and to maintain 300 knights in the Holy Land. When he was buried at Westminster, an inscription was placed upon his tomb, covered by a block of stone brought from Palestine. Edwardus Primus, Edward I, Maius Scotum, the scourge of the Scots. 1307, Pactum Serva. 1307, keep the covenant. Among the sovereigns who had governed England, very few held the power with a firmer hand than Edward I. Very few, however, saw the foundation of more liberties. In vain, in 1307, when the king had thought the conquest of Scotland assured, had he hoped to effect his deliverance from the yoke which his people had imposed upon him. In vain had he obtained from the Pope a bull on the 4th of January, 1305, which relieved him of his oaths and annulled the charters which he had ratified, forbidding anyone, under pain of excommunication, to claim their fulfillment. In vain, Bohun being dead, had Edward's threat succeeded in intimidating old Bigod and his faithful ally, the Archbishop of Canterbury. The attitude taken by the entire nation had caused the king to hesitate, and had he not yet made public the papal bull, when the insurrection in Scotland absorbed all his attention and necessitated the assistance of Parliament. The liberties acquired by the barons now had a durable guarantee. The great lords were not obliged to resort incessantly to arms. Parliaments having been instituted, we have seen the deputies of the towns summoned to Parliament for the first time by the Earl of Leicester, under King Edward I. The barons began to hold their deliberations privately, and the knights from the shires and the deputies from the towns, who were summoned less frequently, formed a second chamber. From this time dates the origin of the House of Lords and the House of Commons. The most complete parliament which had yet sat was that of 1295, convened by King Edward before his campaign in Flanders. An ecclesiastical parliament had been convoked at the same time. The subsidies which were then granted, and which the king endeavored to increase by acts of extortion, were the cause of the opposition of Bigod and Bohun. At the death of Edward, the charters had been so firmly established in England that no monarch dreamt of disturbing them again, until the unhappy days of Charles I. The liberties of the nation were assured by the frequent meetings of the parliaments, their faithful and natural guardians. The Constitution of England was founded. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Recording by VoiceofLandis, Zanesville. You can find me at voiceoflandis.com.
Volume 1, Chapter 10, Part 3, of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT, Chapter 10, Part 3. The burdensome inheritance left by the king, who had just died, fell into hands too feeble to support it. Edward II was 23 years of age when he succeeded his father. The latter had had 6 sons, of whom 3 only survived him. The young king had already shown signs of frivolity and obstinacy, which augured the misfortunes of his reign. Brought up from childhood with a young Aquitanian, Pierre's Gaveston, he had conceived for this companion so strong an affection that the king his father had been alarmed thereat, and had on several occasions banished the young favourite. At the death of Edward I, Gaveston was in exile, but at the news of the accession of his young master, he hastened to him, and the first act of the king was to confer upon him the earldom of Cornwall, which had previously been deemed a position sufficiently conspicuous for princes of the royal blood. Edward did not content himself with this. While he was pretending to carry on a campaign in Scotland, the great officers of the crown were changed. The Lord Treasurer, the Bishop of Lichfield, was even deprived of his property and cast into prison. In spite of the oath which the old king had exacted from his son, the latter had returned to London to inter his father, leaving Bruce free to pursue his successes. Gaveston, who had lately married Margaret, a niece of the king, was nominated regent of the kingdom in the month of January 1308 by the king, who went over to France to marry the Princess Isabel, according to François, one of the most beautiful women in the world. King Philip the Fair had just caused the dissolution of the Order of Templars in France, an iniquitous proceeding, inspired rather by the prince's greed than by the offences of the order. Philip thereby obtained for the King of England the dowry promised to the latter, and persuaded him, without great difficulty, to withhold his protection from the Templars established in England. A short time afterwards they were prosecuted. Edward set sail on the 7th of February to return to England. He was accompanied by a numerous suite of French noblemen, at the head of whom were 2 uncles of the Queen. Gaveston came to meet the king, and as soon as Edward perceived him, forgetting his young wife and his noble followers, he threw himself into the arms of the favourite, embracing him and calling him brother, to the great indignation of Isabel and all the beholders. Their indignation was increased when they saw Gaveston decked out with all the jewels which the King of France had recently given Edward. The discontent reached its height when, at the ceremony of the coronation, which took place with great splendour on the 14th of February, Piers Gaveston, as the people persisted in calling him, in spite of his elevation to the earldom of Cornwall, was entrusted with the task of carrying before the king the crown of St. Edward, to the exclusion of the highest noblemen of the kingdom, who were all anxious for this honour. Isabel had already begun to complain to her father of her husband and the favourite, when the barons came to the king 4 days after his coronation. "Sire," they said, "send back this stranger, who has no business here." The king promised to give his reply on the assembling of Parliament after Easter. Meanwhile, he endeavoured to lessen the resentment of the nobleman towards his friend. But Piers was most imprudent, frivolous, and vain. He loved to make a show of his talent for chivalrous exercises, and threw successively from their horses in several tournaments the Earls of Lancaster, Hereford, Pembroke, and Warren, whose wounded pride was added to the many serious causes of resentment against him. On the assembling of Parliament, the annoyance of the barons was so great that the king was constrained to give way and to banish Gaveston. He loaded him with presents on his departure, giving him all the jewels which he had received from Queen Isabel, and accompanied him as far as Bristol to bid him farewell. Gaveston was believed to be in Aquitaine, when news came that the king had appointed him governor of Ireland, and that he had just established himself there with a degree of splendour almost regal. The king longed to recall his favourite. He lavished favours upon the great lords in order to win them over, and, when he had been relieved by the Pope of the oath which he had sworn never to recall Gaveston to England, he sent for his friend, and went as far as Chester to meet him, publicly announcing that the Earl of Cornwall had been unjustly banished, and that justice demanded a fresh examination of his conduct. On the other hand, the barons declared that the king had violated his oath, and would not scruple to break all those which he had sworn for the maintenance of the public liberties. The discontent was increasing. The Queen complained of the desertion of her husband. The Countess of Cornwall was representing to her brother, the Earl of Gloucester, Gaveston's unworthy conduct towards her. The king and his favourite did not heed the storm which was about to burst. Feasts, dances, and tournaments succeeded each other without intermission at the court. The king's funds, meanwhile, had run low, and in the month of August 1311 he found himself compelled to convene Parliament at Westminster. The barons came, discontented but resolute. Old Archbishop Winchelsea had exhorted them to deliver the kingdom from the power of the favourite. The Earl of Lincoln, when dying, had sent for his son-in-law, the Earl of Lancaster. "Do not abandon England to the king and the Pope," he said. "Do as the ancient barons did, and stand firmly by your privileges." Scarcely had the barons arrived at Westminster when they renewed the stipulations of the "Mad Parliament" of Oxford. They demanded the formation of a temporal council entrusted with the task of providing for the government of the kingdom. One of the new concessions forced from the king was that he should convoke Parliament at least once a year. The barons had brought with them their men-at-arms. Edward II signed all that they demanded, and Gaveston was once more obliged to leave the country. The king then proceeded to the north, and was busy raising an army when his favourite suddenly appeared at his side. Such daring was beyond endurance. The Earl of Lancaster, the king's cousin, came unexpectedly upon Edward. The king only had time to escape with Gaveston, leaving the queen in the hands of the barons, who treated her with great respect. The king and his friend had set out in a little bark. They landed at Scarborough, and Piers shut himself up in the fortress there, while the king proceeded to York in the hope of joining his army. But the barons had already set out for Scarborough. Being besieged in the castle, Gaveston surrendered on the 17th of May to the Earl of Pembroke and Lord Henry Percy, who promised to spare his life, and then undertook to take him to his castle of Wallingford. The little band started on their journey, but when they arrived at Deddington, the Earl of Pembroke left his prisoner to go and see his wife, who was in the neighbourhood. On the morning of the 19th, Gaveston received orders to dress himself at once. He descended into the courtyard, and found that his guards had been changed. The Earl of Warwick, the black dog of the Ardennes, as the favourite called him when jesting with the king, had arrived during the night. The prisoner was tied on the back of a mule and led to Warwick Castle. The Earl of Lancaster was there. Piers was accustomed to call this nobleman the old boar, but he now threw himself at his feet, begging for mercy. The judges were inflexible. He was hastily tried, and being condemned, the unlucky Piers was conducted to Blacklow Hill, between Warwick and Coventry, where a scaffold had been erected. The executioners hesitated for a moment to accomplish so horrible a deed. "You have caught the fox. If you let him go, you will have to give chase to him again," cried a voice from among the crowd, and the favourite's head fell. He was only 33 years of age. While Edward II was mourning for his murdered friend, Robert Bruce was slowly conquering Scotland. Twice had the King of England attempted an expedition in support of the power which was slipping from his hands, and twice he had returned without result. The authority of Bruce was being established everywhere in his country. The castles of Perth, Jedburgh, Dunbar, Edinburgh were in his hands. He was besieging the fortress of Stirling when the governor, Sir Philip Mowbray, contrived to make his appeals for succour reach the king. Edward aroused himself for a moment from his natural indolence and raised a large army to march against Scotland. He started from Berwick on the 11th of June, 1313. The forces of the King of England amounted, it is said, to nearly 100,000 men. While they were marching with their banners flying, the sun, which was glistening upon the armour and the lances, appeared to inundate the country with a flood of light. King Robert was concealed in the forests with an army of 40,000 men, nearly all on foot, awaiting the enemy and preparing barriers which were intended to check the onslaught of the English troops on the only spot open to attack. On the morning of the 23rd of June, 1313, the two armies met near Bannockburn. The English had hastened their march and had arrived in some disorder in front of the Scottish army. Lord Clifford, who attempted an ambuscade, was repulsed by Randolph, Earl of Moray, nephew of King Robert, and one of his best knights. The king himself, with a golden crown on his helmet, was marching slowly along the line of his troops. A relative of the Earl of Hereford's, Sir Henry Bohun, sprang forward against the Scottish traitor, reckoning upon throwing him by the weight of his horse alone, Bruce being mounted upon one of the small horses of the country. The king did not expect the shock. He turned, however, with great skill, and Bohun's lance passed close by his side without inflicting any injury upon him. Raising himself up in his stirrups and displaying his gigantic figure, he struck the rash Englishman a terrible blow with his battle-axe. The helmet was shattered by his powerful arm, and Sir Henry Bohun, whose skull was fractured, was carried off by his horse, dead. Bruce returned slowly to the spot where the greater part of his forces was concentrated. While his friends were surrounding him, reproaching him for running so great a risk, The Scottish hero was looking sorrowfully at his notched axe and laughingly answered, "I have spoilt my new battle-axe." The night had been passed in prayer in the Scottish camp and in feasting and debauchery by the English. King Edward had not expected a battle, and held his forces assembled in such a manner as to render any manoeuvres impossible. At daybreak, the young king was astonished at the good order observed in the Scottish ranks. "Do you think they will fight?" he asked of his marshal, Sir Ingiltram Dumfreville. At the same moment the abbot Maurice d'Enchiffray appeared before the Scottish troops holding a crucifix in his hand. All bent their knees, all uncovered their heads. "They are asking for mercy," cried Edward. Umfreville smiled bitterly. "Of God, not of us, sire," said he. "These men will win the battle or die at their posts." "So be it," replied the king, as he gave the signal for the attack. The struggle was furious from the commencement. The Earls of Gloucester and Hereford sprang towards the Scottish infantry, which remained firm. Their long lances withstood the onslaught of the English knights. Randolph was still advancing with his best regiment. Keith was attacking with 500 mounted men-at-arms. The English archers, who could not fight at close quarters and were trampled underfoot by the horses. Banners were torn, and lances and swords were shattered to pieces. The feet of the combatants were slipping in the blood. The majority of the English began to hesitate. "They fly! They fly!" cried the Scotch. At the same moment a loud noise was heard behind them upon the hill. The camp followers and the sick and the wounded soldiers, excited by the ardour of the struggle, were descending in a mass towards the scene of action. The English imagined themselves attacked by a fresh army. A disorderly retreat had begun when Robert Bruce, charging with his reserve, decided the fate of the day beyond the possibility of a doubt. The Earl of Gloucester was killed while attacking Edward Bruce, Robert's brother. Clifford and 27 other barons fell by the king's side. The Earl of Pembroke seized the bridle of Edward's horse and dragged him away from the battlefield. Sir Giles d'Argentine accompanied him out of the crowd, then retraced his steps, exclaiming, "It is not my custom to fly," and was killed by Bruce's soldiers. Never had a victory been more complete. The fortress of Stirling surrendered immediately. The Earl of Hereford, who had shut himself up in Bothwell Castle, offered to capitulate, and was exchanged for the wife, the sister, and the daughter of the King of Scotland, who had been detained for several years in England. There still remained a great deal of territory to conquer, but the work of Edward I was destroyed, and Scotland was no longer a dependency of England. Edward Bruce's ambition was not satisfied. He had assisted his brother in conquering a kingdom, and he now wished to secure a crown for himself. On the 23rd of May, 1315, while England was beginning to feel the miseries of a famine, which was soon to be followed by a plague, he landed at Caractacus in Ireland, at the head of 6,000 men. He was soon joined by a large number of Irish chiefs, and they then proceeded to ravage the territory of the English colonists there, pillaging and burning the towns. At length he caused himself to be crowned King of Ireland on the 2nd of May, 1316. His brother Robert came to his assistance, and, in spite of the resistance of the English, who held Dublin and several other important towns, the invading army overran the whole of Ireland. The northern portion of the country had been completely subjugated by Edward Bruce, when King Robert was called back to his kingdom in consequence of the incursions of the English. 19 pitched battles, besides numberless skirmishes, had been fought, and had exhausted the resources of the rash conqueror, when, on the 5th of October, 1318, Edward Bruce was at length defeated and killed at Farr, near Dundalk, and the little body of Scots who escaped returned to Scotland. The death of one man had sufficed to overthrow the slender edifice which for 3 years he had been striving to raise. The independence of Scotland was more firmly established than the conquest of Ireland. Berwick had at length fallen into the power of the Scotch, King Edward II resolved in 1319 to make a fresh effort to regain that town and to recommence his attempts against Scotland. On the 1st of September he laid siege to Berwick by land and by sea. But while he was detained there by the obstinate resistance of the Lord Steward of Scotland, Douglas and Randolph, King Robert's most faithful companions, had crossed the borders into England with 15,000 men, carrying their ravages as far as York, so that Edward was obliged to abandon Berwick and march against the invaders of his own dominions. The Scots escaped from him and re-entered their country. A truce of 2 years was concluded, and in 1323, after several renewals of hostilities, it was followed by a new treaty which restored peace to the two countries, not, however, without leaving in England a feeling of animosity against the little country whose proud independence of spirit all their power had not been able to subdue. King Edward had not taken warning by the fate of Piers Gaveston. He had become attached to a young man at his court, Hugh le Despencer, who had been placed at his side by his cousin, the Earl of Lancaster, and whom he soon elevated to the dignity of Chamberlain. A short time afterwards, he married him to Eleanor de Clare, sister of the young Earl of Gloucester, who had been killed at Bannockburn. She brought him an enormous estate upon the borders of Wales. His aunt, Margaret de Clare, had enriched Gaveston in the same manner. Le Despencer was an Englishman, and Edward had perhaps hoped to enjoy his friendship in peace, but the benefits which he heaped upon his new favourite soon excited the jealousy of the barons. At their head was the Earl of Lancaster, who was enraged at seeing preferred to himself a man who had formerly been a member of his own household. An abuse of the royal authority for the benefit of the royal favourite soon furnished a pretext to the great noblemen for resisting the king's authority. They armed their vassals. The lands of the Despensers were pillaged and their castles destroyed in 1321. Lancaster joined the insurrection, swearing not to lay down his arms before banishing the favourite. They advanced as far as St. Albans, and the Earl sent a messenger to the king to announce the conditions of peace. Edward was as timid as he was stubborn. He defended his friends as well as he was able, and declared that they could not be condemned without a trial. The barons marched towards London and took up their quarters in the suburbs. Parliament was convened at Westminster, and with their arms in their hands, the Earl of Lancaster and his friends accused Hugh le Despencer and his father of having usurped the royal authority, kept the king away from his faithful barons, and illegally imposed taxes, etc. At length they demanded that they should be banished. The bishops protested that the sentence was irregular. The king gave in. The two le Despensers left England, and the barons became so arrogant that Queen Isabel, when making a pilgrimage to Canterbury, was refused admittance to Leeds Castle in the county of Kent, although that fortress belonged to the crown. The governor's wife, Lady Badlesmere, even caused several arrows to be shot at the royal suite, and several of the Queen's attendants were killed. This insolence enraged the king. He punished Lord and Lady Badlesmere, and at the same time recalled the Despensers. Lancaster rallied round him all his friends, and entered into a correspondence with the Scots, who promised to invade the northern provinces. This negotiation had no other effect than to crush the popularity of the Earl of Lancaster, the Scots being so much detested. The king had already attacked and defeated the Earl of Hereford and his ally, Roger Mortimer, and the latter was a prisoner in the Tower. Hereford had joined Lancaster, and the king was marching against them. The two earls had raised the siege of Titchnell Castle, and were retreating before the royal army, when at Boroughbridge, on the borders of the Eure, Lancaster found the governors of York and Carlisle, with a body of troops, prepared to dispute his passage. Hereford was killed upon the bridge, and during the retreat which followed, Lancaster was made a prisoner. He was brought back in triumph to his castle of Pontefract, and the king soon joined him there. Lancaster foresaw the fate which awaited him. "Lord," he said on being captured, kneeling before a crucifix, "I surrender to thee and throw myself upon thy mercy." His conviction was certain, his treason being flagrant. Lancaster was condemned by 6 earls and 6 barons. The people insulted him while he was being led to the scaffold. He lifted his pinioned hands towards heaven. "Heavenly King, have mercy on me," he cried, "for the King of Earth has abandoned me." He was beheaded on the 22nd of March, 1322. 14 bannerets and as many knights also suffered the extreme penalty. Mortimer was condemned to imprisonment for life. The dispensers enriched themselves with the spoils taken from the victims. The father was created Earl of Winchester, and the enmity of the people towards the favourites was increased by the compassion which the condemned men inspired. It was found necessary to forbid the people to kneel before the portrait of the Earl of Lancaster in St. Paul's Cathedral, and rumours of miracles which had taken place at his tomb were spread throughout England, as had formerly been the case with Simon of Montfort, Earl of Leicester. Roger Mortimer had succeeded in escaping from his prison, probably not without having held some communication with Queen Isabel, who resided at the Tower during his captivity. He was in France and had just entered the service of Charles the Beautiful. The Queen was enraged at the execution of his uncle, the Earl of Lancaster. When her husband came back from the expedition in the north, she received him haughtily and manifested towards the dispensers the same hostility which she had formerly displayed towards Piers Gaveston. The King of France, Charles the Beautiful, seized the pretext of the grievances of Isabel to take possession of the greater number of the towns and castles belonging to Edward. The latter, in return, seized upon all the property which the Queen held in England, declaring that she should possess nothing while in communication with his enemies. Isabel immediately proposed to act as mediator between her brother and her husband. The weak king fell into the trap and allowed her to depart. She was received in France with open arms and soon informed her husband that he would have to come and do homage to the King of France for his duchy of Aquitaine. Edward was preparing to start when he was detained in England in consequence of indisposition. The dispensers, who did not dare to accompany him into France, but who would not lose sight of him, persuaded the weak monarch to cede Guienne and Ponthieu to his son, Prince Edward, the King of France promising to content himself with receiving homage from the young man. The Prince of Wales therefore followed his mother into France. But in vain did the king await the return of his wife and son. The Queen was continually delaying. At length she haughtily declared that her life was not safe in England, and that the dispensers were plotting against her and her son. King Edward, astounded, defended himself as well as he was able, causing all the prelates in England to write and reassure the Queen, but she would not be convinced, and when King Charles the Beautiful, tired, no doubt, of the bad conduct of Isabel and of the injunctions which he received from England, told his sister that he could no longer keep her at his court, she set out, surrounded by the knights who had embraced her cause. The Earl of Kent, her husband's brother, d'Artois, John of Hainault, and still accompanied by her favourite, Mortimer, she embarked at Dorth with a little army of Frenchmen and Brabantines to land at Orswell in Suffolk on the 24th of September. Scarcely had she set foot upon English soil with her son when, in spite of all the damaging rumours which were afloat concerning her, a large number of knights flocked round her standard. The people were tired of the weakness of King Edward, of the avidity of his favourites, and of the disorder which reigned over the kingdom. When Edward sent and asked for the assistance of the citizens of London, they replied that by their charters they were not obliged to follow him into battle, but that they would be faithful to the king, the queen, and the princes by closing their gates to the foreigners. Edward was alone with the 2 dispensers, the Chancellor Baldock, and a few knights. Scarcely had he set out for Wales when the people of London rose, murdered the Bishop of Exeter, who had been elevated by the king to the position of governor, and sent his head to the Queen. Edward had halted at Gloucester, whence he had sent old Despenser to defend Bristol. The citizens revolted, and Despenser was compelled to surrender at the discretion of Isabel. She immediately caused him to be executed as a traitor, and the old man's head was exposed to the public sight at Winchester. Hugh le Despenser and Chancellor Baldock, as well as the king, were wandering in the county of Glamorgan, where they had been shipwrecked, after having ineffectually endeavoured to take refuge in Ireland. Le Despenser and the Chancellor were recognised and arrested. The king immediately surrendered to his enemies, having decided to share the fate of those who loved him, and who were already condemned in anticipation. Baldock soon died of ill treatment, and it was necessary to hasten the execution of Hugh le Despenser. He had refused to take any food since his arrest, and he was half dead when he was dragged to the scaffold to suffer the same fate as his father. The Earl of Arundel, who had been at the head of the judges who condemned Lancaster, was beheaded with 2 of his friends, and their property was given to Mortimer. The Queen had arrived in London, Parliament had just met, and, on the 7th of January, 1327, the Bishop of Hereford, Adam Orleton, Isabel's adviser and able agent, asked this question of the assembly: should the father be re-established upon the throne, or ought the son to replace him? He dwelt upon the weakness, the bad deeds, the treacherous acts of King Edward, and asked the Lords to reply on the morrow to his question. The decision was not doubtful. While the barons were pronouncing, in the great hall of Westminster, the fall of Edward II, King of England, the people of London, assembled in crowds at the doors of the palace, loudly demanded his immediate condemnation. Several bishops alone had the courage to speak in favour of the unhappy king, who had not seen a sword drawn nor a bow stretched in his defence. They were insulted, and the Bishop of Rochester was trampled in the mud on leaving the palace. The young prince was proclaimed king by the public voice, and all the peers who were present swore allegiance to him on the spot. When the Queen was informed of the success of all her schemes, she cried bitterly. "Alas," she said, "they have deposed my husband the king. Parliament has overstepped its authority." These hypocritical tears did not deceive anybody. The young Prince Edward alone was touched at them. "Do not be afraid, mother," said he. "I will never deprive my father of his crown." A deputation was therefore sent to the poor king, who was a prisoner in Kenilworth Castle. When Edward II perceived the Bishop of Hereford at the head of the ambassadors, he fell to the ground, stricken with grief. The judge who had condemned the 2 Despensers, Sir William Trussell, advanced in the name of the Parliament, and, taking his turn to speak, told Edward that he was no longer King of England. At the same moment, Sir Thomas Blount, steward of the royal household, broke his baton, renouncing his allegiance to the king. Edward listened without complaining, and without urging anything on his own behalf, simply thanked the Parliament for having recognised the rights of his son. On the 24th of January, 1327, King Edward III was proclaimed throughout the kingdom. Edward II was, according to the decree of Parliament, deposed from the throne by the Lords and Commons, and the power was entrusted to Queen Isabel, who was to administer the affairs of the kingdom for her son, then only 15 years of age. Isabel was herself under the influence of Mortimer. Edward II, being dethroned, could not hope to live long. The power of the favourite over the Queen became a matter for alarm. Several monks preached against him. The Earl of Lancaster, to whose keeping the deposed king had been entrusted, seemed to have conceived a feeling of pity for his prisoner, so the latter was removed to another place. Being consigned to the charge of Lord Berkeley and Sir John Maltravers, he was taken to Bristol, where also the people began to be touched at his fate. 2 scoundrels who had been sent to him as jailers, dragged him out half naked, and took him to Corfe Castle. The poor king asked to be allowed to dress himself. Some dirty water was brought to him in a helmet. Tears rolled down his cheeks. "I have some purer water in spite of you," he said. A crown of dry herbs had been placed upon his head. At length, moving from place to place, the dethroned monarch was brought to Berkeley Castle on the River Severn, where an attempt was made to poison him, but without success. At length, one night, the governor of the castle being away, piercing cries were heard, and immediately afterwards all was silent again. The inhabitants of the neighbourhood shuddered on hearing them. On the morrow, when the doors were opened, the death of Edward II was announced, and the country people were admitted to view the corpse of him who had been their king. The expression of agony which rested upon the once handsome features of the unhappy monarch terrified all who saw it. The body was taken to the Abbey of Gloucester and buried soon afterwards, but the people went in crowds to the tomb of this king, whom no one had defended during his lifetime. The offerings made in his honour at the convent were so considerable that the monks were enabled to add an aisle to their church. This unfortunate monarch, so weak and so frivolous, consistent only in his affection, so harshly abandoned and so cruelly murdered, was not yet 43 years of age when he expired on the 21st of September, 1327. End of chapter 10, part 3.
Volume 1, Chapter 11, Part 1 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hopeforce 1. A Popular History of England, from the earliest time to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT, Chapter 11, Part 1. The 100 Years' War. Edward III, 1327 to 1377. The young king, Edward III, was but 15 years of age when he was raised to the throne of his deposed father. The Parliament appointed a Council of Regency, composed of 5 prelates and 6 great noblemen, and consigned the young monarch into the keeping of the Earl of Lancaster. No power was formally vested in the Dowager Queen, but her debts were discharged, and a large pension was granted her, by means of which she was enabled to strengthen her own influence and increase the authority of Mortimer. While England had been engrossed in its internal dissensions and struggles, Scotland, under the firm government of Robert Bruce, had been recovering from the effects of its misfortunes. The thirst for vengeance raged, however, in the heart of all the Scots, and respect for the truce was powerless to restrain them. Hearing that King Edward II had been dethroned, and that a Council of Regency had been appointed, they crossed the frontier on the 3rd of February, 1327, and began to lay waste the northern counties. Their army gradually increased in numbers. King Robert was ill, but his 2 faithful friends, James, Earl of Douglas, and Randolph, Earl of Moray, were at the head of his troops. The Scottish army consisted entirely of mounted soldiers, whose light, robust steeds, steady as themselves, bore them with the swiftness of the wind, without rest, and almost without provender. No baggage, no tents, a bag of oatmeal in front of each horseman, under his saddle an iron plate, which served for baking his cakes. The English farms and villages furnished the rest. Rumours of the ravages to which the northern counties had been subjected touched the feelings of the young king, and awakened his martial ardour. In the beginning of July, the English troops, supported by an army corps from Hainault, the members of which had been brought with great difficulty to live at peace with their English allies, arrived at Durham. The exact whereabouts of the Scottish army was unknown, but the king pressed forward in pursuit. Like his enemies, he had left the camp baggage behind him. After a week of pursuit, the Scots were still invisible, and the English, on the verge of starvation, were beginning to murmur. The king promised the honour of knighthood and a pension of £100 to whoever should bring tidings of the enemy. They had crossed the Wear. On the fourth day a messenger galloped up on horseback. "Sir," said Thomas Rokeby, "the Scots are within 3 leagues of this spot, encamped upon a mountain. I have been their prisoner for a week, but they liberated me that I might come and inform you that they await your arrival." The king immediately marched towards the enemy. They had arrived on the banks of the Wear, and this time the Scots were perceived, encamped on the summit of a hill. They were drawn up in battle array, but they did not stir. Edward dispatched a herald to them, with a proposal that they should cross the river, in order that a combat might take place upon the open plain. "I have not come here for the king's pleasure," said Douglas, "and I will not leave my post for love of him. If he is not satisfied, let him cross the water and drive us before him." The undertaking was too perilous, and the 2 armies remained in their respective positions for 2 days. On the 3rd night the Scots raised their camp, and were soon afterwards perceived to have taken up a still stronger position upon another hill. The King of England broke up his camp likewise and followed them. For 18 days the 2 armies had watched each other without result, not a blow being struck. The English troops were sleeping in their tents, when a loud cry was heard amid the silence. "Douglas! Douglas! Death to the English robbers!" The terrified soldiers rose in confusion, and in a half-sleeping condition, and groped about in the dark for their weapons. Meanwhile sounds of strife were heard, and suddenly the ropes supporting the royal tent were cut, and by the side of the couch whereon the young king was sleeping, Black Douglas, the most valiant knight in Scotland, appeared like a threatening phantom. The chamberlain and chaplain of the young king sprang forward to protect their master. The youth had hidden himself within the folds of the tent. Douglas, however, did not pursue his adventure further. Sounding the horn, he recalled the 300 men who had followed him. "What have you done?" asked Randolph when the Scots had regained their entrenchments. "We have shed a little blood, my lord, that is all," said Douglas. "We should have crossed over with the whole of our army," insisted his friend. "Our provisions are exhausted." On the following night the Scots disappeared in silence, carrying with them a rich booty, while King Edward, incensed and humiliated, again marched towards York, whither his affianced bride, Philippa of Hainault, was being conducted by John of Hainault. The marriage was celebrated on St. Paul's Day, 1328. The king was 16 years of age, while the queen was 1 year younger. Peace had just been concluded with Scotland. The independence of that kingdom had thereby been acknowledged. The crown jewels, which had been seized by Edward I, had been restored, and the little princess Joan, who was betrothed to David, the young son of Robert Bruce, had been taken to Berwick and given up to the Scots. It seemed as though the deliverer of Scotland had waited for this great triumph before going to his last rest. He died in the following year, the 55th of his age, leaving wise counsels to his countrymen, and to his faithful friend, the good Lord James Douglas, the task of carrying his heart to Palestine, in order that his vow to visit the Holy Land might be fulfilled. The evils of a minority threatened Scotland at the very moment when England was escaping from that calamity. The arrogance of Mortimer had increased with his power, and the great noblemen were beginning to chafe under the yoke which he imposed upon them. The Earl of Lancaster was the first to make an attempt against the favourite, but he had been defeated, notwithstanding that he obtained the temporary support of the king's uncles, the Earl of Kent and the Earl of Norfolk. Mortimer ravaged the possessions of Lancaster like a conqueror. A rumour had been spread abroad that King Edward II was not dead, and the Earl of Kent had perhaps been encouraged in this illusion, which was the cause of his ruin. He was accused of high treason, and condemned for the strange crime of having endeavoured to replace a dead man upon the throne. The execution took place on the 19th of May, 1330, in spite of the noble birth of the victim, and the public indignation reached its climax. The young king had hitherto remained silent concerning state matters, and had appeared as a docile instrument in the hands of his mother, and Mortimer, although he had kept aloof from them since his marriage, not permitting his young wife to frequent a corrupt and licentious court. It was on the 13th of June, 1330, that a son was born to King Edward, who was to achieve a mighty reputation as Prince of Wales. The young king, already a father at 18 years of age, began to feel the disgrace of his situation, and to experience some remorse for the wrongs which were perpetrated in his name. Slowly and prudently he communicated his opinions to Lord Montacute, one of his advisers. A parliament was convoked at Nottingham in the month of October, the king being then lodged in the castle with Mortimer and his mother. On the night of the 19th, the keys of the fortress had been brought as usual to Queen Isabel, when Lord Montacute, accompanied by several friends, crept silently into the vaults of the castle, which had been opened to him by the governor. The king awaited him with great anxiety at the door of the great tower. The conspirators ascended a dark staircase, and found themselves at the door of the queen's antechamber. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, the voice of Mortimer was heard discussing with some of his adherents. Montacute and his friends broke open the door, and killed 2 sentinels who endeavoured to defend it. Hearing the commotion, the queen ran forward, calling loudly upon her son, who had remained behind the door, but whose presence she guessed. "My dear son," she cried, "spare the gentle Mortimer, my beloved cousin." The favourite was, however, dragged out, and at daybreak he was already on his way, under strong escort, to the Tower of London. Nottingham rang with sounds of joy. The king had seized the reins of government. This he announced to his subjects in dissolving the Parliament, and convoking a new representative assembly at Westminster. On the 26th of November, 1330, the favourite was cited before his judges, the king himself being present at the trial. His crimes were notorious, and consequently the decision did not long remain doubtful. As he had put Hugh le Despencer to death without allowing him time to make any defence, Mortimer was himself drawn to Tyburn and hanged, with Sir Simon Beresford, one of his accomplices. His property, however, was not confiscated, and his family retained the title of Earl of March, which had been granted by the Queen to her favourite. Isabel was imprisoned in the castle of Rising, treated with respect by her son, who paid a visit to her every year, and ministered liberally to all her necessities. But she never again left the retreat, in which she lived for more than 27 years afterwards. The regent of Scotland, the Earl of Moray, was dead. The valiant Douglas had been slain in an expedition against the Moors of Spain, the first episode in the crusade which he had undertaken in company with the heart of Bruce. Scotland was now governed by the Earl of Mar, a warrior far inferior to the great champions of liberty, the friends and supporters of Robert Bruce. The time had come when England was to be raised out of the disgrace of the last treaty. The pretensions of Edward Balliol, the son of the exiled king, were advanced by several English peers who had been deprived of property pertaining to them in Scotland. Balliol advanced into the northern counties, and a certain number of Scottish malcontents crossed the frontier and rallied round his standard. He then marched into Scotland, but soon confronted two armies superior to his own. A skilful movement, however, placed the invaders in an advantageous position. The Earl of Mar imprudently gave battle in a defile on Dublin Heath, where he and many others were defeated and killed. Balliol had had time to fortify himself within Perth before the arrival of the Earl of Mar, and the Scottish fleet was destroyed by the little squadron brought over by the Pretender. Balliol's forces were increasing day by day. He was crowned at Scone on the 2nd of September, having secretly renewed to King Edward III the allegiance which his father had rendered to Edward I. But the crown thus acquired in 7 weeks was destined to be lost in less than 3 months. On the night of the 16th of December, the new king was taken by surprise at Annan, in the county of Dumfries, by a Scottish corps under the command of the young Earl of Moray and Sir Archibald Douglas. Balliol, in a semi-naked condition, and mounted upon a barebacked horse, which for want of time he had been unable to properly equip, contrived to escape to the English frontier, leaving his father Henry dead behind him. King Edward received him so amicably that the Scottish people, indignant at the support accorded the Pretender, invaded the northern counties of England on several occasions, carrying their ravages to such an extent that King Edward determined to enter Scotland. In the month of May, 1333, he joined Balliol, who, during 2 months, had been besieging the town of Berwick. The garrison was preparing to surrender, when, on the 19th of July, Archibald Douglas, now Regent of Scotland, appeared in sight of the town. The English army was posted on the heights of Halidon Hill, protected by the marshes. The Scots were excited by the peril threatening Berwick. They attacked the enemy in spite of obstacles. Arrows fell thick in their midst during their passage across the marshes, and disorder had already broken out in their ranks, when they began their fierce onslaught on the hill. The assault was so vigorous that for a moment victory seemed to incline in their favour, but the regent fell, and with him and beside him his most valiant knights. King Edward sprang forward in pursuit of the Scots, who were beginning to fly. Lord Darcy, who was in command of the Irish peasants who had joined as auxiliaries, slaughtered the stragglers. Scotland had never suffered so lamentable a defeat. King David and his wife took refuge in France, and spent several years at Chateau Galliard. Balliol was reinstalled upon the throne, not, however, without ceding to his powerful ally the finest counties in the south of Scotland, to the general indignation of the Scottish people. They soon compelled him to take refuge in the territory which he had thus abandoned, and there he maintained his position with great difficulty, although supported from time to time by fresh troops from England. A more ambitious project had been formed in the mind of the King of England, and a war with Scotland languished while Edward was dreaming of conquering France. The King of France, Charles IV., surnamed the Fair, had died in 1328, and a short time after his death, the Queen, his wife, had given birth to a daughter. The Salic law, prohibiting the accession of females to the throne, the peers of the kingdom, and the States General, had decreed that the crown belonged to the cousin of the deceased king, Philip of Valois, grandson of Philip the Bold, by his youngest son, Charles of Valois, and the new sovereign had taken undisputed possession of the throne. King Edward III was scarcely 16 years of age, and, although maintaining from that time forth in England that his right was superior to that of Philip of Valois, his mother Isabel being the daughter of Philip the Fair, he accepted the invitation of the King of France to render fealty and homage to him for the duchy of Aquitaine, and again performed the same ceremony in 1331, when he had attained his majority and was king de facto. But in 1336 the young King of England felt that he was securely seated upon his throne, and being piqued by the support with which Philip of Valois openly gave the Scotch, he publicly declared that the peers of France and the States General had acted as roughs and robbers rather than as judges, and that for the future he would not recognize their decisions, but would maintain his own just rights. Thus began that disastrous war which has been called the 100 Years' War, but which in reality was waged from 1338 until 1453, during the reigns of 5 kings of France, Philip VI, John the Good, Charles V, Charles VI, and Charles VII, and of as many kings of England, Edward III, Richard II, Henry IV, Henry V, and Henry VI. It cost the lives of millions of men, brought plague and famine with it, and caused unheard of misery, without any result for the two nations other than a feeling of international hatred, which has scarcely died out in our own time. The preparations on both sides were gigantic. The English people looked with favour upon the war against France, and, in spite of the Magna Carta, the king was allowed to seize the Cornish tin and all the wool grown during the year, although they had already granted him all the subsidies and loans which he had demanded. Edward embarked at Orwell on the 15th of July, 1338, and landed 4 days afterwards at Antwerp. The Count of Flanders was an ally of the King of France, but his towns scarcely obeyed him, and as they were then under the influence of a brewer of Ghent, named Jacques von Artevelde, who contracted a friendship with King Edward. He had negotiated with even more illustrious allies, the Emperor of Germany, the Dukes of Brabant and Gueldre, the Counts of Hainault and Namur. All had received his money, but the troops did not arrive, and when, on the 1st of July, 1339, the King of England at length succeeded in crossing the French frontier, the Counts of Namur and Hainault immediately abandoned him, and his other confederates soon did likewise. The king was compelled to return, after having, by the advice of Artevelde, assumed the title of King of France, and added to his coat of arms the lily side by side with the lions of England. The Parliament, as ardent in the cause of the war as the king himself, voted enormous subsidies, and, on the 22nd of June, 1340, Edward again left England to attack the French vessels of war, huddled together in the port of Sluys. Queen Philippa had accompanied her husband, taking with her a great number of ladies in waiting. The French and Genoese vessels hired by King Philip were numerous and very large. When they sailed out of port, attached together by iron chains, and formed in 4 divisions, and advanced to dispute his passage, Edward uttered a cry of joy. "Ah," said he, "I have long desired to fight with the French. So shall I meet some of them today, by the grace of God and St. George." He began to gain the offing. His adversaries already imagined that he declined an engagement, but he was really desirous of avoiding the ardent rays of the sun, and of attacking briskly the first division of the French fleet, of which he soon made himself master in spite of a vigorous resistance. A reinforcement arrived at the same time, under the command of Lord Morley. The victors thereupon assailed the 3 French divisions at the same time. The French sailors became alarmed. They could not manage their vessels nor disengage them to facilitate a retreat. After having fought during several hours, the French and Genoese sprang into the water in order to escape by swimming. Many of them were drowned, and the defeat was so decisive that nobody was bold enough to communicate the news to King Philip. His court jester presented himself before the French monarch. "The English are cowards," he said. "Why so?" inquired the king. "Because they had not the courage to spring into the sea at Sluys, as did the French and Normans." The king guessed the sad truth. Edward had landed on French soil, surrounded by the allies whom his victory had attracted toward him. He laid siege to Saint-Omer and Tournai, sending thence a challenge to Philip of Valois, proposing to arrange the quarrel by a singular contest. He suggested that the fate of the two kingdoms should be entrusted to 100 combatants on each side, or that a day should be fixed on which a pitched battle should be fought. Philip answered with disdain, and, as in the preceding year, he left his enemy free to exhaust his strength and resources on insignificant places, without ever according him the opportunity of a general engagement. The coffers of the King of England soon became empty, and his allies refused to fight. He was compelled to consent to the armistice which Pope Benedict XII advised, and he returned to his kingdom infuriated by the ill success of a campaign which had begun under brilliant auspices. He unexpectedly appeared in London, cast 3 judges into prison, deposed the Chancellor and the Treasurer who had not been able, he said, to supply him with the subsidies necessary to his requirements, and immediately engaged in a contention with the Archbishop of Canterbury, President of the Council. The Archbishop exonerated himself before the Parliament, which, according to its wise custom, refused to subsidize until the king had promised to reform some existing abuses and to give new guarantees against others in the future. Meanwhile, King David Bruce had returned to Scotland. He was 18 years of age. He was handsome, well-shaped, and skilled in all athletic exercises. The joy of his subjects, therefore, was great at his arrival. Balliol had been driven back into England, and, notwithstanding several attempts of the young Scottish king upon the northern counties, Edward concluded an armistice with him in 1342, at the same time entrusting him with the task of defending the English frontier. So much was he absorbed in the war with France, and in thoughts of revenge for his past checks. A new opening had presented itself to him upon the French territory. John III, Duke of Brittany, had died without issue in 1341, and his brother, John de Montfort, had immediately seized the treasury, as well as several important towns. But Joan of Penthièvre, otherwise Joan the Lame, wife of Charles, Count of Blois, claimed the duchy as the daughter of Guy de Montfort, a younger brother of the deceased duke. The Count of Blois was the nephew of Philip of Valois, and he had invoked the aid of his uncle. Montfort had been summoned to Paris to render an account of his claims. After having appeared before the king, he had fled secretly, and his first care was to repair to London, there to do homage to the King of England in respect to Brittany. Edward had promised to support him, but already a French army had marched into Brittany. John de Montfort had been captured at Nantes, and his wife, Joan of Flanders, had with difficulty contrived to escape with her son to the castle of Hennebon, where she was besieged by the Duke of Normandy. The Countess had indeed the heart of a man and a lion, says François, and she valiantly encouraged her partisans while waiting the succour which she had demanded from England. The wind was unfavourable, the English vessels did not arrive, and treachery began to do its work in the town, when Joan, leaning on her casement, perceived sails in the horizon. Behold there," she cried, "the succour which I have so long desired." The rising tide brought to her Gautier de Manu, a valiant knight of Hainault, who had become a faithful servant to the King of England, and one of the most illustrious among his warriors. He was accompanied by a goodly number of knights and men-at-arms, and soon caused the siege to be raised. But the war continued in Lower Brittany. With singular inconsistency, the King of France, who owed his elevation to the throne to the Salic law, was maintaining in Brittany the cause of female succession, while Edward was defending the rights of the male sex, which he had refused to recognize in the case of Philip of Valois. An armistice enabled the Countess de Montfort to cross over to England to obtain reinforcements. When she returned to Brittany, she was accompanied by Robert of Artois, brother-in-law of King Philip and his mortal enemy. The town of Vannes was captured and recaptured. Robert of Artois, wounded, succeeded, although not without great difficulty, in escaping to England, there to die at the very moment when Edward was setting sail with the resolution of directing the war in Brittany in person. He landed in the month of October 1343 at Hennebon with 12,000 men, and immediately laid siege to Vannes, Rennes, and Nantes, with no other result than the devastation of the country, already overrun by so many enemies, and the retreat of Charles of Blois, whose forces had been greatly reduced. The arrival of the Duke of Normandy, the eldest son of King Philip, soon enabled the French troops to act once more upon the aggressive by besieging Edward, encamped before Vannes. The two armies were suffering severely from the inclemency of the weather. The Duke of Normandy dreaded the reinforcements which were expected by the English. Edward foresaw that his provisions would shortly be exhausted. When the legates of the Pope arrived, and by dint of their exertions, a truce of 3 years was arranged, the siege of Vannes was then raised. Notwithstanding the truce, the war still raged in Brittany. King Philip of Valois aroused a widespread feeling of indignation by arresting at a tournament several Breton noblemen, Oliver de Clisson among others, and by causing them to be beheaded without trial, as guilty of relations with the English. The head of Clisson was sent to Nantes, but the king had created an implacable foe in the person of Joan of Belleville, the widow of Clisson, who immediately armed all her vassals and soon vied with Joan de Montfort, herself in courage and intrepidity. The Countess had recently had the satisfaction of seeing her husband, who had escaped from prison, where he had been incarcerated for 6 years. He brought with him from England a small body of troops, which he landed at Hennebon in the middle of September 1345, but his health was impaired, and he died on the 26th of the same month, naming King Edward guardian of his son. Hostilities recommenced openly. During the truce the two kings had made preparations for a desperate struggle. Among the means which King Philip had devised for the purpose of filling his coffers was the monopoly of salt. "It is indeed by the Salic law that Philip of Valois reigns," said Edward. "The King of England is but a wool merchant," was the reply at the court of France. The Parliament had granted fresh subsidies, recommending merely to the king that he should put an end to the war promptly either by battle or by treaty. The Earl of Derby was already in Guienne, retaking one by one all the places which had been captured by the enemy, when King Edward landed in Flanders on the 26th of June, 1345, in order to obtain an interview with the deputies of the great town of Flanders. The citizens, under the command of Jacques von Artevelde, had by degrees deprived the ruler of his power, and King Edward had conceived the hope of substituting his son, the Prince of Wales, for Count Louis of Flanders, who refused to renounce his alliance with the King of France. But when he unfolded his plans before the deputies of the cities, and also ardently supported by Artevelde, the Flemings eyed each other and asked that they might be allowed to consult their fellow citizens. "Yes," said the King of England, "by all means," and he waited at Sluys, while Artevelde proceeded to Brugge and to Ypres, there to plead the cause of his patron and ally. He placed too much reliance, however, upon his good city of Ghent. There the disaffection on his return was general. "They began to murmur and bout trois têtes en un chaperon," says the chronicle, saying, "Here is a man who is too much the master, and who would compel the county of Flanders to do his behest, which cannot be tolerated. As Jacques von Artevelde rode through the streets, he soon perceived that there was some change in the feeling towards him, and returning quickly to his residence, he caused the doors thereof to be closed. This precaution was not taken too soon. A furious crowd already surrounded the house, demanding the public treasure of Flanders, who had been sent, they said, to England by Artevelde. He therefore replied very meekly, "Verily, gentlemen, as to the treasures of Flanders, I have not taken one single penny." "No, no," they cried, "we know the truth, that you have emptied the public coffers, and sent the contents to England secretly, for which act you must suffer death." When Artevelde heard these words, he clasped his hands and burst into tears, saying at the same time, "Gentlemen, such as I am, so have you made me, and you formerly swore that you would defend and protect me. Do you not know how trade languished in this country? I restored it to you, and then I governed you so peacefully that you have had everything at will, wheat, wool, and every species of commodity with which you have been clothed and become fat. But the people cried out, 'Come down, and do not preach to us from so great a height.'" Artevelde was at a window. Thereupon Artevelde closed the shutter of the window, and determined to go out at the rear and take refuge in a church which adjoined his residence. But already the doors had been burst open, admitting more than 400 persons, all eager to capture him. Finally he was captured among them, and slain on the spot without mercy. Thus ended the career of Artevelde, who in his time was so great a ruler in Flanders. To the poorer classes he owed his princely elevation, and at the hands of the malignant populace he came to his end. When the news of the death of Artevelde reached King Edward at Sluys, he was irritated and despondent. All his schemes were frustrated through the loss of his faithful ally, and he therefore set sail for England, vowing to be avenged on the Flemings. The latter greatly feared his resentment. The wool which was so necessary in their manufactures was imported almost exclusively from England. They dispatched an embassy to London for the purpose of exonerating themselves, and in order to hint at the possibility of a marriage between the daughter of King Edward and the young Damoiseau, the heir of Flanders. Thus would the county of Flanders always remain to one of your children. These representations, together with others, softened greatly the resentment of King Edward, who finally declared himself well pleased with the Flemings, as were the Flemings with him, and thus by degrees was the death of Jacques von Artevelde forgotten on both sides. Meanwhile the preparations for the passage to France were completed. The army was numerous and spirited. The project openly announced was to pass into Gascony, there to sustain the Earl of Derby, who was hemmed in by the Duke of Normandy. But Godefroy d'Harcourt, a French baron in exile in England, urged Edward to attack Normandy, a rich and undefended country. The king resolved to adopt the course proposed, and on the 12th of July 1346 he disembarked at La Houche. Immediately on landing his foot slipped and he fell. "Come hither into our ship, cher sire," said the English knights, "for behold a little omen for you." To which the king replied pointedly and without hesitation, "Why so? It is a very good sign, for the land evidently wishes for me." At which all the barons were greatly rejoiced. The soil of Normandy was unwise to wish for King Edward, for he pillaged and burnt down everything before him. Barfleur, Carentan, and Saint Loup had already succumbed when he appeared before Caen. The burghers had mustered all their forces, and the Count the Constable of France, with the Count de Tancarville, was there, supported by gallant knights. But as soon as the burghers beheld the English, who were approaching in 3 lines, close and compact, and saw their banners and pennants flying and streaming in the wind, and heard the cries of archers whom they were not accustomed to see or hear, They were so alarmed and discomfited that nothing in the world could have hindered their taking to flight. Accordingly they dispersed towards their town in disorder, without consulting the Constable of France in the matter. When the knights found that they were no longer supported by the burghers, they surrendered to Sir Thomas Holland, and the King of England commanded that no harm should be done in the city of Caen, where the English remained during 3 days, and therein kept such magnificent booty, marvellous to think of, which they immediately dispatched to England, while the king was riding towards Paris, taking Louviers, Vernon, and Verneuil. They arrived at Poissy. The quartermasters of the English army even advanced as far as Saint-Germain, Montreuil, St. Cloud, Boulogne, and Bourg-la-Reine, whereat the inhabitants of Paris were grievously disquieted. End of chapter 11, part 1.
Volume 1, Chapter 11, Part 2 of A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT, Chapter 11, Part 2. King Philip had convoked all his followers, and a large army was beginning to assemble round him. The French endeavoured to gain time in order to muster in numbers and overwhelm their enemies by superior forces. The depredations committed around Paris had meanwhile spread uneasiness at the court, and the king proceeded to Saint-Denis, where his allies were assembled. The King of Bohemia, John of Hainault, who had become French, the Duke of Lorraine, the Count of Flanders, the Count of Blois, and a great number of barons and knights. When the inhabitants of Paris saw that their sovereign was leaving them, they were more alarmed than before, and came and knelt down before him. "Ah, sire and noble king, what would you do? Would you thus depart and leave the good city of Paris? Here your enemies are but 2 leagues distant, and soon will be in this city, where we have not and shall not have any one to defend us against them." "Fear nothing, my good folk," said the king. "The English will not come to you, for I shall march against them and attack them, howsoever they may be." King Edward had left Poissy on the 16th of August, 1346, taking the road to Picardy. He was expecting a reinforcement of the Flemings, who had promised to invade the French territory, and he was anxious to be nearer his auxiliaries. King Philip followed closely upon his steps. The army of the French monarch increased day by day, and he hoped to overtake his enemies in order to give battle to them before they could cross the Somme. The English were vainly seeking a ford, and tidings had been received that Philip had arrived at Amiens. Edward had caused all the prisoners who had been taken in the county of Ponthieu to be brought to Uismont, where he was encamped, and said to them, very courteously, "Is there a man among you who knows of a passage which should be below Abbeville, where we and our army may cross without danger? If there is any one who will inform us of this, we will release him from prison, as well as 20 of his comrades, in gratitude to him." Whereupon a fellow named Gobain Agasse, who had been born and bred near the passage of the Blanche Tache, advanced and said to the king, "Sire, yes, in the name of God I know it, and will conduct you to it." When the King of England heard these words, he was rejoiced, and orders were given to his soldiery to be in readiness by sunrise, for the salt tide flowed as high as the Blanche Tache, and it was desirable to take advantage of the ebb for crossing over. On arriving before the ford, they there saw a noble knight named Godimar de Fay, who bravely defended the passage, but he was defeated with all his men, and the English found themselves on the other side, whither King Philip was eager to follow them when he heard the news, but the flood tide had already returned, and it was necessary to wait until the morrow, while King Edward, who was still riding forward, had taken possession of Le Crotoy and had arrived at the county of Ponthieu. he was in the open country not far from Crécy, when he said to his men, "Let us halt here for a while. I will go no further until I have seen our enemies, for I stand upon the rightful inheritance of that noble lady my mother, which was given to her on her marriage. So will I defend it against my adversary, Philip of Valois." And the king and his followers encamped on the open plain, the king superintending all its labours, for his army was small in comparison with that of the King of France, who was constantly being joined by fresh barons and allies who were unable to find quarters in the good town of Abbeville, but were encamped in the surrounding neighbourhood. It was on the morning of the 26th of August. King Edward had attended Mass and taken the communion, as had also his son, the Prince of Wales, and he had drawn up his men in 3 battle corps, entrusting the first to the command of the young prince, supported by the Earls of Warwick and Oxford. Northampton and Arundel were placed at the head of the second, while the third he reserved for himself. When the 3 divisions were arranged, and every earl, baron, and knight knew what he had to do, the King of England, seated upon a small white palfrey and staff in his hand, marched slowly from line to line, admonishing and exhorting the earls, the barons, and the knights to understand and reflect that for his honour they must guard and defend his right. And he said these things to them smiling so pleasantly and with so joyous a manner that whoever had been previously quite dejected began to take comfort on hearing and beholding him. He then commanded that all the men should eat at their ease and drink a draught, after which they sat down upon the ground with their casques and crossbows in front of them, in order to be more fresh and better prepared on the arrival of their enemies. For it was the intention of the King of England to await his enemy, the King of France, upon that spot, and there to oppose him and his power. Meanwhile, King Philip had marched forward with all his forces, dispatching before him 4 of his best knights to examine the position of the English. "Sire," said the most renowned among them on his return, called the Monk of Basel, "the English are drawn up and arranged in good order and await you. Therefore it is well that your men should halt in the fields and rest for the remainder of this day, for they are fatigued. It is late, and tomorrow you will be able with more leisure to consider on which side you can attack your enemies, for you may rest assured that they will await your coming." The king perceived the wisdom of the advice, and the quartermasters of the army rode on, one in front and the other in the rear, exclaiming, "Halt, banners! In the name of the Lord and of his Highness Saint Denis." The foremost among them obeyed at once and drew up, but not so those in the rear, who still urged their horses forward, saying they would not stop until they had gone as far as those in advance of them. Whereupon the front ranks recommenced their onward march, and, through their great pride and vanity, neither the king nor his quartermasters could exact obedience from them, for there were such distinguished warriors and such a large number of great noblemen that each desired on this occasion to show his power. This marching soon brought them within sight of the English. When the French knights in the front ranks first saw them, they were smitten with shame at their disorderly appearance, and fell back a few steps. Those who were behind thought that an engagement had taken place, and that they had been defeated, and pressed forward with all the citizens and inhabitants of Abbeville who had followed the army. When they saw the enemy, they cried, "Death to them! Death to them!" drawing and brandishing at the same time their swords. The confusion increased every minute. King Philip had seen the enemy as well as his soldiers, and his blood was stirred, for he hated them. He forgot all, the prudent advice of the Monk of Basel, the fatigue of his troops and their disorder, and he exclaimed, "Send our Genoese troops in front, and let us begin the battle in the name of God and of his Highness Saint Denis." The Genoese soldiers were weary after their long march. They murmured. At the same instant a violent tempest arose. The rain fell in torrents. They were in the presence of the English troops, who had risen in very good order and without alarm, and had taken up the positions assigned to them. When the sky became clear again, The sun shone in the faces of the French soldiers. The Genoese shouted as they marched to the combat, so very loud that it was marvellous, in order to terrify the English. But they kept quiet and made no show. The crossbowmen began to shoot, but in the midst of their compact numbers, the redoubtable English arrows were pouring down like hail, and the Genoese, who had not learnt to encounter such archers as those from England, when they felt these bolts and arrows, which pierced their arms, heads, and lips, were immediately discomfited and fell back upon the bulk of the army. The knights were ready, lance in hand, awaiting their turn. King Philip became incensed on beholding the rout of the Genoese, who impeded his progress. "Now then," he cried, "kill all this rabble who bar the way to no purpose." And the unhappy Genoese fell by the swords of their allies, as they had previously fallen by the arrows of their enemies. The French horsemen waded through their blood to approach the English. The melee commenced, terrible and confused. The old King of Bohemia, blind and surrounded by his followers, inquired how matters were progressing. This was at the moment when the Genoese were being slaughtered. "They fall back upon each other and prevent our advancing," said his knights. "Ah," replied the king, "this is the signal for us. Therefore, I beg you, my men, friends, and comrades, to lead me so far forward that I may wield a sword against the enemy." And they, fearing to lose the king in the confusion, bound their horses together by the bridles and placed the king their lord in front, and thus fell upon the enemy, on whom the king inflicted blows one after the other, and all remained there, and not one stirred. For all the knights were on the morrow found dead around their master. Meanwhile, the King of England did not fight. He had not even donned his helmet while watching the battle from a little eminence. The French cavalry were closely pressing the Prince of Wales. The Earl of Northampton demanded reinforcements from the king. "Is my son dead or overthrown, or so wounded that he cannot help himself?" asked Edward of the messenger. "No, my lord, but he is in the thick of the fray, and is in great need of your assistance." "Return to those who sent you," retorted the king, "and tell them not to send a request again while my son is still alive, but to let the youth win his spurs. For I intend, if it please God, that this day may be his." And thus was it done. The French were exhausting themselves in vain. Their numbers and their valour had not been able to triumph over the disorder and the unskilful arrangement of the troops. Their best warriors lay stretched upon the field of battle, and nightfall approached. John of Hainault seized the bridle of the horse upon which the King of France was seated, and dragged him away from the struggle. They rode along in silence. 5 horsemen only followed the king. They arrived at the gate of a castle, but the drawbridge was raised. "Open," said Philip. "It is the unfortunate King of France who entreats you." After resting for a while, he resumed his journey towards Amiens, while the English, who had not pursued the enemy, were gathering together by torchlight around the tent of King Edward. The latter had just left the hill and advanced towards the prince, whom he embraced. "My gallant son," he said, "God has endowed you with great perseverance. You are my son, and have loyally justified your title. You are worthy to hold land." The dead being interred, King Edward marched towards Calais, to which he laid siege on the 31st of August. The town was strong, and the garrison was known to be resolute. The English proceeded to build a town of wood around the ramparts. King Philip had recalled from Guillaume the Duke of Normandy, thus relieving the Earl of Derby, who was closely besieged in Bordeaux, and Sir Walter de Manny, who was defending Aiguillon. These 2 knights had nothing more at present to do than to rejoin King Edward before Calais. They did not know how long a time was destined to elapse before the surrender of that town. The position of the King of France was becoming serious. He endeavoured to divert the attention of the enemy. His ally, David, King of Scotland, had promised to attempt an invasion of England. The moment seemed propitious. All the English commanders and knights were beyond the sea. At the end of September 1246, David marched therefore into the county of Cumberland with a considerable army, pillaging and sacking everything on their way. Queen Philippa had already levied some troops, and at Newcastle, where she was stationed, she was better informed of the movements of the Scots than the latter were of her preparations for resistance. The English army assembled in the park of Auckland, unknown to King David. No commander-in-chief had been appointed, but 4 prelates and as many barons marched at the head of the troops. And the good Dame Queen Philippa prayed and admonished them to do their duty well, says François. As she was returning to Newcastle on the 17th of October, Douglas, the Lord of Liddesdale, who was coming back from a plundering expedition, fell among the English, whose presence he did not suspect, and with difficulty cut his way through them. The King of Scotland immediately drew up his forces on the plain of Neville's Cross. He fought valiantly, but, having been twice wounded, he was made a prisoner by a plain esquire named John Copeland, who conducted him to his castle. The Scottish earls and barons lay stretched upon the field of battle, or had fallen alive into the hands of their enemies. The Queen was rejoicing at Newcastle. She sent to John Copeland, commanding that the King of Scotland should be given up to her. "I will surrender him to no man or woman except my lord, the King of England," replied the worthy esquire, "and be not uneasy upon his account, for I intend to keep him so carefully that I will render good account of him." The Queen was not quite satisfied, however, and with the good news of victory, the reply of the stubborn esquire arrived at Calais. King Edward had great joy in the good fortune that God had bestowed on his people, and he immediately summoned John Copeland to come to him at Calais. The esquire placed his prisoner in a place of safety, in a strong castle on the borders of Northumberland and Galloway, and proceeded to Calais, to the quarters of the king. "Welcome," said Edward on seeing Copeland, "my faithful esquire, who by your valour have made a prisoner of our adversary, the King of Scotland." "Sire," said John, kneeling, "God in his great goodness has so willed it that he has delivered the King of Scotland into my hands, for he can, if it please him, bestow his grace upon a poor esquire as well as upon a great nobleman. And, sire, do not bear me any ill will if I did not immediately surrender him to the Queen, for it is to you that I have sworn allegiance." The king smiled. "But you will now take your prisoner, John," he said, "and take him to my wife." And he loaded with presents the esquire, who returned well content. King David was promptly lodged in the Tower of London. The war still continued in Brittany. Charles of Blois had been made a prisoner before Roche-Derrien on the 18th of June, 1347, and had joined King David in his captivity, while Joan the Lame was maintaining the struggle against the allies of the Count of Montfort, who were still directed by her mother, the Countess Joan, and against the sudden attacks of Joan de Belleville, the widow of Oliver de Clisson. This women's war was neither the least skilful nor the least sanguinary. Edward III was still before Calais. The town was reduced to the last extremity. Twice already had the non-combatants been expelled. Sheltered on the first occasion by King Edward, these unhappy wretches, driven out of the famine-stricken town, were dying of hunger and misery between the two camps. John of Vienne, a valiant knight in command at Calais, had sent information to King Philip of the desperate situation in which he was placed. "Remember, sire, that there remains nothing uneaten in the town, not a dog, a cat, or a horse, so that of provisions we can find none in the place, unless we eat the flesh of our people." Philip of Valois unfurled the oriflamme and summoned his knights round it, to march to the deliverance of his good town of Calais. The rejoicing was general inside the town. The banners of the French army were visible flying in the air, and their white tents glistened in the sun on the Mount of Sangat. The citizens already thought that their deliverance had been effected. But the King of England had taken his precautions. The road along the downs was protected by English vessels, well furnished with archers. The road across the marches was defended by the Earl of Derby, who was stationed on the bridge of Nulay, which the king had fortified with towers. The quartermasters of the French army, after having examined the ground, informed the king that it was impossible to cross it. Thereupon King Philip sent emissaries to the King of England to pray and require him to choose with them a spot whereon one might fight, and thither to come and confront the King of France. Edward had formerly challenged King Philip, who had declined to encounter him. It was now his turn. "My lord," he said to the emissary from the French camp, "I duly heard that which you demand of me on the part of my adversary, who wrongfully holds my just inheritance to my injury. Therefore, tell him that I have been here during more than a year, that this was well known to him, and that he might have come sooner had he pleased. I have spent heavily of my substance, and I expect very shortly to be master of the town of Calais. Therefore, I am not in a mind to obey his bidding and his convenience, nor to let go what I have conquered, what I have so ardently desired, and so dearly paid for. If his men cannot pass that way, let them go round to seek a path." This message was reported to the King of France, who was incensed thereat, says François, but who made no effort, and again took the road towards Amiens. The banners disappeared from Mount Sangat. The tents were struck, and inside the town despair succeeded to the hope which had for a while sustained the brave citizens. John de Vienne ascended the walls of the town and made a sign that he wished to hold a parley. Sir Walter de Manny immediately approached him. "Good sir," said the brave governor, "you see that our succour has failed. Beg your king to have mercy upon us and to let us walk out as we are. He will find in the town and the castle enough of goods." Sir Walter de Manny knew of the anger which the king his master had against the inhabitants of Calais. He shook his head. Sir John," he said, "the king our master will not let you go as you have said. It is his intention that you shall all submit to his will." "Never," said John de Vienne, and he retired within the town while the English knights were proceeding to carry the news of what had passed to the king. "You might well be wrong, sire," said Walter de Manny, "for you set us a bad example. If you should wish to send us to your fortresses, we should not go so willingly, if you cause these people to be put to death, for thus should we be served under similar circumstances." King Edward remained gloomy. All the barons agreed with Sir Walter. At length Edward exclaimed, "Gentlemen, I will not remain alone against you all. Walter, you shall go to those in Calais and inform the commander that the utmost mercy which they will find in me is, that there shall issue forth from the town of Calais 6 of the most distinguished citizens, bareheaded and barefooted, with halters round their necks, and the keys of the town and the castle in their hands. And with these I will do as I please. I will show mercy to the others." Sir Walter had borne the king's message to Calais. The consternation was great in the public square where all the inhabitants were assembled. They wept bitterly. Even Sir John de Vienne conceived such pity for them that he cried most tenderly. At length arose the richest citizen of the town, who was called Eustache of Saint-Pierre, and said in the presence of all, "Gentlemen, great pity and great wrong would it be to leave so great a number of persons as are here to perish, by famine or otherwise, when some other means can here be found. And I have such great hope of receiving grace and forgiveness through our Lord, if I die to save these people, that I wish to be the first, and will willingly place myself in my shirt bareheaded, barefooted, and with a halter round my neck, at the mercy of the King of England." And when Eustache had uttered these words, several men and women threw themselves at his feet, weeping tenderly, and it was greatly affecting to be there and to hear, listen to, and look at them. The example of devotion is contagious. John Dare, a worthy citizen, who had 2 beautiful damsels for daughters, declared that he would accompany his fellow citizen, Eustache. James and Peter de Visson did likewise, then 2 others, and the 6 citizens, in their shirts and barefooted, with a rope round their necks, the keys of the town in their hands, issued forth from Calais, conducted by Sir John de Vienne upon his little horse, for he was too unwell to walk. Amidst the cries and tears of the population, he consigned the condemned men to Walter de Manny. "I beg you, gentle sir," he said, "to intercede for them with the King of England, that these poor men may not be put to death." The worthy knight was anxious to do so, but he advanced without speaking until they arrived before the King of England. Edward was in the road outside his residence. All his knights surrounded him. Queen Philippa was by his side. When he saw the citizens, he remained very still and looked very cruelly at them, for he hated those of Calais for the great damage and checks which they had caused to his ships in bygone times. The unhappy men had fallen on their knees, offering to the king the keys of the town and begging for mercy. All the barons were in tears, being unable to restrain themselves for pity, but the king eyed them angrily, for he was so hard-hearted and smitten with such great anger that he was unable to speak. At length he broke the silence and ordered that they should presently be beheaded. All the knights were weeping and supplicating. Sir Walter de Manny, who was entitled to speak, reproached the king for his severity, but Edward gnashed his teeth and said, "Sir Walter, hold your peace. It shall not be otherwise. Let the headsman come forward." Queen Philippa had thrown herself on her knees, crying so tenderly with compassion that she could not support herself. "Ah, gentle sire," she said, "since I crossed the sea in great peril, I have asked nothing of you. Today I beg of you as a gift for the Son of the Holy Virgin and the love of me, that you will have mercy on these 6 men." The king waited a short time before speaking. He eyed the good lady, his wife. "Ah, lady," he said, "I should be but too pleased were you elsewhere but here. You beg so earnestly that I dare not refuse you, and, although I do so with difficulty, take them. I give them to you. Do with them as you please." Then the queen rose, saying, "My lord, many thanks," and she took with her the 6 citizens, and caused them to be clothed and fed at their ease. She then sent them away from the army in safety. They went and established themselves in different towns in Picardy, while Edward took possession of Calais on the 3rd of August, 1347. Queen Philippa was quartered in the house of John Dare, which the king had given to her, and there was such merrymaking as was marvellous, except among the poor inhabitants of Calais, who wept secretly in their dwellings. The king had resolved to establish an English population at Calais, and the former possessors were about to quit for ever that town which they had so valiantly defended. Calais had fallen, and King Edward's vengeance was appeased. The legates of the Pope had recommenced their work of conciliation. A truce was concluded, for a few months at first, and afterwards prolonged from time to time for 6 years. The finances of France were exhausted. The English Parliament refused the subsidies, and the Black Plague, from the east, was ravaging Europe. France and England, already weakened by wars, saw their populations decimated by the pestilence. It was in vain that the flagellants overran the towns and villages lacerating themselves with whips to appease the anger of God. It was in vain that the Jews, accused of poisoning the fountains, were slaughtered. The cemeteries of London could not contain the dead, so that Sir Walter de Manny made a present to the city of a new site. King Edward issued an edict to compel all able-bodied men to accept work. The fields remained uncultivated, and famine threatened the districts ravaged by the plague. Notwithstanding the amnesty, fighting was still carried on in Guienne, in Brittany, and as far as Calais. The governor, Aymeric of Pavia, had promised to surrender the town to the French for a large sum. Was it an act of treachery, and did he himself cause King Edward to be informed of the bargain which he had concluded? This may be supposed, since he escaped the anger of his master, but the King of England crossed the Channel very secretly, and arrived at Calais at the moment when Geoffrey de Charny was approaching to enter the town. The knights proceeded towards the gates. Edward had put aside all his insignia of royalty and fought under the standard of Walter de Manny. Twice he staggered under the blows of Eustace of Ribeaumont, but, having at length triumphed over the brave Picard, at the moment when the French were retreating in disorder, he led him into the castle, Ribeaumont not knowing the name of his conqueror. At supper, Edward rose, and taking the pearl necklace which he wore on his hood, he placed it upon that of Sir Eustace. "Sir Eustace," said he, "I give you this chaplet as the best combatant of the day, of those within and without the town, and I beg that you will wear it this year for love of me, saying everywhere that I gave it to you. I release you from your prison, and you can depart tomorrow if you please." And Sir Eustace of Ribeaumont was much rejoiced. Aymeric of Pavia had less reason to congratulate himself upon the success of the day. Geoffrey de Charny surprised him in the castle wherein he had taken refuge, and put him to death as a traitor. Another occasion caused graver danger to the life of King Edward. The Spanish pirates of the Bay of Biscay were desolating the coast of Flanders and hampering the commerce with England. King Edward resolved to punish their insolence, and, on the 20th of August, 1350, after having cruised about during 3 days between Dover and Calais, announcement was made of the approach of the vessels, led by Don Carlos de la Cerda, the chief of the Association of Pirates. The engagement began with great fury on both sides. The king had directed his vessel against a large Spanish ship. Several leaks had been opened by the shock, and the English vessel was about to founder, when the sailors, making a desperate effort, boarded and seized the enemy's ship and took refuge upon their conquest. The Prince of Wales, in a similar peril, had been saved by the Earl of Derby. After the victory, which had been dearly bought, King Edward proceeded to rejoin the Queen at Winchelsea. Her servants had already brought her tidings of the battle, which they had anxiously watched from the heights. A truce of 20 years was concluded between the King of England and the seaport towns of Castile. The armistice, traversed by so many different combats and perils, was about to expire. Philip of Valois had died in 1350, and his son, John the Good, had at first appeared disposed to accept the proposals for peace of the King of England. At a conference which had taken place at Guienne, Edward offered to relinquish his pretensions upon the kingdom of France, provided that he might obtain absolute possession of the provinces which he held as vassal, in his own name or in that of the Queen. But the French barons would not agree to this dismemberment of the territory. The king was young, ardent, and full of glory, so did not resist their entreaties. The proposals of the King of England were rejected. He complained loudly of the bad faith of his adversaries, and obtained money of Parliament to prepare for the renewal of hostilities. An expedition of the Prince of Wales in Guienne and an incursion of King Edward into the north of France had not achieved great success. The king was soon recalled to England by an attack of the Scots upon Berwick. The unhappy town, buffeted about from master to master by bloody sieges, had recently been retaken by Edward, who penetrated further into Scotland and ravaged the whole country. According to the doctrine of the period that a people could be sold or bought, Edward had paid Balliol for his rights to the throne of Scotland, a pension of 2,000 marks of silver, and once more claimed to enslave the Scotch. The want of provisions in a devastated country compelled him to retire. For a long time the memory of this expedition served to animate the ardour of the Scots during their invasions into England. "Remember burnt Candlemas," they would cry to each other. It was the title which had been given to that series of pillages and conflagrations. Edward had not yet quitted England, had not even been able to send reinforcements to the Black Prince, as the Prince of Wales was called, by reason of the colour of his arms, when the latter took to the field towards the end of June 1356, with the object of ravaging the French provinces. An expedition of this kind, in the preceding year, had brought him a great deal of booty. He had overrun Agenois, Limousin, Auvergne, and had arrived as far as Berry. Repulsed before Bourges and Issoudun, he had taken Vierzon, burnt down Romorantin, and was beginning to fall back in the direction of Guyenne with the fruits of his pillage, when King John, quitting Chartres, advanced towards Poitiers. The devastation caused by the Black Prince had exasperated the country populations. Nobody had warned him of the danger to which he was about to expose himself when, in his turn, he took the road to Poitiers with his little army. Suddenly, on the 17th of September 1356, the English advanced guard found itself immediately in the rear of the French forces. The couriers saw the country covered with troops. The retreat towards Guyenne was cut off. "May God interpose," said the prince, seized with great anxiety. "We must have advice and counsel how we shall fight them with advantage." And at the same time the King of France was saying in his army, "Truly, gentlemen, when you are at Paris, at Chartres, at Rouen, or at Orleans, you threaten the English, and you wish to stand before them ready for the fray. Now are you there, I show them to you. Here you must show your displeasure, for without mishap we shall fight them." And those who had heard him answered, "May God decide, all this will we willingly see." End of chapter 11, part 2. Volume 1, chapter 11, part 3. Of a Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 11, Part 3. It was on the 18th of September in the morning. All the flower of the French chivalry thronged around the king and his 4 sons. It is affirmed that the French army numbered more than 50,000 men. The forces of the Black Prince did not amount to 12,000, but the English had prudently entrenched themselves behind some hedges and underwood in the midst of the vines, so they could only be approached by a narrow road lined with archers. At the moment when, by the advice of Eustace of Ribamont, the French knights prepared to alight to make an attack, the Cardinal of Perigord arrived, begging the king to permit him to negotiate between the 2 armies. "The English are but a handful compared with you. If you can capture them, and cause them to place themselves at your mercy without giving battle, this manner would be more honourable and profitable to you." The king consented thereto, and the cardinal promptly galloped towards the English army. "Gallant son," he said to the Black Prince, "if you had justly considered the power of the King of France, you would suffer me to arrange terms with him for you, if I could. Therefore the prince, who was then a young man, answered, My lord, saving my honour and that of my men, I am ready to listen to anything in reason. Thus the cardinal galloped throughout the day between the two armies. But no agreement could be made, for although the English willingly consented to surrender to King John all the towns and castles taken on their way, to conclude a truce of 7 years, and to release the prisoners, the French demanded that the Prince of Wales and 100 of his knights should surrender before allowing the remainder of the army to pass, to which the English could not listen, and on Monday morning the French king angrily told the cardinal to return to Poitiers or wherever he pleased, and never more to speak of treaty or agreement, for that he might give offence. Quickly going away, the cardinal proceeded to the English army. My gallant son, he said to the prince, do as you are able. You must fight, for I cannot discover any disposition for concord or peace in the King of France. And the prince answered, greatly irritated, That is the intention of us and ours, and may God help the right. The French army was divided into 3 great battle corps. The first was commanded by the marshals of France, the second by Charles, Duke of Normandy. King John was at the head of the third, and he had retained by his side his youngest son, Philip. The Prince of Wales had placed his little army with great care. It was imperative to fight or perish, for there were no provisions. My gallant lords, said the young man, if we are few against the might of our enemies, let us not be daunted, for virtue and victory do not belong to great numbers, but to whomsoever God chooses to send them. If it happens that the day be ours, we shall be the most honoured in the world. If we should die, I have still my father and 2 gallant brothers, and you, good friends, who will avenge us. Thus I beg that you may today know how to fight well, for, if it please God and St. George, you will see in me a good knight. The French had wavered. A great number had remained on horseback against the advice of Ribaumont. A good English knight, Sir James Audley, awaited them foremost in advance, having vowed to be the best combatant in the battle. The heavy cavalry and the warriors, covered with steel, entered the narrow path leading to their enemies. The arrows of the English archers began to whistle by. The brave knights looked around them. They saw no assailants, but they were wounded, and their horses were falling. They were obliged to retreat, leaving the dead, the dying, and the wounded horses, who encumbered the defile. The army corps of the marshals was disconcerted, and that of the Duke of Normandy was beginning to take alarm. The experienced eye of Sir John Chandos was not deceived in the matter. Ride forward, sire, he said to the Prince of Wales, for the day is yours. Let us devote ourselves to your adversary, the King of France, for there lies the greater part of the day's work, and I well know that by reason of his valour he will not fly. The prince applied his spurs to his horse, and quitting his rustic rampart, he advanced into the open space where the King of France was fighting. A detachment of the archers attacked at the same time the troops of the Duke of Normandy, who took to flight almost without striking a blow. The English charged. St. George and Guyenne! Montreuil St. Denis was the answer around King John, but the disorder was increasing. The Duke of Orleans had disappeared with the reserve forces. The king was not a man ever to be frightened by the things which he saw or heard said, but still remained a good knight and fought well. Dismount! Dismount! He cried to all his followers, and he himself alighting from his horse, he marched along their ranks, battle-axe in hand, and there around him there was a great number of warriors, haughty and cruel, and many heavy blows were given and received. And the still youthful prince, Philip, was there, crying to his father, Sire, have a care on your right! Sire, have a care on your left! And defended him as much as he was able. Meanwhile, on all sides the king was greeted with, Surrender, or you are a dead man. He looked around him. To whom shall I surrender? He asked aloud. Where is my cousin, the Prince of Wales? If I could see him, I would speak." "Sire," said a knight, "he is not here, but surrender to me, I will conduct you to him." "Who are you?" asked the king. "Denis de Montbec, a knight of Artois, but I serve the King of England, because I cannot live in the kingdom of France, and because I have there forfeited all my possessions." The king tendered his glove to him. "I surrender to you," he said. The knight endeavoured to lead the king away from the crowd, but although he was tall and powerful, everybody crowded round him, saying, "I have captured him! I have captured him!" And the king could not advance, nor could his youngest son, Philip. The Earl of Warwick and Sir Reynold Cobham, who were seeking the king on behalf of the Prince of Wales, were obliged to deliver him from his enemies, and to conduct him courteously to the spot where Chandos had advised that the banner of England should be planted to reassemble the troops. "It is time that your men should rejoin you," he had said, "for they are scattered and the day is yours. You must refresh yourself a little, for I see that you are much heated." The prince had removed his helmet when the King of France was brought forward, before whom he made a profound reverence and received him as a king, well and wisely, and in the evening he waited upon him without ever consenting to be seated, notwithstanding any solicitation which the king made in this respect, and said that he was not yet sufficiently important to sit down at the table of so great a sovereign and so valiant a man, who had that day surpassed the ablest. And all deemed that the prince had spoken well. The towns and castles remained closed in Poitou and in Saintonge, but the French army was not rallied, and no attempt was made to deliver the king. The Prince of Wales hastened to Bordeaux in order to place in safety his illustrious prisoners and all the booty with which his army was loaded. The Duke of Normandy had been created regent by the States General, and the Black Prince concluded a truce of 2 years with him. He spent the winter in Gascony. Then in the spring, April 1357, he set sail to conduct to England King John and his son Philip. Negotiations were in progress for the ransom of the king, and the legates of the Pope, the ordinary negotiators of the great treaties between sovereigns, followed the Prince of Wales and his prisoners to England. John entered London on the 24th of April upon a magnificent courser, richly caparisoned. The Prince of Wales was at his side upon a small black horse. King Edward had come forward to meet his illustrious captive, and all the court hastened to do him honour. King John consoled himself easily enough in his captivity. Already for 6 years past, Edward had been in treaty with the Scottish Parliament for the ransom of King David Bruce. Twice the latter had been enabled to visit his kingdom, in order to induce his subjects to redeem him, but Scotland was poor, and the demands of Edward were exorbitant. It was not until the month of October 1357 that the treaty was at length concluded, and that David was enabled to return to his kingdom after an imprisonment of 11 years. But his subjects soon perceived the influence which his long sojourn in England had exercised over their weak sovereign. When Queen Jane died without issue in 1362, David proposed to the Scottish Parliament to select as his heir Lionel, the third son of the King of England, to the exclusion of his nephew, the Stuart of Scotland. The indignation of the Scottish Parliament did not put an end to the project. Some delay in the payment of the ransom furnished an excuse to King Edward, and, until the death of King David, in 1371, the intrigues of the English continued to agitate Scotland. His nephew succeeded him without opposition, and assumed the title of Robert II. While Scottish affairs were occupying Edward III, the treaty with France still remained pending. The conditions required by the English were so harsh that King John, although a prisoner, hesitated to accept them. Besides an enormous sum for the ransom of the king, Edward claimed to retain all his conquests in France and to secure all the possessions formerly belonging to his family, not as an appanage or fief, but as a property. While the negotiations were being prolonged, the condition of France became daily more critical. The evil genius of the royal family, Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, had escaped from the prison where, for a long time, he had been confined. He had allied himself to the citizens of Paris, who wished to exert a certain amount of influence in their affairs, a power which was contested by the Dauphin and his council. The population of Paris, incited by their chiefs, soon escaped from the authority of the latter, who found themselves drawn along irresistibly with the current. Riot succeeded riot. 2 of the advisers of the Dauphin were slain under his eyes on the 22nd of February, 1358, and his chancellor was compelled to fly. The contagion spread throughout the whole of France. As Paris had had its mélotins, workmen armed with mallets, France in general had its jacquerie, an insurrection of the serfs, who were ironically called Jacques Bonhomme. Everywhere fearful massacres took place, and the Dauphin, compelled to arm against the peasants of his kingdom, had no leisure to think of the demands of King Edward. The insurrection was scarcely at an end when King John accepted the proposals of the King of England. But as soon as the conditions of the treaty were known in France, the States General rejected them with indignation. The dismemberment of the country was impossible. Peace and the liberty of the king were too dearly bought at this price. King Edward knew the proud obstinacy of the English Parliament. He was indignant, however, to find a similar resistance from the French States General, and complaining of perfidy, he entered France on the 28th of October, 1359. He had traversed Picardy, Artois, and Cambrésis, consigning everything to fire and sword, when he arrived before Rheims, where he proposed to be crowned King of France. In vain did he besiege that town during 7 weeks. The Archbishop and the citizens did not suffer themselves to be intimidated by the fate of Calais, and defended the place so valiantly that Edward was compelled to retire. He entered Burgundy, but the Duke Philip purchased his withdrawal with a large sum of money and a promise of neutrality. The King of England took the road to Paris. His army had suffered greatly during the winter. The month of March had been rough, and the negotiations which had been opened during the festival of Easter not having brought about any result, Edward was compelled to retire. The Dauphin had not responded to his challenge, and the English army, unfit to attack the capital, fell back towards Brittany after having burnt the suburbs of Paris. The road was strewn with the bodies of men and horses succumbing to fatigue and misery. At length, in the neighbourhood of Chartres, a fearful storm surprised the English in the open plain. The son of the Earl of Warwick was killed by a thunderbolt beside the king. Struck by this terrible warning, Edward leapt from his horse and vowed to God and Our Lady of Chartres no longer to reject the proposals for peace, provided that they should be consistent with his honour, and conferences were opened a few days afterwards at Bretigny, a small village where Edward halted. Peace was at length concluded on the 8th of May, 1360. The King of England renounced his pretensions to the kingdom of France and restored all his conquests, with the exception of Calais and Guyenne. King John conceded to him absolutely, for himself and his heirs in perpetuity, Guyenne, Poitou, Saintonge, Agenois, Limousin, Périgord, and the county of Ponthieu. A ransom of 3 millions of golden crowns was to be paid within 6 years for the release of the king. 25 French barons, 42 burgesses, and 16 of the most important prisoners captured at Poitiers were to serve as hostages for the fulfilment of the treaty. These conditions, harsh as they yet remained, were so much better than the first proposals of King Edward, that after much intriguing and hesitation, they were at length solemnly ratified by the two sovereigns at Calais on the 24th of October 1360, with this strange clause, that the definitive renunciations by the monarchs of the possessions which they ceded should not take place until the festival of the Assumption in the following year. On the morrow, the 25th of October, King John was restored to liberty and King Edward embarked for England. The festival of the Assumption had passed by, as well as many other holidays, but the conditions of the Treaty of Bretigny were not yet fulfilled. The financial distress of France had not admitted of raising the sums promised for the ransom. The land was ravaged by the free bands, formerly in the pay of the belligerents, but who, having no employment since the peace, had lived by plunder and rapine. They proceeded from province to province, wherever there still remained any resources, and they defeated John of Bourbon, who had been dispatched against them by the Dauphin. The States General murmured at the conditions of the treaty. King John saw nothing in his kingdom but oppression and misery. He could not fulfil his engagements, and as a crowning disgrace, one of his hostages, his own son, the Duke of Anjou, having been brought to Calais with the other Knights of the Lily, a designation applied to his brother, the Duke of Berry, his uncle, the Duke of Orleans, and his cousin, the Duke of Bourbon, shamelessly broke his word by flying from prison to repair to Paris. King John was weary of the struggle and wounded in his pride and his loyalty. Perchance also he remembered the rejoicings which had been instituted in his honour in London. So he announced that he was about to return to England. Were honour banished from the whole earth, he proudly said, it would be found again in the heart of a king. He arrived in London at the beginning of the year 1364, but before being able to resume negotiations, he fell ill and died on the 8th of April. His body was brought back to France with all royal magnificence, and the Dauphin became king under the title of Charles V. While the perplexities of the government in France had hindered the consolidation of peace, the Prince of Wales had been married, on the 10th of October 1361, to the woman whom he had loved all his lifetime, his cousin Joan, daughter of Edmund, Earl of Kent. She had already been twice married, and her second husband, Lord Holland, had recently died. Happy at length, the Black Prince established himself with his wife in Aquitaine, and held at Bordeaux a magnificent court, the school for all good chivalry, while he laboured to restore order in these provinces, so long desolated by war. King Charles V had found means of ridding himself of the free companies. The King of Castile, Peter IV, had deserved his surname of the Cruel for a series of crimes which had exasperated the people. His brother, Henry of Trastamare, exiled by him and burning with a desire to avenge his mother and all his relatives assassinated by the tyrant, had taken refuge in France, asking the assistance of King Charles V. The latter offered the services of the free companies. The good knight Bertrand du Guesclin, already famous among the most illustrious warriors of his time, concluded a treaty with the chiefs of the different bands, and, placing himself at their head, crossed the Pyrenees under the orders of Henry of Trastamare, who was soon placed upon the throne of Castile, almost without striking a blow. In vain did Peter the Cruel call to his aid all his vassals. They were too happy to see themselves delivered from his yoke, and when the tyrant was compelled to take to flight, he took refuge at Bordeaux, begging the assistance of the Prince of Wales. Passion blinds the most clear-sighted men. The noble character of the Black Prince had nothing in common with the savage ferocity and calculating perfidy of Peter the Cruel, but the prince thought this king ill-used by his brother and his subjects. France had embraced the cause of Henry of Trastamare, and England thought herself constrained to support his rival. He had brought with him his two daughters, who remained at the court of Bordeaux, where they were married, a few years later, to two sons of King Edward, the Duke of Lancaster and the Earl of Cambridge. The first rumour of the intentions of the Black Prince caused a secession from the army of Du Guesclin of some of his best bands. Sir John Calvary and Sir Robert Knowles, with 12,000 men, immediately abandoned Henry of Trastamare and proceeded into Guyenne, assembling under the banner of their legitimate chief. The King of Navarre delivered up the passage through the Pyrenees, and in the month of February 1367, in spite of cold, snow, and scarcity of provisions in a poor country, 30,000 men crossed the defiles of the mountains under the command of the Prince of Wales and Peter the Cruel, and on the 3rd of April a battle was fought between the two pretenders upon the plain of Navarette. The combat was fierce. A portion of the Spaniards had given way, but Henry of Trastamare, supported by Du Guesclin, resolutely defended himself. At length the latter was made a prisoner, and the rout was complete. Don Henry fled and took refuge in Aragon. 6,000 men remained upon the field of battle, and 2,000 prisoners were in the hands of Peter the Cruel. He was preparing to slaughter them when the Prince of Wales demanded mercy for them, and the king did not dare to refuse it. But he had no intention of fulfilling the promises which he had made at Bordeaux. From his camp at Valladolid, the prince repeatedly sent to Peter the Cruel, demanding the money which he had undertaken to pay for the expenses of the war. No answer, no visit from the king, no provisions, while the English army was decimated by sickness, by the climate, and by want. The prince himself was suffering from a fever. Weary of waiting and convinced of the perfidy of his ally, he raised his camp on the 26th of June and returned to Guyenne. Peter the Cruel had momentarily regained his throne, but the treasury of England was empty. The health of the Black Prince was forever destroyed, his character embittered by suffering and deceptions, and the barons of Aquitaine were beginning to murmur and to turn unwillingly towards France. Charles V deserved his title of the Wise. Prudent and foreseeing, but too weak in body to have any taste for warfare, he directed the affairs of the kingdom from his seat, with a firm moderation to which the French, like their enemies, had not been accustomed under his predecessors. When the Poitevins presented themselves before Charles V as the liege lord, to complain of the excessive taxes imposed by the Black Prince, he temporized, gave vague answers, and retained the complainants at Paris, while his brother, the Duke of Anjou, governor of Languedoc, was fostering the discontent in the provinces of the south belonging to the English. The Spanish ally of the Black Prince had recently received the reward of all his crimes. Scarcely had the English retired when Don Henry had again taken the field, and for the second time he had dethroned his brother. As he was besieging him in a fortified castle, they met in the tent of a French knight. Peter immediately seized his brother by the throat and threw him to the ground. Henry drew his dagger, and Peter, stabbed to the heart, died immediately. An offensive and defensive alliance had recently been concluded between France and Spain, 20th of November 1368, and King Charles V, publicly taking his course, summoned Edward, Prince of Aquitaine, to appear at Paris before his peers, there to answer the complaints of his vassals. Since the Treaty of Bretigny, King Edward and his son had no longer recognized the superiority of France. "I will go," said the Black Prince, "but with 60,000 lances." His father was better aware of the difficulty of the undertaking. He made moderate proposals to Charles V, simply claiming the sovereignty of Aquitaine. But Charles V, seeing the English Parliament wearied of the wars, King Edward aged and tired, and the Black Prince ill, maintained his pretension, and the French troops entered into Poitou, Guyenne, and Limousin. The discontented and capricious inhabitants almost always lent their support to the French. King Edward sent his second son, the Duke of Lancaster, with considerable reinforcements to the assistance of the Black Prince, but while he was overrunning the northern provinces. King Charles, not permitting any important engagement to take place, the conquests of the French extended in the south, and the Prince of Wales, dangerously ill, found himself compelled to take the field upon a litter. The Dukes of Anjou and Berry did not await him. They had left garrisons in the towns, but had retired when the prince advanced against Limoges. He had formerly lavished his favours upon that town, which the bishop had surrendered to the French, and he had sworn, by the soul of his father, not to move thence, nor do anything until he should recapture it. The siege progressed slowly, the citizens bravely supporting the garrison, for they feared the vengeance of the prince. The latter conducted the military operations with a savage fury which he had never before manifested. At length, at the end of a month, a large mine opened a breach in the walls of the town. The besiegers sprang inside, and the massacre began. Women, children, and old men fell upon their knees, crying, "Mercy! Such poor folks could not have been concerned in defending the town." But none received quarter. The knights and men-at-arms of the garrison still defended themselves heroically in the streets. 3 of them planted themselves against a wall, and made such good use of their swords that the Prince of Wales, while passing by in his litter, was struck with admiration, and received them as prisoners to be ransomed. The humble people, who were really martyrs, says François, were all dead. The town was fired, and the Prince of Wales had retired. He had exhausted his strength, and in the hope of regaining his health under his native sky, set out for England, leaving to his brother, John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the care of prosecuting the war. The military career of the Black Prince was ended. 6 years of illness and languor were to bring to its close this life so brilliantly begun, but unhappily sullied by a last act of cruelty, more consistent with the general morals of the time than with the character hitherto displayed by the son of King Edward. The Duke of Lancaster had recently married Constance, the eldest daughter of Peter the Cruel, and, upon this ground, he aspired to the crown of Castile, an imprudent pretension which strengthened the union of the king, Don Henry, with France. The Earl of Pembroke was bringing reinforcements to the Duke in June 1372, when a Spanish fleet stationed between La Rochelle and the Isle of Ré barred the passage. An engagement took place, and the English were completely beaten, their vessels being either captured or scuttled. This disaster was an unmistakable blow to King Edward and to the English nation, which was beginning to look upon the sea as its legitimate empire. The successes of King Charles V were increasing. He had placed Bertrand du Guesclin at the head of his armies and had made him Constable of France. But the remembrance of Crécy and Poictiers were always before his eyes. He did not permit any pitched battles to be fought. From siege to siege, from skirmish to skirmish, Du Guesclin was still marching forward, sometimes surprising the enemy, passing through their ranks, as it is said in his memoirs, by a stratagem which consisted in striking with the point and with the edge of the sword. But when the English presented themselves in a body, the constable would fall back upon the fortresses and allow a passage to the enemy, who overran the country, but could not surround either the large towns or fortified castles. "Never has king fought so little and given so much trouble," said Edward angrily, for his French possessions were diminishing day by day. Bordeaux and Bayonne, with a narrow piece of territory, alone remained in his hands in the south, and Calais only in the north. So, if the faithful ally of England, the young Count of Montfort, was everywhere recognised in Brittany since the death of Charles of Blois, in 1364, his authority was too well contested by Oliver de Clisson to allow of supporting English interests beyond his duchy. John of Gaunt returned to England, and once more the legates of the Pope playing the part of peacemakers, a truce of 1 year was concluded at Bruges in 1374, to be prolonged almost until the death of King Edward. So many reverses after so much glory had undermined in England the popularity of the king. The finances of the country were in default. Every resource had been exhausted to support a war which had borne so little fruit. Complaints, which people did not dare to address to the king, reached his ministers and even his son, the Duke of Lancaster, who had gradually secured the power, in consequence of the weakness of his father and the illness of the Prince of Wales. The latter remained the idol of the nation, and, either through jealousy of his brother or through dissatisfaction at the state of affairs, he lent his support to the opposition. The Parliament of 1376, long known under the title of the Good Parliament, addressed to the king a remonstrance concerning the waste of the public money and demanded the dismissal of several of the ministers. Lord Latimer and Lord Neville were deprived of all their offices, but the object of the public hatred and mistrust was especially a woman named Alice Perrers, formerly a lady of the bedchamber to Queen Philippa, but who, since the death of the latter, had acquired such an influence over King Edward that he had presented her with the jewels of his wife, and frequently permitted her to dispense at her pleasure the favours of the crown. The Commons publicly demanded that she should be banished from the kingdom. Amidst this work of reform, the Parliament suddenly lost its firmest support. The Black Prince died on the 8th of June, 1376. For a long time he had been ailing and unable to assume in the government of his country the position which by right belonged to him. But the nation had always reckoned upon his wisdom and justice no less than on his brilliant valour. A prosperous and happy reign had been hoped for, and the grief was general and protracted. The good fortune of England seemed bound up in his person, says the chronicler Walsingham. It had flourished in his health, it languished in his illness, and died at his death. In him expired all the hopes of the English, for during his lifetime neither an invasion of the enemy nor an encounter in battle had been feared. He was interred with great pomp in Canterbury Cathedral, where he had formerly erected a chapel in memory of his marriage. At the especial request of Parliament, his eldest son Richard was thereupon declared heir to the throne. Fears were entertained concerning the pretensions of the Duke of Lancaster, who had resumed all his authority. Sir Peter de la Mare, who had impeached the ministers in the name of Parliament, was arrested. The Bishop of Winchester, William of Wykeham, formerly at the head of the opposition, was divested of his revenues. A Parliament favourable to John of Gaunt was convoked. It proposed the recall of Alice Perrers, the rehabilitation of Lord Latimer, and other measures so unpopular that the palace of the Duke was assailed by the citizens of London, and his friend Lord Percy, a Marshal of England, was pursued by the mob, so that the Prince was obliged to throw himself into a small boat with Percy and take refuge at Kennington, in the castle inhabited by the young Prince Richard and his mother. All the remonstrances of the Bishop of London scarcely succeeded in calming the disturbance. The arms of the Duke of Lancaster, at the gate of his palace, were inverted by the people as the escutcheon of a traitor. When the Duke returned shortly afterwards to London, all the magistrates of the city were dismissed and replaced by his creatures. On the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the reign of Edward III, a general amnesty was proclaimed. The Bishop of Winchester alone was excluded from it. It was the last public act of King Edward. This body so active and robust, this spirit so bold, this will so firm, had nevertheless undergone the effects of premature old age. The ministers were ranging themselves beside the Duke of Lancaster. The opposition was grouped around the young Prince Richard and the Princess of Wales. The old king was dying alone with Alice Perrers. It is even said that she deserted him in his agony, after having taken the royal ring from him. The king lay in this isolation, the servants having dispersed in the manner of Sheen to plunder at their leisure. A monk entered, crucifix in hand, he approached the unhappy monarch, praying beside him and supporting his expiring head until the last sigh. Thus died, on the 21st of June, 1377, the great Edward III, who had at one time appeared destined to unite upon his head the two crowns of France and England. He died alone in the 65th year of his age, leaving to his grandson, a child, instead of the whole of Aquitaine, which he had received from his father, a few towns only upon that soil of France of which he claimed possession. The blood of the two nations had flowed during more than 30 years, and the struggle was as yet only at its beginning. End of chapter 11, part 3.
Volume 1, Chapter 12, Part 1 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 12, Part 1. Bolingbroke, Richard II, 1377 to 1398. Henry IV, 1398 to 1413. The little King Richard was much fatigued on the 16th of July, 1377. It was found necessary to place him in a litter to bring him back to the palace after his coronation. All the former popularity of his grandfather, Edward III, all the affection which his father, the Black Prince, had inspired, appeared to have accumulated upon his head, by reason of the fear and aversion which were felt towards John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. The prelates and barons assembled on the morrow of the coronation, and selected a council of regency of 12 members. The uncles of the king did not form part of this body, and John of Gaunt retired to his castle of Killingworth, but several members of the council remained devoted to him, and his influence soon began to be complained of. The King of France, Charles V, had lost no time in taking advantage of the weakness of the English government. His fleets overran the Channel, fettering commerce and seizing the British vessels. A descent was even made upon the Isle of Wight. The Parliament was convoked, and the Earl of Buckingham, the uncle of the king, was placed at the head of the naval forces. His expedition against the French fleet miscarried, and his defeat increased the discontent of the nation. The Parliament was composed chiefly of the enemies of the Duke of Lancaster, and when a kind of reconciliation had been effected between the latter and the House of Commons, that assembly demanded that 2 citizens of London should be entrusted to receive the money voted for the defence of the country. John of Gaunt started for France with a large army, 1378. The King of Navarre, still at war with Charles V, held a portion of Normandy. He had surrendered Cherbourg to the English. The Duke of Brittany, John de Montfort, being reduced to the last extremity by the successes of Bertrand du Guesclin, had consigned Brest to them. These acquisitions were due to the free will of the allies of England, and not to its arms. John of Gaunt was defeated before St. Malo, and being pursued by Du Guesclin, was compelled to return to England, while the Scots, at the instigation of France, invaded the northern counties and took possession of Berwick Castle. A Scottish pirate named John Mercer devastated the coast as far as Scarborough. A London merchant named John Philpot, on the other hand, armed a small fleet, and hastening to the encounter of Mercia, recaptured from him all the vessels which the latter had seized, captured besides 15 Spanish ships and returned triumphantly onto the Thames, amid the plaudits of his fellow citizens, and to the indignation of the council, which reprimanded the alderman for the boldness of his undertaking. The Parliament had assembled at Gloucester, disaffected and exacting. The Commons asked to examine the accounts, which was granted to them as a favour. John de Montfort had recently taken refuge in England, banished from his dominions by King Charles V, who committed the imprudent act of officially annexing the Duchy of Brittany to France. This declaration immediately rallied all the different factions against him. Jean de Montfort was recalled. The States General of Brittany wrote to the King of France, asking him to authorize them to retain their independent ruler. At the same time, an English army, under the command of the Earl of Buckingham, landed at Calais and ravaged the provinces of Artois, Picardy, and Champagne, without ever encountering the necessity of a serious combat. The English were arriving in Brittany when King Charles V died, 1378, and the Bretons, reassured by the weakness of the young King Charles VI, began to look coldly upon their English allies. De Montfort negotiated with the French Council of Regency, and Buckingham was only indebted for his safety to the valour of his troops and to the provisions which he had brought. He retired in the spring of 1379. Great events were in preparation in England. For some years a double movement, religious and social, had begun secretly to agitate the English people. A priest, John Wycliffe, born towards 1324 in Yorkshire, had attracted attention at the University of Oxford by his rare faculties, and had commenced in the year 1356 to denounce the abuses of the papal authority. He had then attacked the mendicant monks, accusing the Church in general of greed and corruption. Summoned to appear before the Bishop of London in the last year of the reign of Edward III to answer for his opinions, he had been supported by the Duke of Lancaster and his friend Lord Percy. Both had even insulted the bishop, which had brought about an insurrection in the city. Wycliffe had retracted some of his ideas, he had explained others, and thanks to his powerful protectors, he had obtained the living of Lutterworth in Leicestershire, where he spent the remainder of his life, surrounded by priests, whom he brought up in truly apostolic poverty, and who subsequently spread his opinions among the people. Wycliffe is the first of the reformers, or rather their precursor. His doctrines acted more powerfully abroad than in his own country. It is to his books that were due the first germs of the Reformation in Bohemia. For England, his greatest work was the translation of the Bible into the vernacular. The most important of his ideas was the appeal to the private judgment of the faithful upon the very text of the Holy Scriptures. Wycliffe had shaken the traditions of submission to the clergy. He had at the same time preached a dangerous doctrine. All possessions, he said, come of grace, and may be forfeited by sin. The poor serfs, who possess nothing, might be anxious to profit in their turn by the grace which insured estates. Wycliffe died peacefully at Lutterworth in 1384. Already for 2 years past, his illustrious friend Geoffrey Chaucer, the first creator of English poetry, had been compelled to quit England. Compromised by his attachment to the new ideas, he had retired into Hainault, where he lived in peace, protected by the friendship of the Duke of Lancaster. The first works of Chaucer, The Court of Love, the poem of Troilus and Cressidi, The Temple of Fame, had been published several years before, and had assured to him a reputation which had largely contributed to his fortune. The English language at this time, still largely intermixed with French, and difficult to understand at the present time, assumed under the pen of Chaucer a native grace to which sometimes succeeds an energy which prepared the way for Spenser and Shakespeare. Chaucer again established himself in England when John of Gaunt returned from his expedition to Castile. He lived to an advanced age and composed in his retreat of Dummington his Canterbury Tales, written in the style of the Decameron of Bocairico, and the only one of his books which is still read at the present day. He died in 1400, the year following the accession of Henry Bolingbroke, the son of his protector. Like Wycliffe, he had seen the commencement of the popular agitations. The poll tax, voted by the Parliament in 1379, was their first opportunity. A general movement towards the enfranchisement of the lower classes manifested itself everywhere in Europe. The insurrection of the Jacquerie in France, the resistance of the Flemish citizens and artisans, first to the conduct of Jacques Veur at Verdout and afterward to that of Philip his son, had testified to the awakening of the serfs, the peasants and the artisans, so long reduced to the condition of beasts of burden. The kings had been in need of money, and the taxes weighing upon all their subjects, it had been necessary to conciliate them. The soldiery had acquired a new importance. The English archers, in particular, nearly all peasants by origin, had played an important part in the wars. When the tax collectors began in 1380 to demand payment of the poll tax, of a people already impoverished by a long series of exactions, they met with a resistance which increased with the oppression. The tax at first collected with leniency was let out to some courtiers. They borrowed in advance of the Lombards and Flemings. Repayment became necessary, and the revenue was exacted with great severity. The peasants became exasperated. They began to assemble and confer together. The insurrection broke out in Essex. The Commons of England, as the insurgents styled themselves, broke into several dwelling houses in the neighbourhood. They obeyed a seditious priest who assumed the name of Jack Straw. The congregation rapidly spread into the counties of Kent, Suffolk, and Norfolk. The tax was payable only in the case of persons above 14 years of age. A Kentish collector maintained that the daughter of Attila had attained a specified age. Her mother maintained the contrary. The collector insulted the young girl and was brained with a hammer by the father. A knight had reclaimed a serf who thought he was entitled to enfranchisement and had imprisoned him in Rochester Castle. The peasants attacked the castle and compelled the garrison to surrender the prisoner. The Kentish insurgents marched under the command of a chief named Wat Tyler, Wat the Tyler. On the Monday of Trinity Week in 1381, they entered Canterbury, threatening death to the Archbishop, who was absent. The monks of the chapter house were compelled to swear fidelity to King Richard and the Commons of England. 3 wealthy burgesses were beheaded, and the crowd proceeded towards London. It is related that 100,000 men followed close upon the steps of Wat Tyler when he arrived on the 11th of June at Blackheath. The Princess of Wales, the mother of the young king, was returning from a pilgrimage. The crowd of insurgents surrounded her retinue. She was popular by reason of her husband's memory, and her ransom cost her only some kisses bestowed upon the more audacious of the leaders, who had not forgotten that she had formerly been called the Fair Maid of Kent. She passed by without further difficulty. The malcontents thronged round an itinerant preacher whom they had brought with them, and who displayed to them this text, now famous: "When Adam delved and Eve span, where was then the gentleman?" The doctrine of equality was received with enthusiasm by these poor people, hitherto trodden underfoot. The outskirts of London were laid waste when the king proceeded down the Thames on the 12th of June to receive the petition of the insurgents. 10,000 men awaited his arrival at Rotherfight, but at the sight of the royal barge they uttered such cries, says Froissart, that one would have thought that all the demons of hell were in their midst. The noblemen who accompanied Richard became alarmed, and dragged him with them as far as the Tower. The Commons of England, in a state of fury, advanced along the right bank of the river as far as Lambeth, burnt down the prisons, and plundered the palace of the Archbishop. On the other side of the Thames the insurgents marched along the course of the river, and at length, obtaining a passage over London Bridge, they joined their brothers of Kent. The whole city was in their power. The population of London had joined them, and the rich citizens, to please them, had thrown open their cellars to them. Hitherto the multitude had behaved with a certain amount of order, but intoxication being once added to the joy of triumph, they could no longer be restrained. The palace of the Duke of Lancaster was invaded and burnt down. Plunder was strictly forbidden. The gold was reduced to powder, and the precious stones were broken. A peasant had taken a bowl of money. He was thrown into the river with his booty. The prisons being opened and destroyed brought fresh reinforcements to the insurgents. The temple was burnt, with all the valuable books which had been collected by the knights. The Priory of St. John of Jerusalem, recently constructed by Sir Thomas Hales, a prior of the order and Chancellor of the kingdom, was also delivered up to the flames. A thirst for blood began to take possession of the populace. Every passer-by was challenged. "For whom are you?" was asked. If the answer was not "for King Richard and the true Commons," the person answering was immediately slaughtered. All the Flemings fell by the knife or the hatchet. The popular hatred sought them out even in the churches. Wine and blood flowed in the streets. The councillors of the king resolved to try concessions. On the morning of the 14th of June, a proclamation was spread throughout London, recommending the crowd which surrounded the Tower, and demanded the heads of the Chancellor and Treasurer to retreat towards Mile End. The king promised there to come to them, and to grant their requests. A portion of the mob obeyed. When Richard arrived with a weak retinue at the meeting place, his brothers, the Earl of Kent and Lord John Holland, had quitted him on the road. He saw himself surrounded by 60,000 peasants. Their tone was respectful, and the requests, which then appeared monstrous, do not create the same impression at the present day. They demanded the definitive abolition of servitude, the power to sell and purchase in all markets, and a general amnesty for the past. To this they added a strange claim to fix the amount of rental on lands. The king promised all that they wished, and immediately caused to be made a large number of copies of the charter which he had thus granted. These were distributed amongst the insurgents. The men of Essex and Hertford retired in a body, but the malcontents of Kent had remained in the capital, and had not appeared at the meeting place in Mile End. Scarcely had the king retired, when these dangerous foes attacked the Tower, beheading the councillors who had taken refuge therein. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the Treasurer, Sir Thomas Hale, and several others. The Princess of Wales, while yet in bed, saw a furious mob spring into her chamber. No injury was done to her, and her attendants were enabled to throw her, fainting with fright, into a little boat. She was conveyed to a house in the city belonging to the king, who there came and joined her when he had learnt the sad news of the massacre at the Tower. In the morning Richard issued forth with a small escort and advanced fearlessly towards Smithfield. The multitude thronged the streets and squares. The king drew up at St. Bartholomew's Priory. "I will go no further," he said, without having pacified the insurgents. Wat Tyler had perceived him, and urging his horse toward him, "There is the king, I go to speak to him," he cried to his supporters. "Do not move a hand or foot unless I give you the signal." The horse of the popular chief touched heads with that of the king. "Sir King," said Wat Tyler, "do you see those men yonder?" "Yes," replied the young prince without stirring. "They are at my disposal, and ready to do as I bid them." And he toyed with his dagger, holding the bridle of the royal courser. Then, perceiving behind Richard an esquire who had displeased him, "Ah, you here," he said, "give me your sword." The esquire refused. Wat Tyler made a motion to take possession of it. The followers of the king were roused. The Lord Mayor of London, William Walworth, urged forward his horse, and advancing towards the rebel, struck him a blow with the dagger. The horse reared. Tyler endeavoured to return to his followers, and a squire of the king thrust his sword through his body. He fell, beating the air with his hands. The mob became agitated. "Our captain is slain," was the cry, and the bowstrings began to vibrate. Richard advanced alone towards the crowd. "What do you, my friends?" he exclaimed. "Tyler was a traitor. It is I who am your captain and your guide." He drew after him this irresolute mob, deprived of their chief, and who marched without knowing whither they were bound. They arrived in the fields near Islington. The friends of the king had rallied round him. One of the chiefs of his 3 bands, Sir Robert Knowles, brought a body of men-at-arms. The insurgents took alarm, threw down their bows and cried mercy. The king would not suffer them to be slaughtered in a mass, to the great exasperation of Sir Robert Knowles. He said that he would be even with them on another occasion, said François, in which he did not fail. The insurrection subsided everywhere. The Bishop of Norwich had armed his household and his friends, and hastening to throw himself upon the peasants, he had easily defeated these confused masses, little accustomed to arms. He had himself drawn up their indictment and pronounced their sentence. Then resuming his clerical costume, he had exhorted them, received their confession, absolved them, and finally accompanied them to the gallows. The king was at the head of a small army. It had marched against the remainder of the insurgents of Essex. It was no longer a question of charters. The courts of commission were everywhere assembling to try the guilty. The 2 priests, John Straw and John Ball, were hanged. Leicester and Westbourne, who had assumed the title of Kings of the Commons in the counties of Norfolk and Suffolk, suffered the same fate. About 1,500 rioters were executed. It was found necessary to fix them to the gibbet with iron chains. Their friends came by night to carry off their bodies. The Parliament had assembled, publicly approving of the abolition of the concessions granted to the villains during the struggle. "We would never have consented to them," said the barons, "even had we all been compelled to perish on the same day." For the moment there was some talk of abolishing servitude, but the opposition was so strenuous, the profiteers of fiefs declared so loudly that their serfs belonged to them by right, that they could not be deprived of them without their consent, that the idea was immediately abandoned, and the high treason law was voted, condemning riots, disturbances, and other analogous things, in terms as dangerous as they were vague. The king demanded money. The Commons claimed a complete amnesty. Neither would begin to make concessions. The Parliament at length yielded. The tax upon wool and leather was prolonged for 5 years, and the king proclaimed the amnesty. He was about to wed Anne of Bohemia, soon known throughout the whole of her kingdom as the Good Queen. The Bishop of Norwich was fighting in Flanders in support of the citizens of Ghent, hard pressed by their count, recently a victor at the Battle of Rosbeek, where Philip van Artevelde had been killed, and the uncles of the king contended with each other for the authority in England. The Earl of Cambridge had been made Duke of York, and the Earl of Buckingham Duke of Gloucester. Henry Bolingbroke, son of the Duke of Lancaster, had become Earl of Derby. At the same time, the king had made Earl of Suffolk and Duke of Ireland his favourites Michael de la Pole and Robert de Vere, obscure persons, whom the Princess of Wales had placed beside her son, by reason of her jealousy towards his uncles, and who contributed by their influence to the struggles and disputes of the government. The princess had recently died, having succumbed beneath the weight of the anxieties caused by one of her sons, Lord John Holland. He had recently assassinated one of the servants of the king, and was unable to quit the church in which he had taken refuge. Plot succeeded plot, denunciation to denunciation. At length the Duke of Lancaster started out for Spain, in order to sustain the pretensions of his wife to the throne of Castile, and he contrived after 2 campaigns to marry his eldest daughter to the heir of Henry of Trastamare, thus assuring the crown to her children. The Scots had crossed the frontier, and King Richard entered Scotland. France was preparing a great armament. Amidst these external preoccupations, the Duke of Gloucester had seized the reins of government, and when the young king threatened to dissolve a parliament devoted to his uncle, the Commons brought forward the Act which had deposed Edward II. A council of barons for a while governed the kingdom, under the presidency of Gloucester. Blood flowed everywhere. The Duke avenged himself upon the favourites of the king, who were as odious to him as to the English people. He had impeached them before the Parliament. The innocent were involved in the ruin of the guilty. Gloucester did not even spare Sir Simon Burley, formerly the tutor of the king, the friend of Edward III and the Black Prince, and who had conducted the negotiations for the marriage of Richard. The Queen in vain threw herself at his feet asking for mercy. In vain did Henry Bolingbroke, who had seconded his uncle in all his undertakings, claim as a right the pardon of the condemned man. Burley was executed, and Bolingbroke became definitely at variance with Gloucester. The disorder which prevailed in England did not prevent constant hostilities upon the frontiers of Scotland. It was on August 15, 1388, that there took place at Otterbourne the famous battle celebrated in the ballads under the name of Chevy Chase, between the Earl of Douglas and Lord Henry Percy the Hotspur of Shakespeare. Douglas was slain, but the English ended by being repulsed from the battlefield. Hotspur and his brother were prisoners. The king was beginning to weary of the yoke which he had so long borne. He was subject to gleams of resolution and courage, which soon disappeared in a long spell of indolence, which took by surprise those who calculated upon his habitual apathy. A council has been held in the month of May 1389. The king suddenly addressed the Duke of Gloucester. "How old do you suppose I am, uncle?" he asked. "Your Highness is in your 22nd year," replied the Duke, much surprised. "Then," replied the king, "I am at an age when I should govern my own affairs. Nobody in my kingdom has been so long held under tutelage. I thank you for your services, my lord, but I no longer require them." And he immediately caused the Great Seal and the keys of the treasury to be given up to himself, compelling the Duke of Gloucester to leave the council, announcing publicly to the nation that he had henceforth assumed the direction of the government, but his fleeting energy had already abandoned him. The Duke of York and Henry Bolingbroke were his masters, instead of the Duke of Gloucester. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Volume 1, Chapter 12, Part 2 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François GUIZOT. Chapter 12, Part 2. John of Gaunt had returned from Castile. He had become reconciled with his brothers. Concord appeared re-established in the royal family. A truce had been concluded with France and Scotland. The King of Scotland, Robert II, had died on the 19th of April, 1390, and his eldest son had assumed the title of Robert III. Queen Anne had also died in 1394, and King Richard, who had no children, married 2 years later, much against the wishes of his subjects, the Princess Isabel, daughter of Charles VI, King of France. She was but 7 years old, but the king conceived the liveliest affection for her, and conducted her everywhere with him upon his travels. An expedition in Ireland against the insurgent chiefs had been very successful, but the Duke of Gloucester protested with all his might against the alliance with France. "Our Edwards," he said, "caused Paris to tremble even in its entrails, but under Richard we caught the French, who make us tremble within London." The Duke had his reasons for trembling. The king had not forgotten the execution of his favourites, nor the men who had signed their indictment. The Earl of Warwick, one of the accomplices of Gloucester, was already arrested. The Earl of Arundel soon followed. The Duke of Gloucester had retired to Pleshy Castle in Essex. His nephew repaired there in gay company. All the family came forward to meet the king, but while the Duchess was conversing with him, Gloucester was arrested by the Marshal of England, dragged as far as the river, thrown into a boat, and from thence a vessel bore him toward Calais. A rumour was thereupon spread that he had been assassinated. The king published a proclamation declaring that the arrest had been made with the approval of his uncles of Lancaster and York, as well as of his cousin the Earl of Derby. He had even obtained by a ruse their signatures to the impeachment. Lord Arundel was condemned by the Parliament and immediately executed. His brother, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was not even admitted to plead his cause, for the king dreaded his eloquence. He was banished for life, and the Earl of Warwick, at first condemned to death, was imprisoned in the Isle of Man. The House of Lords then called the Duke of Gloucester for judgment, but the Marshal replied that he could not bring the Lord Duke, who had for several days been dead at Calais. He was condemned, however, and all his goods were confiscated. It was said that he had been suffocated between 2 mattresses. The judges were not without uneasiness concerning the application which they had just made of the high treason law. Nearly all had been, at different periods, compromised in plots or insurrections. They obtained of the king an amnesty for the past, and as a reward for present services, Richard made his cousin the Earl of Derby Duke of Hereford. The Earl of Nottingham became Duke of Norfolk, and John Holland, the murderer, was made Duke of Exeter. The Parliament completed its work of complaisance by granting to the king for life a subsidy upon woollens, and by forming a commission entrusted to watch affairs. King Richard was no longer in a hurry to appeal to his people or to convoke the Parliament. The conduct of the king toward his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, and his friends, the vengeance which had overtaken after so many years the enemies of the favourites, revealed the character of the sovereign in a light which caused uneasiness in the country. Indolent and prodigal, habitually engrossed in the pleasures of luxury and magnificence, Richard was not only capable of momentary energy, but he maintained in the bottom of his heart projects which he shaped to his purposes with patience and perseverance. Once delivered of the Parliament and of the Duke of Gloucester, the Duke of Lancaster aged and in retirement in his castle, Richard gave himself up to all his whims, certain as he thought of encountering no serious opposition. At that time, says François, no one was great enough in England to dare to speak against the will of the king. He had a council obedient to his wishes, who begged him to do as he pleased, and he had in his pay 10,000 archers who guarded him day and night. The extravagances of the court were insolent, and the people began to complain, looking back regretfully upon the government of the king's uncles, who had shown some consideration, they said, for the nation, and consulted it in its own affairs. 2 great noblemen alone remained of those who had, in 1386, seconded the efforts of the Duke of Gloucester against the favourites of the king, and notwithstanding the favour shown to them by Richard, they did not feel secure in their positions. The Duke of encountered the Duke of Hereford. "We are ruined," said he to his friend. "Wherefore?" asked Bolingbroke. "For that affair at Radcot Bridge." Footnote: the Duke of Ireland, Robert de Vere, had been defeated by Gloucester and his companions at Radcot Bridge. "What? After so many pardons and declarations by the Parliament?" rejoined Bolingbroke. "He will annul all that, and we shall pass through the ordeal like the others. The world in which we live is strangely perfidious." The Duke of Norfolk soon had reason to be convinced of this. Either through thoughtlessness or through treachery, the conversation was reported to the king. He convoked the Parliament, and his first care in the month of January 1398 was to summon Henry Bolingbroke to render an account of the words of the Duke of Norfolk. The latter was not present, but upon the summons of the Parliament he came to throw down his glove at the feet of the Duke of Hereford, declaring him a traitor and a perjurer. The combat was authorized between the two noblemen. "I shall then at length have peace," muttered the king, while proceeding to Coventry on the 16th of September, to be present at the tournament. But having once confronted the two antagonists, he became fearful of a victory for one of them, and forbidding the ordeal, he submitted the question to a parliamentary commission chosen by himself. The Duke of Hereford was condemned to an exile of 10 years. The Duke of Norfolk was banished for ever. He thereupon started for the Holy Land, and died of grief at Venice. But Henry Bolingbroke did not go far away. He remained in France, watching the movements of his cousin Richard, who lavished the riches of England with so thoughtless a hand that his treasury was constantly empty. His favourites would then help him to replenish it by exactions of every kind. The Duke of Lancaster had died 3 months after the departure of his son. His immense property was confiscated, notwithstanding the protests of Bolingbroke. A decree outlawed 17 counties of England as having been favourable to the enemies of the king. They were compelled to buy back their rights with enormous fines. The disaffection increased, but the king took no heed whatever of it. He embarked towards the end of May 1390 for Ireland, where his cousin and heir apparent, the Earl of March, had recently been assassinated. He had just taken the field against the rebels when Henry Bolingbroke landed on the 4th of July at Ravenspur in Yorkshire, having escaped from France under the pretext of paying a visit to the Duke of Brittany. Bolingbroke had brought with him a feeble following. The exiled Archbishop of Canterbury and his nephew, the Earl of Arundel, 15 knights and men-at-arms, and a few servants. But scarcely had he touched the English soil when the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland joined him, bringing with them considerable forces. Henry did not disclose his ulterior projects to anyone. He came, he said, to claim his right, the inheritance of his father, which the king had wrongly confiscated. And moreover, the public feeling was so favourable to him, the nation was so weary of seeing itself ill-governed, that the malcontents rose in all parts to place themselves under his standard. He was, it is said, at the head of an army of 60,000 men when he advanced toward London. The Duke of York, regent of the kingdom in the absence of Richard, did not rely upon the burgesses of the city. He had quitted the capital and displayed the royal standard at St. Albans. Terror began to seize the creatures of the king. Instead of marching against the rebels, they cowardly shut themselves up in fortified castles. The Duke of York had taken the western road, pending the return of King Richard. But Bolingbroke had used diligence, and he arrived at the Severn on the same day as the regent. The latter placed little confidence in his troops. He was aware of the general discontent, and he retained in the bottom of his heart a bitter resentment for the murder of his brother Gloucester. He granted an interview to his neighbour Bolingbroke. The firm, bold, and cunning mind of Henry triumphed easily over the feeble will of the Duke of York. The two armies were amalgamated, and the regent helped the usurper to take Bristol Castle. There the members of the commission which had formerly condemned Bolingbroke had taken refuge. They were executed without any form of trial, and the Duke of Lancaster marched upon Chester, leaving his uncle at Bristol. For 3 weeks Richard had remained in ignorance of what was taking place in his kingdom. When he at length learnt the news of the landing of Henry and his formidable progresses, he exclaimed bitterly, "Ah, my good uncle of Lancaster, the Lord have mercy on your soul! If I had believed you, although this man might be your son, he would never have harmed me. 3 times I have forgiven him. This is his 4th offence." The Earl of Salisbury immediately set sail to assemble together some troops in England. He had raised pretty considerable forces in Wales, but the king delayed. The soldiers murmured and dispersed by degrees. A large number went and joined the rebels. The king at length disembarked of his cousin, the Duke of Albemarle, and his 2 brothers, the Dukes of Exeter and Surrey. The little army which he had taken to Ireland followed him, but at the second halting place, when the king, having risen very early, looked through the window towards the camp, where on the previous evening 6,000 soldiers had slept, he no longer saw but a handful of archers and men-at-arms. All had deserted during the night. The king was advised to take refuge at Bordeaux. That would be to abdicate, said his brother, the Duke of Exeter. It was resolved that they should join the Earl of Salisbury, and the king, disguised as a priest, took the road to Conway, his brothers and a few servants, while the Duke of Albemarle, following the example of his father the Duke of York, fled by night to join the army of the usurper. The Earl of Salisbury had not 100 men with him when the king arrived at Conway. In this deplorable situation, the brothers of King Richard proposed to go to Henry at Chester in order to ascertain his pretensions. The 2 dukes did not return. Their cousin Bolingbroke received them kindly, but he positively refused to release them. All his efforts were directed towards seizing the king in person. The Earl of Northumberland was entrusted with this mission. By false promises he enticed the king out of Conway, proposing an interview with Bolingbroke at Flint. Richard was almost alone. Abandoned, he followed the earl with the friends who remained to him. They galloped along slowly, when suddenly the king cried, "I am betrayed! Lord in heaven, help me! Do you not see banners and pennants flying in the valley?" Northumberland advanced at the same time. "My lord," the unhappy monarch said to him abruptly, "if I thought you capable of betraying me, I could yet retreat." "No," replied the earl, who had laid hold of his bridle. "I have promised to conduct you to the Duke of Lancaster." The soldiers of Northumberland began to appear. The king yielded to necessity. "Our Saviour was sold and delivered into the hand of his enemies," he murmured. They arrived at Flint. Henry Bolingbroke, in all his armour, came forward to meet his royal cousin, and bent his knee on approaching. "Good cousin of Lancaster," said Richard courteously, "you are welcome." "My lord," replied Henry, "I have come before my time, but I will tell you the reason. Your people complain that you have governed them harshly for 22 years. If it please God, I will help you rule them better." "Since it pleases you, it pleases me also," meekly replied the fallen monarch. And seated upon a wretched courser, like a prisoner, King Richard took the road to Chester, side by side with Henry Bolingbroke. Froissart relates that his very dog abandoned him to lick the hand of the usurper. At Lichfield, Richard attempted to escape, but he was seized as he had just issued forth through a window, and thereafter was narrowly guarded. The people of London received him with yells and insults. The usurper repaired to St. Paul's, prayed upon the tomb of his father, and then took possession of the palace. The king had been led to the Tower. The Parliament was convoked and ready to depose Richard II, as it had formerly deposed his great-grandfather. But Henry Bolingbroke, with a bitter foresight to the mutability of human things, wished to secure the personal consent and the voluntary abdication of the king. He held him narrowly confined within the tower. "Why do you cause me to be thus guarded?" Richard angrily exclaimed one day. "Am I your king or your prisoner?" "You are my king," replied the Duke, "but the council of your kingdom have seen fit to place a guard beside your person." On the eve of the opening of Parliament, a deputation of prelates and barons paid a visit to the unhappy king in the tower and asked him to abdicate. Richard felt himself powerless in the hands of his enemies. He yielded willingly and joyfully, say the Acts of Parliament, and releasing his subjects from their oath, he consigned his royal ring to his cousin of Lancaster, saying that he would choose him for his successor if he had the right to designate him. These details are open to doubt, but the Parliament held them good. On the 30th of September, before the empty throne in Westminster Hall, the abdication of Richard was read aloud, all the members giving their consent to it. The people uttered cries of joy. The coronation oath was then brought, and at each article proclaimed aloud the impeachment of King Richard was drawn up. He was accused of the murder of his uncle Gloucester, of having revoked the amnesties, and having squandered the public money. Nobody raised his voice to the dethroned monarch until the Bishop of Carlisle, Thomas Merks, rose and publicly denied the right of the Parliament to depose the king and to change the order of succession, at the same time defending Richard against his accusers. Scarcely had he finished his discourse when he was arrested. While he was being conducted to St. Albans, Parliament pronounced the deposition of Richard, and the Lord Chief Justice was instructed to announce his fall to him. "I care not to court the regal authority," said the deposed king. "I only hope that my good cousin will be a good master to me." His good cousin was not yet legally king. The descendants of Lionel, the third son of Edward III, were the legitimate heirs to the throne. No one, however, thought of them. The Duke of Lancaster remained in his seat. His surrounders waited in profound silence. He arose and, solemnly making the sign of the cross, said in a very loud voice, "In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, I, Henry of Lancaster, lay claim to this kingdom of England, and to the crown as a descendant of the good King Henry III, and by the right which God has given me, but granting to me the favour, through the support of my friends, to come to the assistance of this country, which was about to perish under bad laws and for want of government." This mixture of hereditary pretensions with popular rights was skilful. The Parliament responded to the appeal of Henry Bolingbroke. Acclamations broke out in all parts. The Duke showed the ring which Richard had consigned to him. The Archbishop of Canterbury took him by the hand and led him to the foot of the throne. Henry knelt there for a moment. He then ascended the steps and seated himself resolutely. The plaudits recommenced during the discourse of the Archbishop. "I thank you, my lord," said the new monarch, "and I wish everybody to know that by right of conquest I will disinherit nobody of his rights, but wish that all may be governed by the good laws of the kingdom, and may hold what he has by right." The officers of the crown and the great noblemen also vowed fealty and homage. Henry IV was King of England. In the first days of his reign, the new sovereign was enabled to believe that public opinion fully confirmed his usurpation. All the great noblemen were eager to fulfill at his coronation their hereditary offices. The Earl of Northumberland alone, who had rendered eminent services to him, marched beside him in the procession, holding aloft in sight of all the sword worn by Bolingbroke on landing at Ravenspur. The House of Commons responded to the slightest wishes of the king, and a greater number of the unpopular measures of the last reign were withdrawn by common consent. A great uproar arose in the House of Lords. The peers who had appealed against the Duke of Gloucester were summoned to exculpate themselves. All took their stand upon the wish of King Richard, upon the fear which he inspired, and upon the unanimous vote of the House. Recriminations poured down in every part. 40 gauntlets were thrown upon the ground as challenges to combat. A weak and timid monarch would have taken alarm in the midst of this violent confusion. Henry IV was enabled to claim the agitation. He divested the Lords Appellant, as they were styled, of the titles which Richard had given to them as rewards. The Dukes of Albemarle, Surrey and Exeter, the Marquess of Dorset, and the Earl of Gloucester became once more the Earls of Rutland, Kent, Huntingdon, and Somerset, and Lord Le Despencer, but the new king wreaked no other vengeance upon them. The high treason law was restored to more limited and less vague formulae. Appeals to the Houses in cases of treason were abolished, and the Parliament was forbidden to delegate its authority to a commission. The eldest son of the king was declared Prince of Wales, Duke of Guyenne, Lancaster, and Cornwall, as well as heir presumptive to the throne. Henry was too prudent to again raise the question of the law of succession, which he had so boldly disregarded. He did not wish his hereditary right to the throne to be discussed. He well knew that the little Earl of March, so carefully installed in Windsor Castle, was the real heir to the throne, as great-grandson of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the elder brother of John of Gaunt. The child was not 9 years of age. The king caused him to be well brought up, as well as his brother, and neither were destined to recover his liberty during his lifetime. But their sister, soon afterwards married to the Earl of Cambridge, had transmitted to the House of York those rights or those pretensions which condemned England to half a century of civil war. Difficulties abound in the path of usurpers. King Richard had not protested. He had asked for nothing, but he still lived in the Tower. Before dissolving the Parliament, King Henry IV dispatched the Earl of Northumberland to the House of Lords. The latter asked that the message with which he was entrusted should be kept secret. He then consulted the House upon the manner in which the dispossessed king was to be treated. "For my master Henry," he added, "has resolved at any cost to preserve the life of Richard." The Lords all replied that King Richard should be secretly led away to some castle and placed in the hands of faithful custodians, who should prevent all communication with his friends. This was the sanction which Henry IV wished for. The dispossessed monarch was conducted to Leeds Castle in Kent, and then transferred by night from castle to castle, as had been his great-grandfather Edward II. In the month of January, Richard had arrived in Pontefract Castle in Yorkshire. The removal of the dethroned king could not suffice to strengthen the power. Conspiracies were already beginning. The Lords Appellant had scarcely been punished, but their fears as well as their resentment urged them to revenge. They had formed the project of assassinating Henry and of replacing Richard upon the throne. A tournament was announced at Oxford for the 3rd of January, and the Earl of Huntingdon, the brother-in-law of the king, invited the latter to be present thereat. The invitation was accepted. The murder was to be accomplished during the joists. The king and his son were to succumb beneath numbers. The day came. The king had not arrived, and the Earl of Rutland was absent from the place of meeting. The conspirators saw themselves betrayed, but a bold stroke might yet save them. They galloped to Windsor and took possession of the castle. The king was no longer there. Warned in time, he had taken refuge in London. The arrest warrants were already issued against the traitors, and on the morrow Henry marched against them at the head of a considerable force. They did not await him, and fled to arm their vessels. Civil war appeared imminent, but public opinion was with King Henry. It administered justice to the conspirators, without the king being obliged to interfere. The citizens of the Cirencester seized the Earls of Kent and Salisbury and struck off their heads. Lord Le Despencer was beheaded by the citizens of Bristol. The Earl of Huntingdon was dismembered at Pleshy by the servant of the late Duke of Gloucester. The the king had only to cause the trial of a few accomplices of low degree. The attempt of the Lords Appellant probably cost the life of King Richard. It was learnt towards the end of January that he had died at Pontefract. It was related that he had refused to take any food since the death of his brothers, the Earls of Kent and Huntingdon. Distrustful people asserted that he had been starved to death. Others maintained that he had been attacked in his prison by some assassins, and that after valiantly defended himself, he had been killed by a blow behind the head. When the body of the unhappy monarch was brought to London, after being interred at Langley, a portion only of the face was uncovered. The details of his death were forever unknown, and many people were resolute in denying it. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Volume 1, Chapter 12, Part 3 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François GUIZOT. Chapter 12, Part 3. The little Queen Isabel had remained in England during the lifetime of her husband, notwithstanding her father's wish to see her return to his side. The death of his son-in-law caused one of the dreaded attacks of insanity to poor King Charles VI. But his uncles were anxious to profit by the indignation which was manifested in Bordeaux, the birthplace of the deposed monarch. The Dukes of Burgundy and Bourbon advanced towards Guyenne, and the first movement of the population was favourable to their wish. Richard was the best man in his kingdom, it was said at Bordeaux, and the people of London had treacherously abandoned him. But as the French army advanced, the ardour of the Gascons abated. The French were poor and annoyed by subsidies and taxes, which were sometimes reproduced upon 2 or 3 occasions during the year. "We are not accustomed to be treated thus," said the English subjects, "and it would be too hard upon us. We have still a king, and he will send his ministers to us to explain himself. Meanwhile we have a large commerce with England, in wine, in wool, and in cloth." The uncles of the king were compelled to retire without having accomplished anything. Henry IV was in no hurry to renew the war with France. He caused a proposal to be made to marry the little queen to the Prince of Wales, but the father and the daughter rejected this alliance. Charles VI claimed of Isabel his jewels and the 200,000 livres in gold which King Richard had received upon her dowry. Henry was poor, and the sum considerable. When the young queen was at length consigned to her family, in the month of August 1401, the ambassadors of England replied to the claims of the French by a demand for 150,000 crowns of gold, which remained due upon the ransom of King John the Good. The question of the dowry of Isabel was no longer mooted, and peace subsisted between the two countries during the greater part of the reign of Henry IV. Notwithstanding the challenges of the Duke of Orleans and Wallerand of Luxembourg, Count of Ligny and St. Pol, which gave rise to slight hostilities upon the coasts. Good warrior as he was, the King of England had too much to do at home, and too much trouble to consolidate his throne, to seek afar for hazardous adventures. At the very outset of his reign, however, and on the morrow of the conspiracy of the Lords Appellant, Henry had attempted an expedition into Scotland. Not daring to ask subsidies of the Parliament, the king had had recourse to the military service of the feudal system, and convoking under his banners all holders of fiefs, and furnished with the tithe voted by the clergy, he had advanced as far as Edinburgh, to summon King Robert, the Duke of Rothesay, his son, and all the great Scottish noblemen to come and render homage to him. Robert III was aged, feeble, and infirm. He had abandoned the power to his brother, the Duke of Albany. Constantly at contention with the heir to the throne, the Duke of Rothesay, sanguine, thoughtless, and venturesome, the young Duke hastened to Edinburgh to defend it. Henry was repulsed. His provisions failed him. He was compelled to withdraw from Scotland, having reaped no other glory in this campaign than the humanity toward the peasants, of which he had given proofs, and the discipline which he had been enabled to maintain in his army. While the King of England was fighting and suffering failure in Scotland, an unexpected insurrection broke out in Wales. A lawyer, who had afterwards served as esquire in the house of the Earl of Arundel, a Welshman, descending it was said from Llewellyn, the last Welsh prince, Owen Glendower of Glendower, had seen his little estate encroached upon through the avidity of a powerful neighbour, Lord Grey the Ruthven. Owen had appealed to the Parliament. His complaint had been rejected. The Welshman resolved to avenge himself by force of arms, and drove from his lands the servants of Lord Grey. He was thereupon outlawed. His pretensions grew of his anger. It was no longer a question of a little field or of a cluster of trees. Owen Glendower publicly proclaimed his illustrious origin, laying claim to the independent sovereignty of Wales. Fire smouldered under the ashes among these people, subjected for so many years. The love of national liberty was not extinguished. From all parts the Welsh hastened around Owen. Students quitted their universities, labourers their ploughshares, at the call of independence. At the beginning of the year 1401, King Henry IV found himself compelled to proceed to Wales with an army. But Owen was too shrewd to hazard a pitched battle. He left to the climate and to famine the task of fighting for him. From the mountains in which he had taken refuge, he soon saw King Henry compelled to retire. A second campaign attempted in 1402 was not more fortunate. The rain fell in torrents. The rivers became swollen at the approach of the English soldiers, who left Wales convinced that Glendower was a sorcerer in league with the elements. The rumour that King Richard was still living had come once more to be circulated in Scotland and in the north of England, restoring a certain amount of courage to the malcontents. In vain had King Henry severely punished the fomenters of this news. Richard was expected with the Scottish army when he entered into England in the spring of 1402. At the head of the English opposition was a Scotchman, George, Earl of March. The Duke of Rothesay was to have married his daughter, but he had rejected her, to unite himself with the family of the Earl of Douglas, the hereditary enemy of the Earls of March. The Earl of March had thereupon renounced his allegiance to the King of Scotland, and had allied himself with the Percies, all powerful in the county of Northumberland. It was with his assistance that the Scots were defeated and repulsed at Nesbit Moor in June 1402. Internal rancour soon brought forward a second army. The Earl of Douglas, furious at the success of his rival, solicited the assistance of the Duke of Albany, and at the head of a considerable force, he soon overran the two banks of Tyne. Having advanced as far as Newcastle, he was falling back, loaded with booty, when the Earls of Northumberland and March cut off his road on the 14th of September. The Scots covered Homildon Hill, and the English were stationed opposite upon another elevation. Hotspur Percy had already commanded the charge of his men-at-arms, when the Earl of March restrained him by the arm. "Let your archers commence," he said. "The turn of your horsemen will soon come." Arrows rained down upon the Scots deployed upon the flank of the hill. Douglas did not stir. His men were falling in their ranks, when a Scottish baron, Fordun Swinton, at length cried, "Ah, my brave comrades! Who restrained you today, that you should remain there like deer or stags, to allow yourself to be killed, instead of displaying your former valor by fighting man to man? Let us descend from here in the name of God." And the Scottish men-at-arms, thereupon moving, caused the English archers to fall back. The latter, however, continued to shoot, and Douglas received 5 wounds. He fell from his horse and was made a prisoner. Disorder set in the Scottish ranks. The flower of their chivalry had been decimated by the arrows or had surrendered without striking a blow. The son of the Duke of Albany, Murdoch Stuart, was among the number of the prisoners. The English knights had not raised their lances or drawn their swords. The battle had been won by the archers of Old England. The Earl of Northumberland arrived on the 20th of October at the Parliament convoked at Westminster, gloriously accompanied by all his prisoners. The Percys had recently gained a victory for King Henry IV, whom they had so powerfully assisted in gaining his throne. They were about to turn their arms against him. Shakespeare attributes their discontent to the prohibition which the king put upon their setting ransoms upon their prisoners, a measure which deprived them of all the pecuniary advantage of the capture. But this interdiction had been frequent under the preceding reigns, particularly under Edward III and King Henry IV, indemnified the Earl of Northumberland by granting vast domains to him. Another cause for anger had recently sprung up. During the lucky campaigns of Owain Glendois, the latter had captured his old enemy, Lord Grey de Ruthven, and Sir Edward Mortimer, uncle of the young Earl of March, the legitimate heir to the throne. The relatives of Lord Grey had been authorized to redeem him, but the king had refused the same favor to the family of Sir Edmund. Hotspur Percy had married his sister, and acutely wounded by this refusal, he began to set on foot a conspiracy to overthrow the king and place the crown upon the head of the little Earl of March. He was confirmed in this resolution by the Archbishop of York, Scrope, brother of the favourite of Richard II. The conspirators did not hesitate to call Owain Glendois to their aid. He gave his daughter in marriage to Mortimer, and promised to invade England with 12,000 Welshmen. The Earl of Douglas was liberated without any ransom, on condition of recrossing the frontier with a Scottish army. It is even said that Hotspur wrote to the Duke of Orleans, from whom King Henry had recently received a warlike challenge on account of the insults offered to Queen Isabel. So many movements had not escaped the vigilant eye of King Henry. Hotspur was marching forward, commanding the rebels in place of his father, who was ill, and supported by his uncle, the Earl of Worcester. Henry planted his army corps between the Earls and Owain Glendois, with whom they were endeavouring to effect a junction. The Welshman had made no haste, and when arriving at Shrewsbury, Henry received the challenge of his enemies. It was conceived only in the name of the Percys. They reproached the king with his usurpation, the death of Richard, the captivity of the little Earl of March, his manoeuvres in the election of Parliament, the levying of taxes which had not been voted by the Commons, etc. At the end appeared the real subject of the quarrel, the denial of the negotiations relating to Sir Edmund Mortimer. Henry IV smiled bitterly and disdained to reply. "The sword shall decide," he said, "and I am assured that God will give me victory over perjured traitors." It was on the 20th of July, 1403, on the morrow, the two armies found themselves face to face on Shrewsbury Plain. The insurgents numbered about 14,000 men. The king had no more. Before fighting, he dispatched the Abbot of Shrewsbury to his adversaries with proposals for peace. Hotspur, less impetuous than Shakespeare has depicted him, hesitated, but the Earl of Worcester persuaded him to reject the royal overtures. "Banners to the front, then!" cried Henry. The combat began. "St. George!" was the cry round the king. "Hope! Percy!" responded the rebels. The archers were drawing on both sides, and the knights did not abandon to them, as at Homildon Hill, all the honour of the combat. Percy and Douglas, rivals in glory, had precipitated themselves together into the midst of the enemy with a small following. Everything gave way before them. The Prince of Wales had been wounded in the face. They sought for the king, but upon the advice of the Scottish refugee, the Earl of March, he had laid aside for that day all the royal insignia, and he fought valiantly without having been recognized. At the moment when the true chiefs of the insurgents endeavored to retrace their steps, opening up a way through the crowd of the enemies, Percy was struck by an arrow in the head and fell dead. Disorder immediately set in among his partisans. Douglas had been made a prisoner. The Earl of Worcester shortly afterwards suffered the same fate, as well as the Lord of Kinderton and Sir Richard Vernon. The traitor's punishment awaited the 3 Englishmen. Douglas was honourably treated. The field of battle was covered with dead and dying. The insurgents had fled. They went and carried to the old Earl of Northumberland the news of the defeat and death of his son. He was marching forward to join him, and he thereupon shut himself up in his castle at Warkworth. Being summoned to appear before the king at York, he was detained there in honourable captivity, until the Parliament should have decided upon his fate. He had not taken personally in the insurrection, and he declared that his son had acted without his approval. The Lords treated him with indulgence. He retired after having sworn fidelity to the king and the Prince of Wales. 18 months had not elapsed before he was again in arms against Henry. The conspiracies had not ceased in this interval. A former chamberlain of King Richard, named Searle, had again spread the rumour that that monarch was living. He led about with him a poor idiot who resembled Richard, and a certain number of partisans had rallied around him. 3 princes of the House of Bourbon had attacked the islands of Jersey and Guernsey, and burnt down the town of Plymouth. The French vessels had brought reinforcements to Owen Glendois, against whom the young Prince of Wales was at war. And a woman, Lady de Despencer, had carried off the young Earl of March and his brother. She was already approaching the frontiers of Wales when she was seized, and the prisoners were brought back to Windsor. She exculpated herself by throwing the responsibility of the undertaking upon her brother, the Duke of York, formerly Earl of Rutland. He was arrested, and languished for several years in prison. King Henry had always avoided asking large subsidies of the Parliament. He was not sufficiently assured of the affection of his people to ask any sacrifices of them. In 1404, however, he had come to an end of his resources, and in a Parliament which has preserved the name of the unlearned, because the king had, it was said, dismissed from it all the lawyers, he made a proposal which was ardently sustained by the Commons. It forbade the king to alienate the property of the crown without the authorization of Parliament, but permitted him to take back all the gifts of land and the pensions granted by his predecessors. He was even allowed to seize a certain portion of the property of the clergy. The Church uttered a cry of terror and rage, which arrested the zeal of the king and the Commons. Henry hastened to renounce his project, assuring the Archbishop of Canterbury that it was his intention to leave the Church in a better position than he had found it. But he accomplished his resolutions upon the lands and pensions given by Edward III and Richard II. The disaffection of the barons was great, and the uneasiness of the clergy was not dispelled. In 1405 2 great councils were convoked by the king, in London and at St. Albans, There the bad state of feeling was manifested. All the demands of the king were rejected, and more than one baron quitted St. Albans to join the insurgents, who were again beginning to form in groups around the Earl of Northumberland. The Archbishop of York had this time taken up arms. He was made a prisoner, as well as the Earl of Nottingham, by Prince John, the second son of the king. In vain did the Archbishop claim ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and the Earl that of his peers. In vain did Chief Justice Gascoigne refuse to preside at their trial. The king had resolved to make an example. He found some more complacent magistrates. The Archbishop and the Earl of Nottingham were beheaded. A fine was imposed upon the city of York, temporarily deprived of its charters, and the king marched against Berwick, where the Earl of Northumberland had taken refuge. On the way he caused Lord Hastings and Lord Falconbridge to be tried, and they were beheaded. Berwick surrendered, but the old Percy had fled to Edinburgh, and the king did not penetrate into Scotland. He contented himself with ravaging Northumberland, taking possession of all the castles that belonged to the rebels. He then turned his arms in the direction of Wales, where Prince Henry had violently sustained the struggle for nearly 2 years. He had triumphed over the Welsh at Grosmont, in Monmouthshire, in the month of March 1405. One of the sons of Owen Glendois had been made a prisoner, and the prince had only been arrested in the course of his successes by the arrival of a French reinforcement sent by the Duke of Orleans, in defiance of the truce which still reigned between the two nations. The young Prince Henry had been compelled to withdraw to Worcester, but the king soon drove the French into the mountains of Wales, whither he pursued them. The Welsh arrested his march, but the French were weary of their reserves, of the poverty of their allies, of the rough life which they led. They retreated into their vessels again. The king withdrew in his turn. Prince Henry continued the war, with alternations of success and reverses, always holding his ground with a skill and perseverance worthy of his adversary, and which finally wearied the population. Glendois found himself gradually abandoned, and an invasion attempted in 1409 by his son-in-law, Scudamore in Shropshire, completed the ruin of his cause. The Welsh were repulsed, and the chiefs put to death. The independent character of Owen Glendois allowed him neither to submit nor to despair. He no longer appeared in the regions occupied by the English, but he still maintained himself in the mountains, resuming his arms when his enemies pressed him closely in his haunts. His name, published several times in the Amnesty Acts, proves that he was neither dead nor subjugated, even after the Battle of Agincourt. The period of his death and the place of his burial are unknown. The end of his life remains enveloped in mystery, as though he had really possessed the magic power which his friends and enemies attributed to him in his lifetime. King Henry had not been under the necessity of prosecuting his campaigns in Scotland. He held in his hands the heir to the throne of that kingdom. The Duke of Rothesay, imprudent and bold, had entered into a connection with his uncle, the Duke of Albany. Being accused of rebellion and imprisoned in Falkland Castle, he there died of hunger, it was said. The unhappy King Robert had become alarmed for the life of James, the only son who remained to him, and he had embarked him upon a ship which was to take him to France. But the vessel had fallen into the hands of some English cruisers, who brought the prince in triumph to King Henry. "I speak French as well as my brother Charles," the king had said laughingly, "and I am as well adapted as he to bring up a king of Scotland." The young Prince James therefore remained at the court of England, closely guarded but educated with care, kindly treated and at liberty to devote himself to his passion for poetry. The old King Robert had died of grief in 1406, and the Duke of Albany, who continued to govern Scotland, servilely submitted to the wishes of the King of England, who at the least appearance of insubordination threatened him with release of his nephew. This state of affairs was destined to be prolonged for a considerable time. The most irreconcilable adversary of the king had at length succumbed. The old Earl of Northumberland, homeless, childless, without riches, had wandered for more than 2 years from kingdom to kingdom, endeavouring to raise up embarrassments and enemies against King Henry. At the beginning of 1408 he appeared in Northumberland with Lord Bardolph, the friend and companion of his whole life. Rallying a certain number of his old vassals, he overrun the country, took possession of several castles, and gathered together a small body of troops when he was defeated on the 28th of February by Sir Thomas Rokeby upon Branham Heath near Tadcaster. He was killed in the combat. Lord Bardolph, grievously wounded, died shortly afterwards, and their bodies, cut in pieces, were sent to the towns of Northumberland, where they had found adherents. It was all over with the Percys. The commotions in France continued to increase. The poor King Charles VI would pass from furious madness to docile melancholy. His kingdom, rent asunder by factions, was the scene of the crimes, debaucheries, and exactions of all parties. The Duke of Orleans had recently been assassinated in the Rue Barbette, 23rd of November 1407, by the servants of his cousin, the Duke of Burgundy, a circumstance which had not prevented the latter from reappearing at court, without fearing the punishment of the king for the death of his brother, which he caused to be publicly justified at the Sorbonne by Maitre John Pertet, a doctor in theology. From treason to treason, from reconciliation to reconciliation, the Duke of Burgundy was all-powerful in 1409, when the young Duke of Orleans, who had lost his wife, Isabel of France, widow of King Richard II, was married for a second time to Bonnet, the daughter of the wealthy Count of Armagnac. Time had at length arrived for prosecuting revenge. Supported by the experience and military talents of the Count, the partisans of the House of Orleans assumed the name of Armagnacs. The red scarf was put on by the Duke of Berry, the Duke of Brittany, and the Duke of Alençon. John Sans-Peur was driven from Paris, and the Duke of Orleans, sword in hand, demanded justice for the death of his father. Then, for the first time, amidst the factions which had desolated France for 10 years, England was called upon to play a part. John Sans-Peur asked assistance of Henry IV. The latter sent in the month of October 1411 a small body of 1,000 archers and 800 men-at-arms, with whom the Duke marched against Paris. He re-entered there in force on the 23rd, and drove out the Armagnacs, who had already begun to make themselves detested. John Sans-Peur followed up his advantages, and hoped to crush his enemies, but they in their turn had negotiated with the King of England, promising to recognize him as Duke of Aquitaine, and to assure to him after the death of the present possessors, the Counties of Poitou and Angoulême. As the price of these concessions, the English army was preparing to invade France, under the orders of the third son of the king, the Duke of Clarence, when the Duke of Berry, uncle of Charles VI, filled with horror at the prospect of the evils which the foreigners were about to bring down upon France, once more interposed between the belligerents, and effected one of these reconciliations which prepared the way for fresh acts of perfidy. The Dukes of Orleans and Burgundy entered Paris mounted upon the same horse, and repaired thence to church. The people cried "Noel," and thanked God for this hope of peace. But the Duke of Clarence had landed in Normandy. The news of the pacification had been powerless to arrest him. Maine and Anjou had already been ravaged. The the Duke of Orleans contrived to purchase the retreat of the Allies, who he himself had summoned. The English, laden with gold and booty, took the road to Guyenne, traversing France without any obstacle. "We will return hither," they said as they passed, "to fight with our King Henry." 8,000 Englishmen embarked at Bordeaux toward the close of the year 1412. King Henry had nearly arrived at the end of his career. He was ill and sad. His throne had always appeared to him to be tottering. Conspiracies had been so often repeated around him that he had ended by suspecting them where they did not exist. A keen jealousy toward his eldest son troubled him. The Prince of Wales had given proofs of rare courage. When yet young, he had been wounded at the Battle of Shrewsbury, being afterwards dispatched by his father into Wales. He had there constantly held in check Owain Glendois, over whom he had finally triumphed. It is related, and in his admirable tragedy of Henry the Fourth, Shakespeare made use of these accounts, of which the authenticity is not well proved, that the young prince, besides his budding greatness, had given other causes for anxiety to his father. It is said that his debauches and coarse amusements had caused alarm for the fate of the state which he was one day to govern, so that the judge before whom he had been brought without knowing him thought it his duty to condemn him like a simple private person. Perhaps the jealousy of the father, and the restraint which he claimed to impose upon the son, to whom he left neither power nor resources, had contributed to plunge a sanguine, energetic young man, full of life and strength, into those excesses with which he was reproached. It is affirmed that the king had one day swooned in consequence of one of the attacks of his distemper. He was believed to be dead. The Prince of Wales, entering the apartment, had carried off the crown which lay upon a cushion. When Henry the Fourth came to himself again, he asked for the crown. The prince was sent for. "You have no right to it," cried the king. "You know that your father had none. Your sword gave it to you, sire, and my sword will be able to defend it," replied the prince, exonerated himself as well as he could against the suspicions of his father. He demanded the punishment of those who accused him of prematurely claiming the throne, and the king referred him to the next session of the Parliament. He was weary of resigning and of living. "You shall do as you please," he said. "I have done with all these matters. May the Lord have mercy upon my soul." The young Prince Henry suffered in mind from the alienation of his father. He presented himself before him clad in a blue satin robe, covered with buttonholes, a tag still hanging from each opening, and in this strange costume he threw himself at the feet of the king, drew a dagger from his bosom, and begged him to take his life if he had deprived him of his favor. The father and son became reconciled, it is said, after this scene. The torments of jealousy added to the troubles of his conscience, and the cares of power overwhelmed the monarch. He was not yet 47 years of age, and the proud Bolingbroke, formerly so handsome, so bold, so adventurous, was bowed down like an old man. He was praying on the 20th of March, 1413, before the shrine of Edward the Confessor in Westminster Abbey, when he fell into a swoon. He was carried into the apartment of the abbot, and as he recovered his senses he asked where he was. "In the Jerusalem chamber," was the reply, for such was the name of the chamber to which he had been carried. He closed his eyes. "I was always told I should die at Jerusalem," he muttered, and he expired. He was interred in Canterbury Cathedral beside his first wife, Lady Mary de Bohun, the mother of all his children. His second wife, Queen Joan of Navarre, had not presented any to him. Ambitious and inflexible, harsh toward his enemies, skillful and cunning as well as enterprising, Henry the Fourth had always tried to treat the Parliament with respect, had never made any attempt against its authority. The House of Commons especially had seen its privileges confirmed under his reign. and its influence had been constantly growing. Thus the liberties of England, formerly conquered by the barons at the price of so much bloodshed, were gradually developing, profiting by the weakness as well as the temerity of the sovereigns, until the day when the religious reform was to raise them to their highest pitch. Absorbed in the internal struggles consequent upon usurpation, the ever dreading real or supposed conspiracies, Henry IV had not had leisure to think of foreign wars. The wish, however, had not been wanting. He had everywhere plunged himself into the intrigues and divisions which desolated France under the unhappy Charles VI. He had thus prepared the return of the great English ambitions, which were destined, for a while, to raise so high the glory of Henry V his son, at the price of so much bloodshed and so many sorrows for the two nations. End of Chapter 12, Part 3. End of Volume 1 of A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria by François, Pierre, GUIZOT.